Good morning and welcome to the meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. This is a special meeting for new supervisor orientation. Supervisor Brandon, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, well, good morning and welcome everyone. I'm going to turn to the board clerk to read our public participation procedures for today.
In order to protect public health and the safety of our Tuolumne County citizens, this Board of Supervisors meeting will be physically closed to the public. During the board meeting, citizens who wish to comment should be prepared to use our call-in line at 209-533-6581 to queue for verbal public comment. Public comment will be open and closed individually for each agenda item listed below. If you wish to comment on a specific item, please call in when the board clerk has read the item. The chair will ask if there are any comments from the public, and at that time, your call will be taken in the order as received. The public comment time limit on each item is set for 3 minutes per speaker. The time limit does not apply to staff. Options for public access audio and video live streaming. Number one, the public will not have access for public comments to these media. These are available for audio and visual only. Option number one, the Tuolumne County website at www.tuolumnecounty.ca.gov/745/board-meetings. Option number two, through Access Tuolumne, www.accesstuolumne.org. Click Watch Live or on Comcast Cable 8. Option number three, Zoom webinar via your computer at https://zoom.us/j/987-3738-5155, or you can call in at 1-669-900-9128 with the webinar ID 987-3738-5155. Important public notice. Under the Governor's Executive Order N2520, this meeting will allow members of the Board of Supervisors to participate by teleconference. And under Order N2920, accessibility requirements. If you need SWIFT special assistance during the board meeting, please call 209-533-6581.
Okay, thanks very much. And we have one appointment for the day. Clerk, would you please read that appointment?
9 a.m. board member orientation presentations by multiple county departments: Animal Control, District Attorney's Office, Fire, Probation, Motherlode Juvenile Detention Facility, Public Defender/Conflict Counsel, and Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and this is the third of this series, I believe, and we have one more, correct? Board orientation, or this is the last one. Okay, great. So for those of you watching this or tuning in, this is the third of these board orientations. We have 3 new board members who have stepped up to serve their community, and we're all very, very grateful to them for taking on that challenge and showing the courage and commitment to Tuolumne County. As you can imagine, there are a lot of responsibilities that come with being a supervisor, and so staff has put together an orientation that will give an overview of the various departments that the county has. And typically this is done on an individual basis with supervisors, but while we were arranging this, I should say Tracy had the idea that, this is really good information, and it's necessary for the supervisors to know this information, but we should also share it with the public as well. And so that's kind of where this idea to hold these orientations in public so that board members can get the information, but our community can also see all the wonderful people that serve our community and the hard work that they do. So today we're talking to, I guess, animal control is first on the list. And there's also, what we've been doing is I've been checking in periodically throughout the meeting to see if there's public comment, and that seems to have worked pretty well. So I think we'll go ahead and continue on. If there's anybody that would like to call in or have additional questions for each department as they come in, they'll have the opportunity to do that. So go ahead and take it away, Kelly.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Campbell, members of the board. We met last week, but I'm here again today. My name is Kelly Schroeder. I am the Tuolumne County Agricultural Commissioner, Sealer of Weights and Measures, Air Pollution Control Officer, and Animal Control Director. So today I'm going to present to you our animal control program. So here we have our organizational chart, and I mentioned last week we have an admin person in my office, Roberta Shields. However, she only supports the ag and air pollution. Animal control does not have an administrative person to answer phones or handle paperwork or anything like that. The staff takes that on themselves. And at the animal shelter, we have Mike Mazouk. He's here with me today. He's our animal control manager. And we have Joe DaCosta, who's the supervisor. We have a registered veterinary technician, and we have 4 animal control officer positions. However, we have a sophomoric staff. One officer has been employed with us for 6 years, and our newest has been with us for almost 2 years. We have an open position for an animal control officer, which I actually think just closed, and we've had a hard time finding anyone with experience, so we created a recruit animal control officer position in order to help find people who are interested in working in our field. We have 3 full-time shelter attendants and 2 relief part-time shelter attendants with 1 position open. Our animal control officers have all become state-accredited animal control officers with the California Animal Welfare Association. This entails 60 hours of training in animal welfare and state laws. They received a Penal Code 832 Laws of Arrest certificate. They have to attend 40 hours of continuing education every 3 years to maintain this accreditation. So this is our key contact information, myself and Mike's. We work in different offices. I work at the Ag and Air office in Columbia, and Mike and his staff work at the animal shelter in Jamestown. So if you need to reach me, I'm in the Columbia office. And these are just a few of the acronyms that we use, and we'll try and not use them so much, but if you hear us refer to an ACO, that's an animal control officer. When we have emergencies and stuff, we work with ACEs, which is Animal Care Emergency Services, and Team Elite. They help with livestock evacuations. So if we have an incident like the mock fire again, you may hear us referring to them frequently. So our budget for fiscal year 2021 is approximately $1 million. Our mission is to promote public safety and animal welfare through the enforcement of local and state animal control and humane laws, to offer a rabies control program, to administer the proper care and housing of impounded animals, and to provide education, enforcement, and resources to promote spaying and neutering. Animal control is mandated to perform various functions while either at the county or state level. We are mandated to investigate animal cruelty for domestic and livestock animals. We must provide a safe place for impound, stray, or neglected animals. We are also responsible for the disposition of the animals kept in our care, which includes veterinary care, euthanasia, and a disease-free environment. Spay-neuter certificates are mandated for animals that have been reclaimed or adopted by the public. We are responsible for investigating loose livestock, stray dogs, vicious dogs, and rabies control. We are also mandated to quarantine, test, and dispose of rabies cases. We are also responsible for having a rabies licensing program and are mandated to provide several low-cost rabies clinics throughout the year. We are given a certain percentage of funds from Proposition 172, the Public Safety, Protection, and Improvement Act. There is a new mandate in which we have to microchip animals that are returned to their owners and animals that are adopted through our shelter. We have recently begun using OpenGov Viewpoint to offer rabies licensing online, as well as the online complaint system within that. We are planning on updating our cat wards with new, friendly, and safer cat cages. At the Animal Control Shelter, we strive to protect the public and the animals. One of our main responsibilities is public safety. In fiscal year 1920, we had 89 calls for bites between humans and wildlife. We had 59 skunks, bats, dogs, and a domestic cat tested for rabies. The domestic cat was positive, as were some of the others. We had 461 calls for rabies quarantines. It is imperative that our community understand that we have rabies in the skunk population and that they vaccinate their pets for rabies. With our small staff, on any given day, we only have 2 officers and a manager or supervisor available to respond to calls for service. This past year, with vacations, staff out sick, and furloughs, we have found that we often have 1 officer on staff for the day. This officer would be the only person available to respond to calls for service in the entire county. In 1 year, we typically receive 3,500 calls for service. Calls for service include, but are not limited to, picking up deceased animals if they are creating a hazard in the road, bites, animals at large, wounded animals, barking dogs, and cruelty complaints. Our staff also works with rescue organizations to rehome pets. In fiscal year 1920, our staff assisted in transferring 408 pets to rescue organizations. We also have several free pet food bank days a year. We are fortunate in that we receive donations of pet food from our community. We then pass this on to those who would benefit from free food for their pets. Our officers are also on the front lines in the case of natural disasters. This year, they not only worked 24-hour shifts for 6 days during the mock fire, but also assisted Butte County during their time of need. During the mock fire, our staff averaged 50 shelter-in-place assists a day and also ran the temporary shelter at the fairgrounds. We still needed staff to handle other calls throughout the county. And when Butte County asked for assistance, our animal control staff was there to back them up. In this picture, our officer, Anthony Evanson, was the pole for the fluids to rehydrate this horse. The horse was treated at UC Davis and is now doing fine. Thanks to our dedicated staff and those unique individuals who answer the call during natural disasters, our beloved pets are taken care of. Any questions?
All right, questions from board members? Okay, Supervisor Brandon.
Yeah, you're right. This is Supervisor Kirk.
Yeah.
You guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
All right. Cool. Hey, Kelly, with OpenGov
Oh,
on board,
sorry, Supervisor Kirk.
are you guys able to, like,
Supervisor Kirk, can you hear me? We're having an audio issue here, so let me see if we can get that fixed so that the public can hear your question. If not, is it acceptable if I just repeat what? Okay, Anaya, could you just repeat your question and I'll go ahead and I'll repeat it as well so that folks can hear it at home.
yeah, so with OpenGov, will that department, animal control, be able to implement maybe some tracking systems for some of their processes in the near future?
So the question was, with OpenGov, will animal control be able to implement some enforcement in the future? Is that about right?
Yeah, tracking.
For tracking.
Oh, okay, so, and if I understand, the question you want to know is, OpenGov, will it track our enforcement if we issue violations? Is that your question, or just track any of our complaints? Can you please clarify?
Yeah, so there's some discussion about using OpenGov for code compliance and tracking and assigning numbers to it. Is that something that might be discussed or worked out, kind of the same as animal control?
I believe it'll be the same as animal control. We will be able to track our complaints, but we also, and I'm going to have Mike, if you don't mind coming up, I'll have Mike talk about the other system that we use as well to track our cases.
Okay, so we have another program we already use called Chameleon, which tracks all of our incoming calls, how we disposition calls, all the information, our licensing and rabies program. So we already have a system like that in place, but with the use of OpenGov, we'll also be able to track it as well. It's a little bit easier process for people to go online, the county website, and get the information. So they'll be merged with information. So yes, we already track that, but this will help us back that support up.
Great, thank you guys.
Any other questions? I think Supervisor Brandon had a question.
Yes. Thank you for being. Am I on? Testing 1, 2. All right, there we go. Thank you for being here, and I just wanted to say the evac center for the mock fire, I was down there trying to help out with some of the volunteers. I know ACES was working in the back with a lot of the animals. An evacuation center can be a very chaotic time. I had to say the one thing that didn't seem chaotic at all was the evacuation back there. It seemed really well organized, really effective, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
I saw those just going in over and over, animals going back there and being taken care of. As soon as we went back to get some of the names, that everybody's like, oh yeah, we know the drill. Came on all, over, didn't miss a beat.
Good, thank you.
So that really made a huge difference.
I appreciate
huge
that.
Difference. I had just a few questions. One is, I've heard that as far as, rabies vectors and tests coming up positive recently, that's been an upward trend in our county, and rabies outbreaks, it's of concern because it could get out of hand. What's been the trend over time that you've seen, and how might that be better addressed by the county?
Okay, I'm going to let Mike address this as well, because again, I've only been here 2 years, so I don't have as much experience with history as Mike does.
Okay, so I'll answer a couple questions.
Oh, it's off.
It's off. Okay, there we go. So I believe Supervisor Campbell had a question last week too, so remind me, it goes in long line with yours. So this year, well actually we'll go back to last year, 2020, we tested 16 animals for rabies. So the year before that, we tested 59. So we had a huge decrease, and that's because of the vector. It probably killed off a lot of the population, so we weren't testing as many. And it is a ever up and downward trend. It will go periodically, 4 to 7 years, we'll see increases and decreases. So right now, it's at a low point because of what happened the year prior. So like I said, we only tested 16 last year, and we only had 1 positive skunk. So that's a huge downward trend right now. I've talked to some of the people with the state and Fish and Wildlife, and they weren't really concerned about setting any other standards for us to keep up with, because they know how it goes up and down. So they just want us to keep an eye on it, and this year's, well, the past year was really low for us. So that's where we're standing right now.
That's great.
And I think actually the outbreak helped people actually vaccinate their animals. They saw what was happening, so that does help.
That's great. That's really reassuring.
It is.
One other question I had was if you kind of have any data on the different types of bites. As I understand, rabies, there's kind of different where they bite you can be potentially different. I think one issue before was some children that are having facial bites.
Correct. So the closer to your brain the bite is, the more dangerous it can be because it travels in the nerves. So if you bit down on your ankle, it takes a while to get to your brain. So we track face bites. We work with the health department very closely on that. So it warrants a different kind of quarantine. So we do track that. If you would like the information, I can get you that.
I think I'm okay with that. I just
Okay.
wanted to check that if that was kind of separated out.
It-
I'd heard
it
in the
is.
past that was a particularly alarming piece for 1 year.
It is anything from the neck above that we take very seriously.
Great,
Okay, so it does hold a different standard.
great. And just one last question was related to cost recovery potentially. As you mentioned, 3,000 calls with the staff you've got. That's a lot.
It is.
And the county's in a difficult financial position. One thing I think that might be explored is how we're able to recover some of the really valuable services, the cost to be able to provide them to the, residents of Tuolumne County. Maybe it doesn't have to be right here. It could just be, I think, something I would be interested in seeing more is where are we subsidizing some of these services?
Okay.
And making sure that, if it is subsidized, it's not at the expense of providing good service to Tuolumne County.
Understand.
And I'd be very interested in, I think, exploring that at a future date.
Okay, get a hold of me anytime you like. We can sit down, email back and forth. That'd be great.
Great,
I can
thank
let you know
you.
that. Okay, you're welcome.
Hi. First of all, comment regarding especially the large animal evacuation, and I know your staff did an excellent job, and there's just a heck of a group of volunteers out there in the public that come together to make that happen. So, and they've done it over and over and over again in this county, going out of the county. So just pass that along to them.
Thank you.
What they do is fantastic. Couple questions. You mentioned the animal in a roadway that you would remove. How do you deal with the situation of, okay, the animal that's off the roadway, but especially in an area of houses and stuff, and just the smell problems, with the decay? Are we removing those animals? Or, I've seen some areas have that, and it can be, horrendous, especially the more houses in an area.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll talk. So we don't respond to any calls for like Highway 49, 108, because that's Caltrans. So anything in a public roadway, we try to respond to as quick as possible. Of course, it's the lowest priority that we have. And we understand during the summer, the smell and the flies. So the private property part is the hard part for us to get to, because a lot of it is an officer safety issue of going in ravines and pulling them out. What we do, we recommend to the public, if they can move it to someplace close to the road where I can have some people put it into our truck, we do make every attempt to help them out. Some of them we can't get to, and some of them we won't, just because it's not safe. It's on 20 acres, so it's better to leave. But we try to make every effort we can.
Yeah.
And we'll work individually with everybody. And if it is really a big problem, we'll go out there and we'll do it. But
Okay,
it's
yeah.
hard with our low staff, though.
Right, yeah, understand.
Yeah.
The other question, you mentioned the microchipping, and that was like a mandated statute that is calling for that. I was just curious, do you get much pushback on that from people that, they had an animal go in and?
We haven't started the program yet.
Right. So that January 1st this year, that was a state mandate.
Okay.
So there is a line in the mandate that says that if your shelter cannot provide that service due to not having a veterinarian on staff or a registered veterinarian staff or the funds available, that you can just give literature to the owner reclaiming the animal. So right now, that's where we're at. So I don't know what kind of pushback the public's going to get about putting a microchip in their animal that's owned.
Okay,
But if we provide the paperwork, then we don't have to actually physically do that.
all right. And lastly would be the Supervisor Brandon, mentioned cost recovery. Do we have something in place now, especially for, historically there's some repeat offenders, on dog issues or what have you. Are we charging them at this point?
Yes, they're state mandates. So if your dog gets out There's a certain amount of time within a 3-year period. If your dog gets out, there's a fine 1, then a fine 2, then a fine 3. So there are mandates for that, yes,
Okay, good.
yes. And it's on a scale.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, I can just say from experience that, animal control is probably, if not it's certainly one of the, you have a great deal of support in the community. And it's something that's really at the forefront of people's minds when they think of what the county does and the services that we provide. And I guess the question I have is if someone from the community is interested in volunteering their time, what are some of the ways that they can do that to help animal control or help?
There are several ways. They can first call our office and talk to myself or Christina Whitcomb, who's our registered veterinary technician. They can call us. We could always use help with ACEs, Team Elite, the volunteer groups, anything, sometimes at the shelter. I'm not right now because of the COVID problem and screening and all that, but we're going to start a volunteer program for walking dogs before this happened, still on hold, but they can get in touch with us and we'll certainly have something going when everything gets back to normal.
Right. And what's that number?
That is going to be 209-694-2730.
All right. I'm going to look to see, I don't see that we have any questions from the public. So thank you very much, and please relay our deepest thanks to all the staff for all the hours they put in there, and it's truly a labor of love being so dedicated to animals and the lives in our county that can't advocate for themselves. So
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being that.
I don't do anything. I tell them to run with their ideas and they get it done. They're great.
Yeah, we have a very good,
Yeah.
dedicated staff that love their jobs. They're great.
Yeah, and it's very clear.
Thank you.
Thanks very
Thank you.
much.
Okay, and this thing is on and ready to go. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning. Am I ready to go?
We're ready when you are.
Okay.
If you need a minute to set up, we can take
I
a pause.
I am set up and ready to go.
Okay.
So,
All right.
good morning, Chairman Campbell, Supervisor Brandon, Supervisor Goldenberg, Supervisor Half, and remotely Supervisor Kirk. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to spend some time and educate you and re-educate some of you and refamiliarize all of you with the things that the District Attorney's Office does. I'm honored and privileged to do this. So I'm going to get started. The District Attorney's Office here in Tuolumne County, as well as any District Attorney's Office, our primary job is to seek justice and protect the rights of victims of crimes, and also to help prevent crimes with the various programs that we have. The two concepts that I believe go most strongly through our office and through any district attorney are the concepts of truth and justice. You can't do what we do without having those two concepts first and foremost in our minds. The district attorney's office, the powers that we have come through the U.S. Constitution, the state constitution, California statutes, and the rules of professional conduct. And we have a number of responsibilities to protect the rights of victims, to respect the rights of defendants who are charged with crimes. We have a duty to review cases and file cases if we believe they can be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. And if we don't believe that, we have a duty not to file those cases. We have a duty to investigate a number of different situations that I'll get into, and we have a duty to act ethically in what we do. These mandates that we have that come through the constitutions and California statutes have to do with the scope of the work that we do. So we review approximately 4,000 cases a year going back in the last few years, and those come from as many as 40 different law enforcement organizations. We prosecute at this time approximately 3,000 adult criminal cases and juvenile delinquency cases, from filing all the way to conviction, all the way to appeals. We are the only district attorney's office in the state of California that represents foster children who have been removed from their homes and dependency proceedings are ongoing. We're the only county that does that in California, and the district attorneys in my office who have done that in the past years are extremely dedicated. It's a very important job to advocate for a child in that type of proceeding. Our office acts as legal advisors to the grand jury. There's a number of enforcement actions where we protect consumers, workers, and the environment through certain types of actions. We investigate violations of the Brown Act. We preserve and protect public integrity. If there's a public nuisance that's ongoing in the county, we're involved in the abatement of that. We attend life term and youthful offender parole hearings. So once someone has been convicted and goes off to prison on a life term, they will be up for parole. And it's our job, even 10, 15, 20, 25 years later, to be at those hearings to represent the families of the victims in those hearings, and we do that. We notify crime victims of their rights through the California Constitution. We provide services to crime victims and crime witnesses, and I'll talk about that in our victim witness department. We enforce the rights of crime victims. We seek civil commitments of mentally disordered offenders, and we lead a multidisciplinary forensic child abuse investigation team, and I'll talk about that. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on what our hierarchy is, but I would tell you that we have a very dedicated support staff that we couldn't do our jobs if they don't process the paperwork and file complaints. And we have one employee, Anita Madewell, who has 20 years working for the county in our office. Laura Griswold is at 15 years. We have a very dedicated victim witness group of advocates. Ginger Martin is their supervisor. She's been with the office 15 years. So we have a number of people who have spent a lot of time working for the citizens of this county. And I believe that when you've been in a county for that amount of time, you have a real sense of what is Tuolumne County, what makes this county different than other counties. And so we appreciate that we have those people in our office. We have a prosecutor now, Kate Christie, who was born and raised in Tuolumne County, went to Sonora High School, I believe. I hope it's not Somerville, but I think it's Sonora. And so again, to have someone who was born and raised here and has come back and is working to seek justice in the place where she was born and raised, that's a wonderful thing. That doesn't happen all the time, and I think we benefit from that. So the district attorney's office has a budget like any other county department. I've listed the last 3 years. Our expenses are approximately $2.1, $2.2 million. We have revenues that we get that I'll talk about from various grants that we have that reduce our impact to the general fund. If you look at 2019 and you look at how cases referred were actually more than in 2018, and yet in staffing we had an attorney vacancy for over half of that year. So the people in the district attorney's office, even when they're people short, pick up the extra load like many other departments in the county and take up the slack, and that's what they do. If you look at 2020, and again, a different year for a lot of reasons, and I'll talk about that in a couple minutes. Again, we had an attorney vacancy for a good part of that year, and we've also been short-staffed at times with senior office assistants. And the point I want to make is just that we have a group of people that when the going gets tough, they pick up that extra slack, and I want them to get the credit they deserve for that. COVID-19, just so you know, has had an impact on what the district attorney's office does. For example, because people have been staying at home more, we have seen an increase in crimes like domestic violence because people are in place, sheltering in place. I have seen, and it didn't get on here, I do all the elder abuse, and I've seen an increase in elder abuse because you have people staying at home with their elderly parents where they might not have before, and there are tensions involved in that. And then we have an increase in driving under the influence cases. We have a decrease in staffing. So not only are we short because of budget issues, but we have furloughs, we've had quarantines, we've had stay-at-home mandates, and all those affect our ability to have boots on the ground doing the job that we do. Subpoena service is a critical component of what we do. Once we file a case, we have to get those witnesses, those victims, into court to testify on any number of things up to jury trials. We used to rely on outside agencies to serve our subpoenas in Stanislaus County, San Joaquin County, etc., because we do have a number of crimes committed by people who are up here visiting. That used to be something that we could rely on those outside agencies. With COVID, those outside agencies are not serving subpoenas. We have one investigator in our office, and that investigator is charged with doing any number of things, including serving subpoenas. Because of COVID, he now spends a vast majority of his time going out into other counties to serve subpoenas, and that's something that we're looking at alternatives. All right, victim-witness interaction with attorneys and advocates has become more limited due to the COVID situation. So where we have elderly victims, where we have people with pre-existing medical conditions that we need to spend time talking to them, getting ready for a prosecution, giving them services, COVID has limited our ability to interact with them in person. Court congestion and backlog. When COVID came, because of the restrictions, we don't want a lot of people in a courtroom. We don't want a lot of people being picked for juries. So the court, understandably, has moved cases down the road, so to speak. So cases that should have gone to trial in March of last year still haven't gone to trial now. That has an impact not only in the workload that we have, because we have cases that are happening today and tomorrow, but we also have cases from last March that are still in the system. And crime victims have rights. We're very, very sensitive to that, especially when you're talking about crimes to the elderly, where time is often of the essence. Child molest, where families are put on hold while waiting for their day in court. And so I personally, and many other attorneys and victim witness advocates, have had to counsel these people. Why isn't my case going to trial? I need to get this over. I need to move on with my life. And that anguish, that agony is something that we deal with. And so that is an impact that COVID-19 has had in our office. And then, of course, we had to eliminate an investigator due to budget constraints, and that has decreased our welfare fraud investigations, which is actually an income source to our office that has been impacted by COVID. So then you look at 2020 and the year that it was, and what were we able to accomplish with those things going against us, so to speak. We were able to prosecute serious and violent cases against repeat offenders, teachers, juvenile delinquents. child molestation, forcible rape. A lot of counties in California and courts decided not to do trials. Los Angeles County has done very few, if any, trials for many, 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 many months. So their backlog is incredible. What this county has done is we've continued to go to trial on important cases. And so that's something that shows our commitment, this county's commitment to justice. It gives people relief, that a chance to be heard in court. And so that's something that we've been able to do that many counties haven't. We've also evaluated, there were changes in the law in 2020 that decriminalized or reduced the penalty for crimes related to marijuana. But what we had to do then was to go back and look at all those cases where people had been convicted and determine whether those cases needed to be dismissed or reduced, because that's part of justice. When the law changes, our job is to go back and make sure that justice is done, which includes dismissing cases against people or reducing a felony to a misdemeanor. And so we spent the time and the energy, as we should, to do that in 713 marijuana cases. There's been a change in the law with regards to murder and how you could charge it and how you could prosecute it. That law is retroactive. So we looked at cases going back 10, 15 years in 2020 to look at whether or not we should oppose any kind of reductions in murder cases. And those are time-consuming cases, because oftentimes 20 years ago, the prosecutor who did the case isn't even here. A lot of the people involved in the case aren't here. So we spent time working on that important aspect. And then there are people who have life terms, those parole hearings I'm talking about, and we've gone on behalf of the victims and opposed a release in a number of situations in 2020. Now, for those of you who haven't been able to, I'm going to give you a remote tour of our office. This is the front of our office. We're located across the street from Sonora High School. When I came here in 2000, our office was in the old courthouse next door. We moved here in 2002. For those of you who grew up in the county, I believe this was a church before it became county property and was converted to the district attorney's office. So there we are across the street from Sonora High School. This is a picture from top left. This is what a person sees as they walk into our front door. Our receptionist has the window there. The middle is an area for people to wait before they come into our offices. And then to the right is our reception area where Casey Collins, who's currently our receptionist, works. And she's the one that talks to citizens about complaints they have, deals with law enforcement, and any other agencies that need to come into our office. This is the victim witness waiting area in our office. And you see along the wall a number of photographs, and that's our memorial wall of people who were killed as a result of a crime. And so we take pictures of them. We put them up there as a very sober reminder that some victims of crime pay the ultimate price, and it's our job to see that justice is done for everybody, but that's a sober reminder that we have in our office. All those cases that I talk about, 3,000, 4,000 cases every year, there they are. And our support staff is constantly pulling them and adding documents. And as years go by, we archive them and we have to keep them for a certain period of time. I'm going to talk about modernizing that procedure in 2021 in a few minutes, but that's what that looks like. This is the center of our office, if you will. This is where the support staff works. They're the ones that collect documents. They're the ones that provide files to attorneys. They subpoena witnesses and send out subpoenas. Very vital part of our office. We have two courthouse dogs, Stuart to the left and Ann to the right. These are dogs that are specially trained, and they provide relief for victims of crime. If we have a victim come into our office and they need to talk about their case, it's a very traumatic situation. We offer them the services of the dog, and a lot of times you can see the visual effect that it has on people. It's a very calming effect. I have been involved in trials, as have other deputies, where the victims have asked for. Court has given permission, and Stuart or Ann will accompany the victim up to the stand and sit at their feet while they testify. anything we can do to make the trauma and the anguish of the experience better, we do. And this is something that when I started in prosecution wasn't even on the radar screen, and it's good to see that that our profession is growing and changing as it needs to. This is our library and our meeting room. I meet with attorneys regularly to talk about cases. We meet with victims to talk about cases. We meet with defense attorneys to talk about cases, and that's where that occurs. So, victim witness is a crucial part of our office. They complement the cases that we do by connecting with victims of crime and advocating for them through the system. So when a person is a victim of a crime, a prosecutor looks at the case and a prosecutor has certain things that they need to do. An advocate looks out for the victim. Do you need services? What can I do for you during this process? They do everything from explain the process where a prosecutor might not be able to. They provide those services. They advise them of their rights under Marcy's law. They escort victims to and from the courthouse if necessary. They go out to the homes to talk to them. They're a very, very critical resource for our office. So if you look at victim witness and their impact on the budget, looking back, there's 3 grants that the victim witness department operates under. One of them is the victim witness grant to the left. In 2020, they had $325,000 from the Victim of Crime Act, and then money from Prop 172. And then there's 2 other grants. And the idea behind that is there are different grants that the government gives for different types of crimes. The UV grant has to do with elderly and disabled adults. The KC grant has to do with children. So we seek as much as we can to get outside revenue to minimize the impact on the general fund. If you look at the services that they provide, the victim witness department has a number of services they can provide to clients. There's not just one service. There's all different. There's restitution services, there's counseling services, and many, many more. So as you see there, during any given year in the last 3 years, there's a lot of services that they provide, and there's a lot of clients that they serve. If you look at the accomplishments of the Victim Witness Department, they've been awarded over $1.2 million in federal and state funds. And the easiest way to look at that is that's money that Tuolumne County needs to put into other things and doesn't always have. And so we're out getting that money so that the citizens of this county get those services, and it's paid for through state funds or federal funds. That means there's a net zero impact on the general fund. One of the accomplishments, very recent with Victim Witness, is opening and operating Sunshine House, which is Tuolumne County's first child advocacy center, and I'm going to be talking about that. And then the opening of and the use of the court support dog program. So I'm going to take you on a tour of the Sunshine House. The Sunshine House is a child advocacy center. It's sort of a one-stop place for child crimes. The idea behind a child advocacy center is that the crimes that are perpetrated on children are extremely traumatic to those children, no matter what age they are. And those adverse child experiences, that molestation, that abuse, there's statistics that say that a child who has 3 or more adverse child experiences is more apt to die young, more apt to commit crimes, and of course it depends on the seriousness or the significance of the childhood experience. So you have this Sunshine House, which is a very comforting place. It's a very safe place. It's a very secure place, and it's a place where we can try to minimize that adverse childhood experience. It involves a multidisciplinary team. So the Sunshine House at any given time is being used by the district attorney's office, by prosecutors, by victim witness advocates. by law enforcement, and I'll show you in a minute how that works, by counselors, by child welfare social workers, and even by medical examiners. And that's what that multidisciplinary team is about. And then also the kids interview team, which is a team designed and trained to interview children in the most comfortable way to hear what happened, to get that story so we can determine whether or not prosecution is viable. So here's a tour of the Sunshine House. It's up towards Soulsbyville on Sunshine Road, where it turns into the 2-lane, and it's off to the left side. So the Sunshine House features a playroom. So when a family comes, obviously when a child comes, their parents are going to come with them. Maybe their siblings are going to come. Because the idea of having a child coming to a place to talk about unpleasant things, you want to make that as normal of a situation as possible. So you have your parents, you have your grandparents, you have your siblings, and we have a playroom. So those children that are there, either the person or people who are going to be interviewed or their siblings, can play, relax, and it's that safe, benign environment. We have an interview room, and that interview room is where the child and the interviewee go into a room, and the process of finding out what happened to that particular child. It's a very safe room. It's a very pleasing room. Depending on the age of the child, they'll literally take the cushions off the chair and put them on the floor. If the child wants Ann or Stuart there, we have Ann or Stuart there. So we make it as safe and as comfortable as possible. While that child is being interviewed, in the next room, we have law enforcement and advocates who are observing that interview. We're taping the interview, obviously, because we need to do that to preserve the evidence. We want to be able to observe the child or the person who's being interviewed to see how they're acting about certain things. And then we want to be able to interface with their interviewee to say, hey, can you ask about this? Can you ask about that? So that is a part of the Sunshine House. We have a counseling room where we have outside counselors who are available to come in and provide counseling to family members and to victims. So it's sort of a one-stop place where a number of different people who can help victims of child molest and child crimes deal with the process. We have a medical examination room. So if need be, and there's a sexual assault and there needs to be an examination done, which is often one of the things you need to do, we have a facility available to do that, and we're working with local hospitals to have trained people, because in the past in Tuolumne County, when you didn't have a person available, you would have to take a victim of a sexual assault and drive them down to Modesto. And perhaps even further than that if the situation warranted. And we don't want people having to leave the county, drive in a car for hours. That doesn't make the situation any better. And we want to be able to have a facility so we can have them here. We can do it quickly and do it in the most comfortable way as possible. We have a conference room, so when we meet with the multidisciplinary teams to talk about the case, what more do we need to do to help with this prosecution or to help with the victim to deal with the situation, then we have that conference room that we can meet. And then, of course, lastly, we have the court support dog program, which takes training. These dogs are just not ordinary dogs. They go through very rigorous training, as do the handlers. Cassandra Janicki, who's one of the deputy district attorneys who actually put together this slideshow program, and she is Stuart's handler. And then Christine Miller in our victim witness program is Ann's handler. So we have some priorities in the coming year, and one of them is paperless case operation. So you saw all those files that were in there. It takes a lot of person power and a lot of county resources to buy the paper, to buy the folders, to put these things together, to carry them to court, to carry them back to court. And We have a system that was implemented years ago, a court operating system that gives the ability to go paperless. And we're going to go paperless. It's the way many counties are going. In the end, it will save the county money. Means that we can take the time and energy of our employees, because there's a lot of things that we have to do and we don't get them all done, like every department knows. So if we can reduce the amount of time that we're shuffling paper, we can use that time to do the other things that we need to do. And that's something that's starting to take place now. There's also a pre-filing diversion program that has just come into place in 2021, where certain types of crimes a person can go to diversion instead of getting a conviction. And that's something that needs to be done. And so we need, as an office, we need to look at that. We need to see how that's going to take shape. We need to talk to the defense bar and talk to the court and fashion something that's thoughtful, that's practical, but it's something that's going to take time, and we need to work on that. We need to work on the Sunshine House national accreditation. So Sunshine House is not nationally accredited yet. There's a number of steps that have to be gone through. A lot of it is paperwork intensive. It involves the same type of skills that are involved in writing a grant. There are advantages to having a national accreditation, and that's something that we're going to look at getting in the next couple of years. And then there's also a Project LEAD. Project LEAD is a project where funding from the state enables us to go out into schools and educate students, because I'm a believer that if you teach children in school about the impacts of crime, about social responsibility, I think that's a way to reduce crime by people having a better sense of their social responsibility. And we as prosecutors have a duty not to wait until someone commits a crime before we deal with them, but if we can go out and talk to the public and maybe share examples. This is what happens to your life when you make the wrong choices. Then I think that's a way of actually affecting some kind of change. And so Project LEAD is something where there's funding available, but we need to hire people to do that. We need to look at budgets. We need to look at how that impacts the county, if at all, because sometimes the money isn't always all there is. But that's something that we have to look forward to. As far as department needs in 2021, obviously we're looking for a department head right now. That's an ongoing thing. And also funding a second investigator, because as I've talked about with COVID and subpoena service and all the work that our one investigator does, he often doesn't get to do all that we need him to do. So that's those are some of our needs for 2021. That is my presentation, 30 minutes on the nose. Would love to answer. Yeah, exactly. I know. Got lucky there. Be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much.
Sure.
Questions? Okay. Supervisor Half.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, I have several questions and maybe a comment or two.
Sure.
Regarding serving those subpoenas, is it possible, or have you already been using private process servers for that?
So that's a good question, Supervisor Half. We have not. We're looking into that. One of the issues is there's potential liability issues. We found, number one, not all of the people we seek to serve subpoenas on are cooperative. And so there are issues of safety involved, and we want to look at that and see if there are any liability issues. A lot of times law enforcement would serve those. Other times we'd have community service people that work with law enforcement that do it. So there's a certain liability level, but we are actively looking at whether or not we can do that.
Okay. Just a comment here. I really like the addition of your comfort dogs in your program. That's a super addition. And so When did the children's shelter, I was there, you and I started with the county about the same time, 2000?
2000.
Year 2000?
Yeah.
And I was there when the Sunshine House was actually started as the children's shelter. When did it become the Sunshine House?
I believe it was 2019. Pardon me? November of 2019 is when it became official.
Okay. I love the conversion. I love the idea of what you're doing there. I was also part of the KIT team way back when.
Okay.
And I know what kind of environment it was to interview those children because I was there with them or behind the two-way mirror.
Yeah.
And I just want to applaud you for the improvements that you have made. They are incredible.
Thank you.
David?
Sorry, I have to
Hi.
get my composure here.
Oh.
So I imagine you have some sort of a plan for converting to paperless. I know the initial thrust to convert all of your paper into paperless is a big deal. Do you have a plan put together yet for how you're going to do that? Least cost, least amount of time, all those things considered?
Sure. Yes, we do. Our operating system is called Carpel, and it's an East Coast based system, and it was designed initially to go paperless. And we have a retired annuitant in our office, an attorney with some 30 years experience, who worked in the Merced office. So he was there when Merced got Carpel and then ultimately went paperless. So we're using him as an advisor, mentor, if you will. So how the process works is we have someone from Carpel come out and literally show us what things we need to be doing. So now our attorneys have hotspots because there's always an issue of Wi-Fi. And you're talking to someone in me who relies on my 16-year-old son for all technical things relating to the internet. And so I'm learning as I go. But we have hotspots. And so attorneys are going to be able to go into court, use the Wi-Fi through the hotspot, and actually input information into Carpel, which puts it into various aspects of Carpel. So we'll be able to generate calendars. We'll be able to send charging documents electronically. We're collecting all the police reports that we get. There's discovery. There's a number of things that we're bringing them in. We're going to be scanning them into the system, and then we'll be able to send it to defense attorneys on electronic form. A lot of the paper aspect with a file is going into court, and the judge makes an order. Something happens in court. We need to not only write down what happened, but when's the next day that it's going to be in court. And those are all things that we're going to be able to input into the system there on the screen, and we'll also be able to access police reports and sentencing reports and things. So what's happening at the end of this month is that Carpel representative is coming out, and we're planning now for the time that they're here. What do we need to do now to get ready for you to be here? And then this person's going to come in and talk to our support staff, talk to our attorneys, show us how to input this data, and we're going to learn how to move it from place to place. So in the foreseeable future, and the plan is, 6 months or less, to be able to go into a courthouse with a computer instead of 2 briefcases and be able to, when the court calls the case, press a button, up comes the screen. If we need to look at a police report, we get to the police report if the judge has a question. And then when the judge says, all right, we're going to continue this case to March 31st at 3 o'clock, we type that in, and that will generate a calendar. So it's a training from Carpel to us, and then it's us actually rolling up our sleeves and doing it. We've already gone semi-paperless with our juvenile cases. So where we used to get reports and come in to court with files sometimes 3-4 inches thick, now all those reports are already on our computer, and our juvenile deputy is already going into the courtroom with a computer and able to access that. So we have a definite plan in place. We have steps of what we need to do, and I am told there's going to be a little bit of a period of time of adjustment, and we still have to adjust with the court. We need to adjust with the defense bar to make sure that everybody is sort of on the same plane, if you will. But yes, we do have, long answer to a short question,
Yeah.
we do have a set plan.
Okay. So it sounds like, at least for the adult cases, you've already started with the juvenile, that you're going to pick a point in time and move forward. And my question, I wasn't very good at asking it. My question was the backlog of, all those files we saw. Is there a plan to convert those, or are you just going to leave those in paper form and move forward from a certain point, date and time, and move forward with paperless?
So I think there's probably going to be a blend of that. I think there are certain cases, it really depends on where the case is. So I think if there's a case that for whatever reason in 2018 we filed the case and then the person left town, and so nothing has happened for those 2 years, that will be a relatively easy case to convert to that digital format. Another case that is very close to the end, perhaps they're approaching sentencing, then to go back and put all that into digital form isn't going to be cost effective. So that's something that we're going to look at what makes the most sense. There is going to be a period of time when we have 1 foot in the 20th century and 1 foot in the 21st century. So there
All
will
right,
be that
thank
time
you.
period.
And then my last was just a comment. I really like the forward-thinking and preventative nature of your LEAD program.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we're excited about it. It's something we really want to implement.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
Eric, thank you for your presentation. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you? Oh, okay. I learned a lot, so that was good. It was very helpful for me. I, like Supervisor Half, very interested in the going paperless, and the efficiencies of that can mean a tremendous amount. Also liked what I just heard you say regarding maybe not going back and converting everything, because there's a certain point where it costs more than is worth the effort.
Yeah.
Very interested in the Sunshine House. Our children just have such a traumatic experience already. To be able to do that type of program, how it's all laid out there with the various spaces in there is excellent. Stuart and Ann, excellent program, kids, adults, or otherwise. I was a little interested in if you have a rough idea on what the Sunshine House is costing per year and what you might be able to achieve with accreditation. You said there might be a chance for some funding there.
That's a good question. I was speaking to Ginger Martin, the head of the Victim Witness Program, and she was explaining that to me a little bit this morning, and I'm still understanding it myself. What I gleaned from our conversation was that national accreditation would enable us to offer services on a broader scale, which people would pay for, which would then provide an income source to the county. But that's about the most that I got from our discussion, because it's something that we're in the very early stages, and that was something that her and Laura Krieg were working on, and so I'm not up to speed on that, to be frank.
Okay, well that sounds good. If we can order additional services, sometimes do you have enough staff to do that existing, or would that also require more staff if we started ordering?
Right. My understanding is that the process to get there has to do with a lot of paperwork, and it has similarity to grants. You have to jump over a number of hoops that the organization that does the national accreditation wants, and that's an issue of whether we have the time in our office or whether we need to go out and find someone like a grant writer, like a professional grant writer who would do that, and then we need to look at what is the cost to that and what are the benefits. Let's talk about what can we really get from this, and then decide whether or not there's funding we can get from that. I've talked to Ginger about my idea that there's a number of people in this county, retired people who have skills. I know that's a fact. The issue becomes whether we can entice or cajole or whatever somebody who has that particular set of skills. And that's a discussion that we need to have, because obviously there's economic factors involved, and we need to look at the realities of those. So that's a goal. We know that from talking to Ginger that there are benefits to that. Now I need to have discussions with her about what does that really look like, and then come back if there's an issue with funding, then that's an issue that we come back and talk to the board. Victim Witness has been very good at looking for alternative funding through grants, and that's something that Ginger's done a great job, and we will take a serious look at that.
Well, very good. You know, whatever we can do as a board to keep that program going, enhance it, it's just wonderful to have.
We're not shy about asking, and so we'll look at it, yeah.
Thank you.
You bet.
Mic on? There we go. I'm having such AV trouble up here. Eric, thank you so much for being here again today, and thank you for all the hard work of yourself and the entire office. It's really great to see just the not only amount of effort put into, I think, prosecuting crimes and keeping bad people off the streets, but also the effort to, as Supervisor Goldenberg mentioned, get the kids before even those crimes happen and get them onto a right path and have a, I think, humane and empathetic program of, even I can see from the spaces you interview them in, talk to them, making sure that that's a space that's comfortable for children throughout what is probably a very traumatic process. So, we're all probably suckers for the dogs as well as an easy sell to us. That seems like a really great program through there. I just had some kind of specific questions to maybe learn a little bit more. You mentioned, pursuing potential for diversion programs. Mm-hmm. I was wondering what groups that covers and what potential might there be to expand diversion beyond what's currently being done.
So right now, there's already existing before 2021, there was mental health diversion, which deals with people who commit crimes and have serious mental health issues. And that's a very complicated situation because there's different levels of mental health, different levels of crime, and there has to be a reasonable, safe solution on the backside of that if you're gonna have someone be diverted. Now there is a program with misdemeanor cases that can divert any number of cases. Elder abuse can be diverted. Theft crimes can be diverted. A lot of categories. Drug cases can be diverted. And the realities of this profession is that we have to look at practical solutions, and prosecuting everyone, taking them all the way through the criminal justice system with all that entails isn't practical. Mm-hmm. So we need to take a hard look, and I'm speaking as my own personal opinion, we need to take a look at what crimes are we prosecuting and what alternatives are there. And so this is something that just started in January. So it's something that the courts are the system has been in place for a long time, and we've had diversions come and go. But the bench and my office, as that particular portion of the criminal justice system has been used to doing things a certain way. And I'm fine with changing that. I'm fine with looking at, a theft crime. Is this something that we need to put a person all the way through the system versus giving them an opportunity to make amends, to change their lifestyle, to not have a blot on their record? Elder abuse is something that's very special to me. I've been doing all the elder abuse cases for 19 years. And as I tell people, as I get older, it becomes more special because I'm getting closer to being one of them myself. But I look at elder abuse as a crime that can be diverted, and my first reaction is, wait. Is that something that should be? But I think there are places for it. There may be someone who committed an act against an elderly person, and there may be all kinds of issues, the financial issues of COVID or some kind of interpersonal relationship. And we have to, in order to not continually expand the amount of people going into the criminal justice system, find an alternative where it's reasonable. And so it's something, what I mean to say is it's very early in it. I think we need to be realistic. I need to be realistic. But I also want to be thoughtful. So it's something, I think the people that should be sitting at the table for that discussion should be the bench, as the people who would or would not sentence and see that. I think the defense bar as people who deal with defendants who commit those crimes, and prosecutors need to sit at a table and hammer out a good program that makes sense, understanding that even with that idea, those parameters, there are still going to be people that fall in and out of that. It's not a box that everybody fits into, but I think the concept of it, it's here, it's the law, and it makes sense. So let's look at it, let's fashion a general principle to it, let's start applying it, and let's be prepared to be flexible, because if we can turn someone around and make them not commit any more crimes, then we have to do that. That's our responsibility to do that, and it would also reduce some of the burden on the court system also.
Yeah, and I remember you presenting to the Commission on Aging. This was quite a while back, back on the campaign trail. I know that elder abuse is an issue that you're very passionate about, and you spoke with, it was very clear it's something you really care about as well. So to be able to give some of those people a second chance, I think really says a lot for sure.
Yeah.
Specifically, what about some of the subgroups or subcategories of crime or demographically, for example, veterans groups, homeless people, unsheltered populations? Are there any diversionary programs specifically available for them or could be developed for them?
So there's a veterans diversion program that is available. It requires funding, so that's an issue that we've dealt. There's not an ongoing existing veterans diversion program that in the county, but it's something that we've talked about. It's something that the bench is aware of, and I think it's something that we need to sit down at the table and flesh that out more. As far as homeless, there isn't anything, but I think that's something that I'd like to have a further discussion on that, because again, a lot of the things that they do, homeless people, some of the crimes that they commit are sometimes crimes of necessity, but they have a very severe impact on local businesses, and that's something that we need to protect our local business people too. So we need to find a solution, because if a homeless person goes into a store and takes items and then we prosecute them, you're not getting anything out of the prosecution necessarily, because they don't have anything to give. You're clogging up the criminal justice system, and you're not protecting the business people. So there needs to be a group of people to sit down at the table and really talk about some hard truths. And I think that's something that needs to be business leaders, civic leaders, prosecutors, defense attorneys, and talk about, because I don't have the answer. I just know that our local businesses, with the changes of the law and how theft is being, it's not being decriminalized, but the penalties are lower, and it's creating, in my mind, an incentive for some people to keep going back and steal. And I'm not in favor of going back and making it harder and harder. I think there needs to be a talk about what we can do, because we need to support our local business people also, and they're the victims of that. So it's a problem, homelessness being one of them and not all. I'm not implicating homeless people, but some of that happens, and so these causes and effects are intermingled, and I think our office needs to be a part of a group that sits down and talks about what can we all do, including our office.
I think that's great. I would love to be able to see that conversation happen and what comes out of it. And as you mentioned, I think we're talking with animal control. There is a big difference between your dog gets out one time and your dog gets out 6-7 times in a year, right?
Yeah.
People make mistakes, and it clogs up the courts, and it's expensive to put them in a jail. And then there's the other people who, regardless of the crime they're charged with and the penalties, are just continuing to do it. And being able to separate those two, and I think have leniency and outcome-based one for the first, and be very swift, which I think your office is with the second ladder there. I had a question related to the foster youth program and how that might compare to what exists in other counties, CASA, which is court-appointed special advocates for some of the people listening, and what your opinions might be on establishing a CASA organization here. And I realize, too, with many of these, it's not just with the DA's office, of course, it's with the Judge Council and other entities as well. But
Right, well, and that's something that I'm not really well versed at. And so I don't want to give you an answer where I'm just pulling things out. I don't know. I know with our juvenile program and our dependency program, we're very proactive. I'm not familiar with CASA, and I apologize that I'm not. But it's something that we are always looking for. What is everybody else doing? What's the best thing for the children in our community? And so that's something I will look into, but I don't have an answer for you.
great. I'd love to share some information on
Okay.
that, and
I'd
maybe
love to
we'll
get it.
follow up with it.
Okay.
I wanted to ask about the office, if there was any plans to move to a new space, if it's meeting people's needs, it's safe, it's professional.
Okay. So when I, like I said, when I first came here, literally to go to court, I would have to walk upstairs in the courthouse, and that was an interesting experience being in an old courthouse. We moved to where we moved to, and we were able to sort of spread out, if you will, and it's been, we've been doing it now for 18 years. There are times when a situation arises at court and the judge wants you there immediately, and Sonora High School is getting out. And so if you've ever been in that situation, you're not going anywhere anytime soon. But those are things over 18 years you live with. Our staff is constantly driving back and forth in our little county fleet, 3/4 of a mile there and back. All those are situations that we can live with. There are some issues with our building next door. Back in the day, there used to be a dry cleaner. And apparently I don't want to cast any dispersion, but I think there was some issue with environmental aspects associated with dry cleaners. And so for the last 3 years or so, there's been an agency that monitors the levels there. And my understanding is there hasn't been any problems. They haven't found any levels that are concerning. And so that hasn't been an issue. We are facing, in the next 6 months, the court moving to the new courthouse. And what that does is it takes that 1-minute drive, if Sonora High School is not in session, and it's now, if there's a traffic accident on Washington Street, or you have to go the back way and Sonora Elementary School is getting out, it's going to increase the amount of time that our staff, from attorneys to support staff doing documents, it's going to increase, double, treble, quadruple that time. And that's something that we, like everything else, it's a challenge that we have, and the day is going to come and we're going to get in our car and see how it works. But that is time that's down. And I tell my deputies, I tell my staff, if you're sitting in court, which attorneys do all the time, have work with you. So just because you're sitting and waiting, have work to do because you're being paid by the county. Make sure that they're getting your money's worth. Now we have that extra time span, and I don't know what that's going to look like because there is in the plan down the road that there's going to be another building at that complex that's going to have the public defender's office, the DA's office, and I think the California Highway Patrol. I don't know when that's going to be, and I can't rely on that. So one of the things I'm going to look at, or the person who becomes the district attorney is going to be, is there some sort of interim situation? Can we carve out a space there at the courthouse, or do we need to think of something else so that while we're on the job, we're working all the time? Downtime in a car isn't benefiting the county, and so I want to minimize that and maximize what we do. I don't know what that looks like, but that's where we're at right now.
Excellent. Thank you. It was mentioned you were citing some of the casework or some of the work that your office does. It had about, I think, 3,000 cases filed in the past year, of which I believe 42 were pursued, and I think it was 28 were convictions. Or
Yeah, those were that actually end up going to jury trial, yes.
Right. And I wanted to see, compared to other counties, how do these numbers compare? And this is only my assumption that those 42 would be the most not only important but kind of clear evidence cases that are out there. Is that a good rate? Is that a normal rate? Is that a below average rate?
I think if you look at counties of our size, you will find that there are counties that prosecute less cases, and not by prosecute, that's the wrong word to use, but go to trial. So there are counties that go to trial less than us, and there are counties that go to trial about the same amount as us. I would say that we go to trial a fair amount. And that's a product of when you say, you know, those cases are all clear evidence cases. Our job is to prosecute cases that we believe we can prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And the other side has their feelings. So there are cases that sometimes have to go to trial. There's no resolution for it. There's one way to have a case, well, one of the ways to not have a case go to trial is to plea bargain. And so our office plea bargains like all offices do, but we take a very firm view on crime, and I think that's what Tuolumne County has wanted and has expected, and so we go to trial as much as any county of our size.
Great, thank you.
And that's something that needs to be constantly looked at and evaluated. It's not something that just because it was like this, it should be like this. It should be something that we're always looking at what's right, what's just, and also what's in the benefit of the community. And so this is a discussion that you're talking about right now that we're always going to be looking at. Do we need to go to trial less? Do we need to go to trial more? Do we need to go to trial on this case or that case? It's a constant, ever-changing dynamic.
Great. And I promise last question.
Sure.
I know I've been monopolizing the time a little bit, but I really appreciate you answering a lot of these. The last one was you mentioned losing a welfare fraud investigator due to the budget cuts. I know that a big discussion in the state has been related to COVID relief fraud, and that we also have a prison up here as well. I know that there's been a lot of issues with that. How has that impacted your office, and has that in any way been affected by the COVID relief kind of issues we've been seeing?
So welfare fraud investigation is something that when we do it, we can bill for it, and that is an income stream that can reduce the effect on the general fund. So there's one aspect of it. Secondly, doing welfare fraud investigations has a couple of effects. One of them is in the process of doing the investigation, many times our investigators, during the investigation, the people who are being investigated pay up the money that they've owed the county. So there's a practical impact that there's X amount of money out there that has been received as a result of welfare fraud, and now the county is recouping that. The second part of that two-part is that by prosecuting people who commit welfare fraud, it sends a message to other people who commit welfare fraud, and that is, don't do it, you'll be prosecuted. By not having an investigator, because our investigator right now doesn't have time to do much of anything else but serve subpoenas. That's I hate to say it in an open mic, but that is the reality of it. And so those investigations that could be being done, that could result in people paying back the money they've taken from the county, or an example being made, if you will, and an income stream to the county, is simply not happening. With regards to the prison and that aspect of it, that's something that is being investigated, and that is something that when we do the investigation and the prosecution, that's something that the California Department of Corrections pay. We bill them for that. the last part of that question is, what impact has COVID-19 had on this? And, the prison, that's a different situation. From the standpoint of the county, I can only speculate that it's happening and we're not catching it. And I can't believe that COVID-19 has reduced that problem. Common sense tells me, again, speculating, that it's probably increased the problem, but we don't have the resources to go out and investigate it. I hope that answered that question.
That's perfect.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Great, and I'll just check in with Supervisor Kirk. Questions for the acting district attorney?
Yes, can you guys hear me? Is the IT fixed?
Yeah, looks like we're good.
Cool. Well, Eric, thanks for being there today.
Sure.
I don't want to take up too much time. I know a little bit about your department. I have, I think, 3 or 4 questions. The first one is, Gavin Newsom just signed into law AB 2147, which is basically, if you're a prison inmate and you go to a fire camp, your current or prior prison term, if you've already paroled and you've served your time, will be expunged if you apply for it. And probably you haven't had much time to think about this, but do you know how many of our violent offenders, an idea how many in our county would maybe be eligible to have their record expunged based under AB 2147?
The answer to that question, Supervisor Kirk, is no. I don't know how many people would be eligible for that, but that's something I can find out.
Okay. No, just curious how it might impact us locally, because I know, and maybe for some of the newer members on the board, I know when prosecutions take place, a lot of the time, you're looking at their several-page rap sheet and prior offenses, and many times it takes quite a bit of history to actually bring something, to the table and actually have a conviction. So it'll be interesting to see if that affects us locally with our justice system moving forward.
I would tell you if I can.
We talked.
Okay.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say that most of the people who are serving time at Sierra Conservation Center that would be eligible for that program are not local citizens. Most of the prisoners at SCC are people from elsewhere in the state. So if you're looking at people who reside in the county who would be eligible for that, that would even be a smaller number than what I'd be thinking of. Now, maybe if they're Tuolumne County residents who have been sentenced to prison and are serving at other prisons where they would be eligible for that program, then that's a different number.
Yes, correct. I think 98% of our inmates come from south of Riverside. So it was more of a local question, how it might impact just local people who go through our justice system locally. But more to come on that.
Okay.
We've talked a few times about the investigator, and could you just refresh my memory? I know during the budget we cut a position, but I believe that position was already vacant. Are we, is that position looking to be filled, or is that something that needs to be discussed at future budget meetings to bring that second position back?
So we received approval for a part-time investigator at the last budget. And we have flown that position now for over 6 months. And because it's a part-time position, because it's not a benefited position, we have had one applicant during that time, and suffice it to say that applicant would not be someone that we would hire. And so to go 6 months in a position where we've received no bites, if you will, that's something that we're struggling with, and we're looking at alternatives. A little bit like Supervisor Haff said with subpoena servers, we're looking at whether there are any other kind of alternatives where we can get somebody into our office who can, one, assist our investigator in what he's doing, but maybe looking at whether or not that person can do welfare fraud investigations. And, because we can bill up to $100,000 a year in welfare fraud investigation, but you have to have the person doing that. And so right now, we are unchanged from where we were when the budget was passed in terms of getting another investigator. And that's something that I've started talking to Ms. Riggs and Eric Earhart at the CAO's office about whether or not there are any alternatives, whether they're viable, because there are realities, fiscal realities in all this. And so it's an ongoing discussion, but that's our status. We have nobody else right now.
Okay. And then kind of two comments, Supervisor Brandon, just because you brought up CASA. I know early in my first year in office, I was approached about CASA, spoke with the DA, some other folks, I think even the Yes Partnership. So there has been some discussion. I'll look up a folder and maybe share with you some information. But again, it's one of those things where it's not just a board thing. It's a lot of stakeholders to make that happen. So I'll share that with you and can CC Eric on that as well. And then my last final comment, Eric, is just thank you guys, your team, for all you do. Working in corrections, I always deal with, the person who's convicted and inside, but the mess of lives that are ruined through the process, the people who are violated and the victims, we don't ever see those. And I know your office deals with them on a daily basis. And so just thank you guys and your team for what you've done, the things you guys have implemented to make it a safe space. And really, that whole ACES thing is really gaining traction. It's real, and it really impacts lives and societies for years ahead. So thank you guys. And anything you can do to make strides in that area, you have my full support. And I think we'll be having some more discussions this year about ACES in general with a lot of departments. So thank you guys for what you do.
Well, on behalf of all the people in the district attorney's office, because it's not me, it's all of them. And on behalf of them, thanks.
All right. And yeah, everything that I was going to thank you for or congratulate or highlight you on has been discussed. And I just am extremely, our county is extremely well served by the district attorney's office. And, in particular, victim witness, I think is a model for the entire state. For a county of our size to have those kind of resources is something really special. I've met Stuart. I don't think I've met Ann, so I'll have to come by and say hi, because I'm always up for a dog visit. But yeah, and thank you, Mr. Hovetter, for your advocacy for elder abuse. There again, it's something that's known all across the county that this is something that you've contributed a lot to, and in general. We don't typically think of we think of the law as, I'm going to wax philosophical here for a second, so forgive me, but we think of the law as being set and fixed and that it's set in stone, but it's not. It's written down on paper, but it only exists if we enforce it and if we are true to the principle that the law applies equally to everyone. And the district attorney is the defender of that principle, that the law is sacred to functioning in our society. And so you stand and you defend. You're the attorney for all of us, for the entire community and for the principle that we operate on. And it's a critical step in the process. Between an arrest, there has to be some process to make sure that, and it's your number one priority that justice is served. And I think justice is served extremely well in our county, and it's a great testament to the work that you do. So I hope that when you return to your office, you'll thank all the staff and the attorneys, the investigator, everyone working hard to make sure that justice is served and keep our county safe. And make sure that the victims of crime have their say.
Thank you. I will do that. I will go back and give them your thanks for those of them that haven't been listening, because they are the people that do the work, and they're unsung heroes. And like you said, Chairman Campbell, it's a very sacred responsibility that we have, and you can do it wrong. You can do it wrong if your heart's not in the right place, and it's too important to do it wrong, and that requires flexibility now more than ever, and it requires a strong belief in what you do, and I think the people who are in that building and up at Sunshine House have those thoughts in their hearts and in their minds, and I'm proud as all heck to work for them.
Well, thanks very much. Before you leave, I'm going to check and see, do we have any public comment? It looks like we do not have any public comment at this time.
Okay.
So I'll thank you very much. And we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene at 10:52. Welcome back to the meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors for January 15th. This is the special new supervisor orientation meeting. And I see that we have our fire chiefs in front of us. So I'm very eager to hear what you have to say.
Well, good morning, Chairman Campbell, members of the board, county staff, CAO Riggs. My name is Nick Cashy. I'm the unit chief for the CAL FIRE Tuolumne Calaveras unit, and through cooperative agreement, the fire chief for Tuolumne County Fire and Groveland Community Services District. With me to help present today is Assistant Chief Andy Murphy, who is in charge of Tuolumne County Fire Department. And then I also brought for introduction behind me here, Lauren Munson, who is our Division Chief in charge of Baseline Conservation Camp and Fuel Reduction Work in Tuolumne County. And then Deputy Chief Charlie Blankenheim, who is the Deputy Chief of Operations for Tuolumne Calaveras unit. Deputy Chief Blankenheim will be one face you will see familiar in the event that we share duties. He'll either be here with me or in my absence. So I just wanted to take that opportunity really quick. Thank you. So as we get started here for the presentation, I wanted to start off with the mission statement for Tuolumne County Fire Department. And the Tuolumne County Fire Department preserves life and property and promotes public safety and fosters economic growth through a commitment to prevention, preparedness, response, and recovery as an all-risk emergency responder and leader in the community. This mission statement supports the Tuolumne County mission statement, provide exceptional services that create a healthy and safety community, exercise natural, cultural, and financial resource stewardship, promote economic prosperity, and enhance quality of life. With that, I wanted to share with you also the mission statement of CAL FIRE that's in support of both of those, and that is to serve and safeguard the people and protect the property and resources of California. So although all three different, they all are in line with each other in supporting what I think is the vision for Tuolumne County as outlined. As we go in, I wanted to give you a brief history of Tuolumne County Fire Department. And Tuolumne County Fire Department was created by board action in 1977. If we go back a little further, the relationship between CAL FIRE, or what was formerly known as CDF at the time, started all the way back in 1930 when there was a fire engine purchased jointly between CDF, Tuolumne County to respond to both structure and wildland fires in the county, and it was stationed out of Stockton Street in Sonora. As time progressed and in through the 50s and 60s, additional engines were added in Groveland as well as Twainhart. And as it came into 1972, a study was completed by both CDF and Tuolumne County on rural fire protection in Tuolumne County and recommended that the Board of Supervisors create County Fire Department. And that brings us to 1977 when, through cooperative agreement, Mono Village Station was staffed, Engine 511, and ran an estimated 230 calls its first year in service. That station's still staffed today, is running about 1,978 calls. So as we enter into our formally, our what would be our 44th year of a cooperative relationship, as much as CAL FIRE is the fabric of Tuolumne County Fire. I think it could be said that Tuolumne County is the fabric of CAL FIRE as we go back all the way to 1930. So with that, just some brief statistics in regards to what County Fire is tasked with. We cover an area approximately 2,200 square miles, protecting over 55,000 residents and visitors through fire prevention, education, enforcement, and emergency response. And this area is outside of fire protection districts, community service districts, City of Sonora tribal lands. But however, we work cooperatively with all fire agencies in the county. And I want to take a moment to talk about that relationship with our local cooperators. In rural fire protection, we depend on each other through automatic and mutual aid, which we have a Tuolumne County automatic aid agreement that, paraphrasing, says we're going to send emergency response resources to help each other or that are closest in an effort to provide the community the best response. And so whether it's Tuolumne County Fire, a CAL FIRE incident, or we're supporting, or another local district has an incident, it's going to reach out and touch all of its surrounding entities, regardless of patch, to help contribute towards mitigating that. And the relationship we have with the local fire chiefs and the outstanding job they do is extremely critical, I think, for all residents of the county, regardless of what district that you live in. With that, CAL FIRE has the primary wildfire protection authority for private lands in Tuolumne County. And then our cooperator with the U.S. Forest Service is the primary wildfire protection authority for the U.S. Forest Service lands.
All right, good morning. As the chief introduced me, I'm Andy Murphy. I'm the assistant fire chief for County Fire. Thank you very much for having us here today. What I want to go into next, and there's some pictures there on the screen, hopefully the members of the public are able to view it as well, is Tuolumne County Fire Department is 58, currently we have 58 volunteers, plus 26 full-time equivalent funded positions. So that doesn't mean there's 26 people, those are the positions. So, and we'll get into that in another slide as far as the seasonal positions that are included in that. But those personnel, the 58 volunteers and 26 career staff, are a reflection of the community. They're veterans, they're retirees, they're students, they're parents, they're children, and they're locals. The vast majority of our career staff also are local residents as well. So of those 58 volunteers, I wanted to highlight a couple of different programs that we have in the County Fire Program. Some of you are familiar with it. We have 5 Fire Explorers. So that's through the Boy Scouts of America, a program that we use to get students younger than 18 interested and involved in the fire service, where they could start learning some of the skills and requirements of being a firefighter. We have currently we have 7 student firefighters at Columbia College through an agreement that we have with the college at the college fire station, which is Tuolumne County Fire Station 79, through an agreement with Yosemite Community College's district. We have 6 what we call volunteer residents. Some other agencies in accounting call them interns. It's the same. They're there. They get a small stipend. They run calls. They work shifts. They're a firefighter. They clean. They cook. They fight fire, and they're learning. It's a learning environment for them. So that kind of takes us through getting them from the point of high school to a career. Some of the personnel, some of the volunteers and explorers and different folks that are involved in the department want a career in the fire department and fire service. Not all of them do. Some of them just want to help their community. And currently, on top of that, we currently have a class following the COVID guidelines of 7 new volunteers that are currently attending training to become volunteers. And that academy, we call it, is going to last about 5 months, a couple of nights a week. About half of those 4 months are on weekends, and they commit a lot of time to get certified. I just recently had a conversation with somebody about volunteer and career and the difference. The training's the same. The same requirements are the same for volunteer and career, the initial training and the annual required training. So they put in a lot of time
and dedication for their community. So the chief mentioned cooperative fire protection agreement, and we'll go into this a little bit more in another slide, but basically the authority, you know, in government, the authority comes from somewhere, some code or some law. So certainly the Public Resources Code allows CAL FIRE to enter into cooperative fire protection agreements with local government. And on the flip side of that, the Health and Safety Code allows local government to contract with CAL FIRE to provide fire protection. That's where that relationship is authorized in the code. The Schedule A agreement that the County of Tuolumne has with CAL FIRE provides for oversight and administration of all operations of the fire department. And we'll break that down a little bit more in another slide as well as what that means. As part of that, or in addition to that, the Public Resources Code also allows local agencies to enter agreements for what we call Amador agreement, which is the staffing of the CAL FIRE stations when they're not funded by the state. So basically what we used to call off fire season or in the wintertime period. Currently, the county provides funding to staff the Groveland CAL FIRE Station, Twain Harte, and Blanchard, which is Don Pedro. And the county pays for, as part of that agreement, the county funds the firefighter one position, and the about 25% of the rent and use of the engine and the facility, and then the state funds the remainder of that, as well as the operator of the engine, which is either a captain or an engineer.
So just to expand a little more on the cooperative agreement that Chief Murphy was talking about, all operations, administration of the department are handled by CAL FIRE. Oversight of the volunteer firefighters and 11 volunteer stations. We do currently have a captain position funded for the training of the volunteers, which is crucial. As Chief Murphy said, the training demand for volunteers is at such a high level that the coordination of that is a full-time job. We have the oversight of 3 county employees. So with that is 2 fire inspectors and investigators and an administrative assistant. The agreement also includes Chief Murphy's position as the assistant chief, 1 heavy equipment mechanic that handles all of our fleet maintenance on our fire engines, 2 training captains, 1 through an agreement with Columbia College, and then also staffs a portion of the personnel in our emergency command center. The emergency command center does provide dispatching for all of the Tuolumne County fire agencies, and the cost for those services, Tuolumne County Fire pays for the personnel to provide that. We have the 2 career staff stations that encompasses 2 fire captains, 9 fire apparatus engineers, and that would be Mono Village and Jamestown. And then the Amador engines, as Chief Murphy was talking about in regards to Blanchard or Don Pedro, Twain Harte, and Groveland. The benefit of the Amador agreement for the county is that during the time that it is staffed through transitional staffing or peak fire season staffing, those stations are running the calls in the county of all risk nature that are funded by CAL FIRE. And so the ability to continue the year-round fire protection through the Amador agreement during the time which those stations would normally be downstaffed comes at the cost of a fraction of the personnel plus some of the operating expenditures, and is really a benefit to the county because the infrastructure is already in place in the communities where we feel the coverage needs to be. With that, just to expand, at any point, some of our facilities that we do normally close down for the winter preparedness month, which seem to be getting shorter and shorter as we're in January, and it's probably going to be about 70 degrees today. We have the ability to open those up at any time should we feel the need in support of the state mission or the county mission, and it's that cooperative agreement that gives us that opportunity. I'd like to go to Chief Murphy here to discuss the organization of County Fire a little more.
So we talked on the slide that Chief Cashy was just discussing, the operations and oversight of the operations and administration of the fire department. So I just wanted to go over, hopefully kind of briefly, about what that includes. So on this chart here, it shows administration, operations, prevention, communications, fleet, and training. And so just wanted to highlight a few things, and hopefully, well, there's another document if you haven't, that we provided in December. I think it's on your hard drives And it talks about what's administration. So the one administrative assistant, and there used to be more than one. There was as many as 3 personnel in the administrative office of TCFD. This one person provides all the clerical, budgeting, finance, volunteer firefighter, personnel management, and logistical support to the 12 fire stations. And together we're working on a better increased transparency and efficiency in the operations, in the administrative operations of the department, and that includes website improvement. You may have seen it, hopefully have seen our social media presence. And we also, and the county is, you're likely aware, is moving more to the use of the OpenGov product, which will allow us to utilize what the public really is expecting, is the ability to do things online, especially now, as we know with COVID, how much that's going to help with that. The Prevention Bureau, we talked a little bit about at the last board meeting. The Prevention Bureau provides a safer environment for citizens. I'm reading their mission statement. It just is great, and it really brings it all together. The Prevention Bureau provides a safer environment for citizens by preventing loss of life and property caused by fire or explosion through public education, enforcing the fire code, laws, and ordinances related to fire and life safety. And that's really the meat of it. That's what the fire department is about, really, is preventing those fires. And then if they do start, or emergencies, we respond. Part of that response we talked about on the previous slide in the operations. So on the list is the communities where we have fire stations, Ponderosa Hills, Long Barn, Pinecrest, Mona Vista, Crystal Falls. I should have worn my glasses. Cedar Ridge, Chinese Camp, Moccasin, Smith Station, Don Pedro, Mona Village, Jamestown, Columbia, and the agreement with Miwok, we have an engine assigned there. And it's really everywhere throughout the county. We talked about the 2 career staff stations. Together, they ran over 3,400 incidents last year. The 3 Amador stations, Groveland, Twain Harte, and Blanchard, ran over 1,900 incidents last year. That's throughout the calendar year, not just the Amador period. And then the 2 other CAL FIRE stations, Standard and Green Springs, ran over an additional 1,200 incidents last year. And you really see, as Chief talked about, the fabric and and how CAL FIRE and TCFD are interwoven, really a team throughout the whole county. And we've seen a steady increase in calls. We had a slight decrease last year. We believe that a big part of that is for the few months that folks were in lockdown. They weren't out and about. We really saw a decline in responses with people not coming up in the springtime or being out and about, and the less reliance on the emergency services, less calls. Also, I think we believe part of that is the Sheriff's Office implemented the emergency medical dispatching and call triaging, which has been effective to send the right resources to the right calls and make the fire engines available for true emergencies. I want to talk also briefly, we talked about training. The one funded position, the other position is funded by the college for the oversight of the college fire station. We talked about the mandated and annual training, the monthly training he assists with for the volunteer fire stations. It's a big commitment for the training bureau. The beauty, and that's another beauty about, and we didn't want to get too much into it, but the beauty about the CAL FIRE, the cooperative agreement is, it's not just the one position that helps with county fire training. There's 2 other fire captains that are funded by the state and the supervisor, the battalion chief, that assist with that bureau. And that's true with all of these items that we have talked about. Also, real quick, I wanted to, one more time about fleet, the one mechanic and what the fleet is. We have 11 utilities with an average age of 14 years, 22 fire engines with an average age of 22 years, 6 water tenders, and this includes a 2018 water tender. Their average age is 22 years. We have a fireboat up at Pinecrest. We have snowmobiles. We have a skid steer that the county received on a California Climate Investment Grant, and also the breathing support, which the board approved to purchase a new breathing support for the one that's out of service. That breathing support serves the whole county.
So a quick snapshot of 2020 and the incidents that were within Tuolumne County Fire Department jurisdiction was 5,479. We just wanted to provide a quick breakdown so that you could see what the calls were. So of those 5,479 incidents, 3,932 calls were for medical assistance, 95 vegetation fires, 40 structure fires, 459 other type fires, 200 hazardous materials or firemen as standby incidents, and 754 other type incidents that aren't classified above. So those are the resources serving Tuolumne County. That does not include the automatic aid that was provided outside of our jurisdiction, and again, that seamless process of working all together with the other fire departments. That call volume is pretty significant. It's definitely a task with the staffing that we have, but we do it with pride and we do it regardless of patch. So the last slide we have, and again, the presentation is designed to have dialogue and answer questions, but we wanted to go over some of the goals we have for TCFD going into 2021. Our first one we have listed is work collaboratively with county staff to approve the Tuolumne County Fire Department strategic plan. So the document of the strategic plan would outline a roadmap for the fire department for the next 5 years. And with that, collaboration would become kind of the guiding document that we have as an education tool as well. That document's in draft form, and we're looking forward going into the spring and working with county staff and your board to get that approved. The next item we have is working collectively to continue work on fire prevention majors, which include life safety hazard inspection funding, hazardous fuels reduction work projects, and defensible space inspections. So we have adopted, and one thing that has become very much more apparent as the fires have gotten bigger and more severe and are more year-round now, is that our prevention efforts and our suppression efforts or response efforts will always work better when combined than one standalone. So focusing solely on suppression is not going to be as effective as if we focus on prevention and suppression, because the strategically placed fuel break or the defensible space inspections that occur that make the homes hardened to wildfire are going to provide us better odds when we do have to respond. And so that priority for us is extremely important, whether it be through the life safety hazard inspections or through defensible space or fuels reduction work, that seamless piece, and not to blend too much of the other side of CAL FIRE into this, but we work together. And that strategic placement of the fuel breaks, Chief Munson behind me is a point of contact that coordinates that. And a great example of some of that collaborative work is the skid steer masticator that Chief Murphy mentioned, purchased on grant for the county, is 100% operated by CAL FIRE heavy equipment operators. And so it's our personnel, the county equipment, and together we have the dual mission of reducing the fuels that are a benefit mutually to both agencies. Outside of that, we want to continue to support county staff in pursuing sustainable funding source for Tuolumne County Fire Department to ensure organizational vitality into the future. And going into 2021, that's a huge priority for us to assist, help, and be very transparent in the situation that County Fire is presented with in securing that we can maintain the same level of organizational excellence we have now going into the future. We want to continue to work cooperatively with local cooperators to ensure the best level of service is provided to the community. And I can't say enough good things about my local government cooperator partners, the meetings we have every month, the issues we work out, the support that's offered to each other. It's great to be part of such a great group. We want to continue to support our volunteer and paid staff in meeting the needs of the public with the highest level of customer service and professionalism. Extremely important to us, especially with COVID-19 now, the exposures of the employees to these medical aid calls. In addition to that, the longer burn periods for fire season now almost being year-round, it starts to wear on the employees, and our volunteer staff are right there with them every time answering the call. And so it's really a focus of us to make sure that as chief officers and leadership in the agency that we're supporting them in continuing to meet that mission for the public. And lastly, we want to build a shared sense of trust with our elected officials through communication, transparency, and education. And another way to put that is we're really looking forward to developing those relationships and making it very, very clear through that communication of your fire department for the people that you represent and what that brings to the table, as well as all the services that we provide, and able to answer those questions and work through this evolution as we go into 2021, whether it be funding, response, or any of those issues that come up, we're in a position of service. So with that, I don't have anything else. Chief Murphy, do you have anything? Just like to offer it back to the board for any questions.
All right, questions? Supervisor Goldenberg.
So, thank you very much for the presentation. Obviously, I've got a background in the fire department, including working here. So I'm pretty understanding of a lot of the complexities and the challenges. I'm very much in favor of moving forward, looking for the sustainable funding, the long-term planning for the future. Where we ended up on the fleet is disturbing, you know, the age of the fleet, and how we got there, it's in the past. We need to move forward and see what we can do, and you know, with a lot of caution that we don't end up in a similar situation, you know, that we're constantly replacing over time, so we don't have our whole fleet, you know, so aging at one time. The volunteer staff is always an issue. I know when I worked here locally, it was probably about double that, if not more. And the dynamics, you know, the people that volunteers has changed. There's not too many Doug Clarks, you know, out there anymore. You know, so it's we lose those family-based, community-based volunteers for various reasons. A lot of it points to the training, you know, the training requirements and the workload, the call volumes, you know, increasing quite a bit. But I'd like to really hear, you know, what I know that there's constant drives to, you know, to recruit and do volunteers. Got 58 now, got 7 in the mix in the academy. I'd like to explore, you know, what else we could do. I know in the past, a long time ago, the stipend was a little bit of a, you know, inducement. And there's a lot of volunteers that come on. They're looking for a career, you know, obviously in the fire service. But so let's keep exploring that, bring to the board, you know, ideas. And if there's a cost associated with that to increase the strength of the volunteers, we should look at that, you know, to see, you know, what we can do, because that's, we're heavily reliant, you know, on the volunteers. So, yeah, you know, no specific questions here, but just things that we need to explore and look at moving forward, you know, to.
If I could speak briefly on that.
Sure.
Supervisor Goldenberg, certainly in 2013, the County Fire Department was awarded almost a $500,000 volunteer recruitment and retention grant through FEMA. It's a SAFER grant. FEMA has a few different grants. We did apply for it again last year, and we'll be applying for it. There'll be an item within a month or two whenever it opens back to the board for approval to submit again. So what that enables us to do, and some of the things that we did during that, it was about a 4.5-year grant period of performance. We were able to do movie advertisements and radio announcements and in the newspaper. That grant also provided some relief to the county fire budget, and that it paid for new recruits' personal protective equipment, which is over $5,000 for one volunteer. It paid for their physicals, it paid for training, it paid for computers in the fire station. It was a lot. It was a real help. We saw about 100 over that 4.5-year period. We had recruited about 100 volunteers, but after that period of time, our numbers had only gone up about 10. So we were losing some, and we were gaining some, but we were losing more. And since that time, so what happens is, you know, and I think most folks know, the demands of modern day society and the workforce demands and free time, and it's changed, like you said. And so right now, currently about a third of the volunteers that we have don't meet those minimum standard response requirements, which is important to have requirements because so that folks stay up to date on their life-saving stuff that they do. Those are things that we keep in mind. We try to bring them back, but certainly we're always looking for methods to recruit and retain volunteers. And as you mentioned, the stipend, I believe, hasn't changed too much since it was first started a few years ago with the grant. I believe there are some things we can do there. I think we also have a plan, if funded, for focusing on folks that want a career in the fire service, because that seems to be, that's why we think the transition is, or the period of time they're committed is short, is because they're doing stuff to get a career. But if we can keep somebody for 2 to 5 years and hopefully, you know, pay for their academy at the college or their EMT training as part of that, we feel that's a worthwhile investment. The long-term 40-year volunteers like Doug Clark are few and far between. We believe they're out there, but you know, getting the funding, and we'll discuss further, but having the funding through the SAFER grant or other means to do that retention part and the recruitment part is certainly vital. We'll always need volunteers in Tuolumne County.
Yeah, and absolutely, we can't relax on our standards at all on the training. I mean, that, you know, is for the employees' protection, is for the protection of the public, you know, so as tough as that may be, and it does hurt us, you know, in the case of, you know, retaining the volunteers, but so we just keep exploring what else we can do to try and increase those ranks. So thank you very much.
Thank you both for your presentation today. And I'm hoping that we have a lot of public watching too, because I know from the campaigning that I've done, probably the other 2 new supervisors, we heard a lot about how important fire is in this community, and people, they're apprehensive about being the next paradise and so forth. So it's high on everybody's radar. So thank you for that presentation. I do have some questions. So Columbia College, how, with the classes that go through there and the graduates, what is our percentage rate of retaining some of those graduates here locally? Do we get much, or do they kind of disperse throughout the state? What are the statistics, if you can remember, on that?
I don't have statistics, unfortunately, Supervisor Half. What I do know from being a part of the fire program, and I went to the fire academy at Columbia College in 1994, and that a large number of the folks that go through the academy are from the area, maybe even as far south as, you know, LA, the Bay Area. It is a regionally known fire academy, and so it draws a lot. Plus, it's in Columbia. Everybody loves Columbia and to go to school there. So, what a beautiful place. And so, through the student firefighters that we have there, I believe that most of them are, of course, they're living here while they're going to school, but a large percentage of them are from out of the area. And once they complete the program, if they're not hired by one of the departments up here, then they, you know, would likely go back to where their residence is. But we can find out. I think that there used to be, if you go to the Columbia College Firehouse, they had a list of where students have attended or been student firefighters there and where they've gone, and the list is large, and the value of that program and how it's influenced fire departments all around the country is pretty impressive.
All right, thank you for that. I'm just interested in knowing how we can better retain, if possible, some of the graduates, because they're right here while they're living here and going to school. And especially with now, correct me if my understanding is not right, we've lost the base camp. Is that correct for Sierra Conservation Camp? We've lost most of that. Is that correct?
I'll clarify. So as it's evolving with the January budget that was released by the governor that still has to go through the May revise, we did have baseline conservation camp, which is separate than Sierra Center. If you think of Sierra Center and CAL FIRE's participation with the forestry training program, that's where inmate firefighters are trained and then dispersed to all of the inmate firefighter camps throughout the southern region. Our unit has oversight of that facility. For the baseline conservation camp, under CDCR budget cuts, it was depopulated. However, those positions remain for CAL FIRE because it was a joint venture through cooperation through the inmate program. In the May budget revise, we are slated to convert that camp to Firefighter 1 hand crews. And so the camp and employees, and that is the conservation camp that Division Chief Munson oversees, is currently preparing, should the May revise be approved by the governor for a final budget, to support Firefighter 1 hand crews out of that facility. And it's what would be referred to as a repurpose. That being said, as it relates perhaps to the entry-level positions that we're discussing in the county, although CAL FIRE is the employer, it's going to add several entry-level positions and could, in theory, be a very good starting point for those folks that are going through the training programs in the county right now, whether it be the college or other means, to get a seasonal position with CAL FIRE. So it's been very evolving in regards to what it's going to look like. And although my hopes are high with the January budget, we always have to make it through the May revise to make sure that the funding's secured. But we're preparing for that. And it's going to be a huge resource, not only for the state, but as a replacement for the inmate crews that we lost out of that camp.
I appreciate that clarification. And please let us know how this board can help you with the May revise and letters of support. It's very important.
Thank you.
So something important to bring awareness to the public. I noticed that your incidents overall, the breakdown for medical, and I figured it was about 72% this last year. And I don't think that's really well known within our community, so I just wanted to highlight that. And then final comment, I'm just looking forward to working with you and the board on the hazardous vegetation management plan that hopefully we're going to come up with this year, and long-range planning. I'd really like to start the long-range planning for wildfire preparation, mitigation, all of that. We need to do more in terms of not what we're going to do this year, but what we're going to do long-range. It's important to me. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you bringing that up. I think the communication is key. And what I'd like to offer, and I'll work with the county administration to perhaps set it up, but with new board members in place, new chief officers as well, I'd love to be able to do a presentation short of the Tuolumne County fuel reduction work that is taking place, the Tuolumne Calaveras Unit Fire Plan, and then just to also touch that efforts that we have in working with the county OES in obtaining project funding and projects that benefit the county, as well as both fire safe councils, is really huge. And I think we could communicate that better to bring everyone in the loop for specifically in your district what's taking place, and then also have it as a point outside of that initial communication on what specifically do your constituents want to see that perhaps we can see if we have a joint venture of obtaining. So thank you.
Brian.
Chief Gasky and Assistant Chief Murphy, thank you. Appreciate the presentation. It's very informative. And thank you for, everything you do. One of the first things I did when I decided to run was actually attend one of the last community rebuildings up in Paradise. You might have heard this before. I talked about it a little bit. But seeing the paint cooked off the metal, the glass in grocery stores melted across it, there's probably, besides volcanoes, no single more devastating natural disaster than a mega fire. And, thank you for doing everything you're doing to protect our community. I think back, to my district, largely historic. It's beautiful. Everybody loves living in Columbia. It's absolutely true. It's irreplaceable. A lot of that, if it burned down, would be unable to be rebuilt for various reasons, and it would be a tragic loss. And so everything we can do to, I think, echoing what Supervisor Half mentioned, plan long-term, be able to make sure when we lose the baseline camp there, we're able to replace it with something equal value, continue the fuel reduction. And I want to also echo a strong interest very soon looking into the hazardous fuels mitigation plan and what we can do to support that. Not for, I think, most people who try to take great care of their yard, do a good job, but that 0.1% of properties that really put their entire community at risk. A lot of these fires don't just come from a forest burning straight over a house. It can be an attic fire, it can be a spark, structure fire leading to something like that. So I have a lot of interest in that as well. Just a couple of questions. More compliments. I wanted to say thank you for the online presence. You are doing a really great job. I think a lot of departments at the county and us ourselves, we can take a lesson in being able to be transparent and share a lot of the wins and let people know the hard work that's being done. And really great job pursuing the SAFER grant again. That's fantastic to increase, I think, volunteer firefighter ranks that we have. I wanted to ask, what opportunities are available for those watching to be able to volunteer with our fire services right now? How would they go about applying for that?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Brandon. So as we mentioned, we did just start the new firefighter academy. I think there's still enough time that we could settle some makeup dates to get what they missed. They've started on the first week of January, so they can call for Tuolumne County Fire. Even if they're not in the jurisdiction, we can direct them to the right agency. Number is 533-5118. That's a 209 area code. And they can join or start the application process. So, and then we recruit year-round. So we do one academy, and we're trying to work to do two. Of course, that takes a little bit of funding, frankly. And so, but we're working on that. Part of that, too, one of the things that we're trying to do with that is mirror it after the CAL FIRE required training, so that if completed, that the new volunteers would remain volunteers, but could get on the employment list for CAL FIRE and other agencies that require that training. So the other part of being a volunteer is we're not just looking for axe-wielding, breathing apparatus, donning personnel. We're looking for normal people, right? So they can also, other positions besides volunteer firefighters, they can be a water tender operator, which is a huge asset in this county, being rural and less than 10% of the area having hydrants. Huge. And the current volunteers that we have are doing a great job, but we certainly need more. They can also, once they complete the training, they can be EMS responders and just respond to medical calls. But everybody has to complete the initial training.
Great, thank you. And that, I think, touched on some of the other things I was also curious about is, how might we be able to help with recruitment? There's a lot more, I think, tools available, especially with social media and online. This might not be a question, but just an interest in anything I think myself or maybe the board can be able to do targeted advertisement. And how do we get especially more young people who want to serve their community, want to help out, get in front of them so that they know what's happening. Anything that we can do for that, I'd be very interested in. You also mentioned that there were other positions, of course, besides having to be on the front line there, busting down doors or, being an engineer on the machine or apparatus. Now, most of those positions or all those positions still require the hazardous materials training, right, and the full level of training that a normal firefighter would receive, correct?
That's correct. I did want to mention in there too, as well, as there is a huge, especially since the Paradise Fire, I think we all know there's been a huge desire of the public to help. So if they don't want to, and we believe there's a lot of folks that want to help the community, but not go through that 5-month training and the 80 hours a year or, throw the breathing apparatus on or go to medical calls, because a lot of people don't like that. But they want to help their community, and that's where we want to talk about CERT. CERT is happening in several communities throughout the county, and I certainly encourage folks to reach out to that. CERT is a community emergency response team sponsored by FEMA and the local agency that is getting some progress here in Tuolumne County. So certainly CERT is a great avenue for those folks that are interested in helping their community. And then what they do is they can do things. There's Twain Harte has a CERT that flies drones. They could do land a helicopter. They could help the sheriff or law enforcement with traffic control. They can bring out coffee and supplies to firefighters on a rainy day on a structure fire. They really do help the community.
Absolutely. Thank you for mentioning them. I think that's a really great opportunity for people to be generally involved and helpful in a lot of these situations for all kinds of teams. One specific question I had was, I got a fairly large district. People are all spread out, throughout it. And it's not all national forest, and that presents a challenge in some of the more rural places, especially given that most of your calls are for medical service. That many, for example, just because of their proximity, or if they have a heart attack outside of the range of likely survival for that. I think specifically about, for example, Tuttletown, and what your opinion might be on trying to implement some type of solution of maybe, and I'm speaking out of my element just as best as I can try and keep up, but with like the Type 6 kind of quick attack vehicles or a part-time person, instead of having a full fire station for some of these very rural areas, at least something that can respond quickly to small fires and medical incidents.
Yeah, I think specifically, but probably more on a broader scale, evaluating the county as a whole, the current stations we have, the viability in that strategic plan, and what the priorities would be going forward, and doing that assessment would take places like you just said and give a good analysis of what it needs to look like and give us a target of how to get there. And so I think for us as stewards of the program, we're interested in any option that's going to provide the best level of service for the public. And then obviously the hard part always becomes is how do you obtain that? But I think that anything we can do to provide information, to give that analysis, to determine that, we'd be happy to provide.
Thank you. Perhaps when the discussions of a long-term kind of plan for that, I would love to be able to revisit that. Folks out there, that it's a real concern, and it's not anybody's fault except that we don't have the resources close enough to them, no matter how fast people get the call and efficient. So I really appreciate your answer. I wanted to ask just the relationship you mentioned working with local districts, tribal governments. In what ways, being that Tuolumne County Fire has a lot of resources compared to many of the small districts. Both of the two major local districts, Jamestown and Columbia, in my area, I think face financial struggles to an extent in providing that. How does Tuolumne County Fire work to support these local districts in being able to get the equipment and staffing that they need?
Well, Jamestown being under or in an agreement with the county fire, that's what gives us the engine there. It's primarily county funded that provides the greater Jamestown area, and will also be the engine that responds into Columbia for assistance outside of the Columbia district, fire district. We, as the county fire, through the automatic aid agreement, that's where we provide resources in aiding these other districts should they get a call, and they provide the same for us. With that, one example is the dispatching costs for all agencies in the county, even special districts, is borne by Tuolumne County Fire budget. We dispatch about 54% of the calls out of our command center in San Andreas are for local government calls in Tuolumne County. And even then, the part that the cooperative agreement brings to the table is the personnel costs still remain at only 19%. So with that, that's something that the county does and provides that to our cooperators as a means of you ask, what else do we do in support of? That's just one example. I think if I had all of my partner chiefs in here, we could spend the rest of the afternoon explaining what we bring to the table for each other. But really what it comes down to is that the barriers aren't there, that if one of our partner districts calls and needs something, we're going to send it. If there's an issue where they have limited staffing due to COVID exposures, as a partner, we're going to do whatever we can to help assist, cover them if needed. I mean, those are the kind of dialogue that we have. So it may be something that's kind of hard to put an exact measurement on of exactly, well, what exactly you bring to the table, but I think that cooperative attitude and all the resources we have, we'd have to keep a tally throughout the year of in kind, you know. So, I mean, take the long way to that, but just an example, no matter what, through automatic aid, it's designed to be reciprocal. But through automatic aid, as you know, it's not going to be a like for like in kind every single time, because there are going to be busier areas or there are going to be less busy areas. So.
Great, thank you. I think the last for me is just, you know, in looking forward, how can we be able to, as a board, I just like to remind everybody that, you know, we're all in our first terms up here. I think this is a time and an opportunity to try and think differently about maybe some of the long-term structural challenges we face and what we can be able to, you know, adapt and do differently and pivot to. You know, some things that have come up, you know, to me in the past is the, you know, Jamestown Fire Facility, and, you know, what quality of service that's able to provide everybody there, whether it's you know, adequate to the need, or setting up, I think, a larger or fuller station at, you know, Columbia College, looking at the fuel abatement ordinance. Anything like that, resolutions to support these grant funds so that we can put the full weight of, you know, our support behind that. I think those are things that I'd be interested in, you know, hearing about, potentially, you know, seeing introduced for discussion up here. And I think, you know, at least for me, that's the position where I think we should be at, is in that idea space of how do we think differently about some of our older problems, maybe figure out a new solution or finally get around to an older solution. So thank you so much for presenting. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm going to check in and see Supervisor Kirk. Did you have any questions for County Fire?
Yeah, just a quick point of clarification, if you guys can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Hey, Chief and Murphy, thank you guys for being here today. Real quick, and you may have already said it, but I just wanted to confirm. I know I believe we got that 13-man crew last year, maybe it was 2 years ago, with the emancipation. Again, is that being shared statewide, or is that just shared between, I believe it's 2 or 3 counties? Can you just clarify that?
So the fuel reduction crew that we have, I believe is what you're referencing. They are funded solely for fuels reduction work and is used in Tuolumne and Calaveras County. However, through the ordering process, should they be needed, an example would be the Santa Clara Lightning Complex had a need for a crew for post-fire rehabilitation and water barring. They could be requested, but on a daily basis, primarily those crews are working in Tuolumne or Calaveras County serving the unit. The crews that we will be getting in replacement to the inmate crews that were depopulated will be fire response and the same. They'll be stationed out of Baseline Conservation Camp, which will most likely be Baseline Fire Center, at which time those crews will do the work in both Tuolumne and Calaveras County shared. And then outside of that, they will be available for response statewide for the fire mission during the summertime. With the closure of Baseline, just as it relates to the crews and just a little more detail, Vallecito Camp within the Tuolumne Calaveras unit has inmate crews, and those inmate crews will be now splitting their time between both counties to ensure that we're represented in both counties for projects in the administrative unit for CAL FIRE. A little separate than County Fire, but as far as the resource goes, on a daily basis, it should be a benefit to one of those 2 locations.
Yeah, thank you. And so it sounds like, I know, like we said, CDCR inmates at Baseline are going away, but with the replacement with CDF staff, are those staff full-time, as in will we still be able to maybe utilize them locally with some of those the mastication crew that we have, will there be some overlap with those two crews?
Yeah, all of our fire crews, when not on assignment, will be engaged or with the goal of being engaged on fire mission projects, which would be those types of fuels reduction work. So one other component outside of the county, and again in the January budget, but still has to go through May revise, would be the addition of 3Cs crews to Tuolumne Calaveras unit out of the Stockton Delta Center. And those could be a potential another asset for us using that on fuel reduction work when not on fire assignment. So again, the best way to think of it is those crews are there for fires, and when there's no fires, then we're gainfully employed on meeting the state mission in that two-part approach of the prevention efforts with fuel reduction.
Cool. Well, thank you guys for what you guys do. And, I've hit you guys up before with different ideas from constituents regarding CAL FIRE in some of the districts. And I always appreciate you guys being transparent and always open conversation, even to some of the tough conversations. And I think like some of the other supervisors said, just being transparent, open, providing the community with our successes, on a constant basis. Just because we have a success today doesn't mean we can't talk about the successes ongoing with, like that, for instance, like that, a mastication crew. I mean, that's every spring, summer, when those guys are out there clearing lines or, doing work, it's something good for our local community to know about, to know what CAL FIRE brings to the table. And I also appreciate you guys talking about the collaboration that you guys have with some of the districts, because I know, that everybody's got their kingdom, and I know there's some personalities in play, but I appreciate that when people need help, Tuolumne Fire, CAL FIRE, everybody, is working together. That's what I'm hearing. So I appreciate that, and looking forward to another year and working with you guys.
I think Supervisor Goldenberg had another question or comment.
Yeah, just a brief follow-up, and you largely answered it, Nick, talking about the Firefighter One crews. Obviously, CAL FIRE made a substantial investment, in the shaded fuel breaks and Fire Safe Council and other efforts in the county, and a lot of monetary, coming from the grants through CAL FIRE. And so there's a lot of concern. We're going to be able to maintain those. And how many crews are you hoping to try to have in the center?
The exact number still hasn't been given, just projections. So I could have a better answer for you for final approval. I believe it could be anywhere from 2 to 3, but that would be based on very preliminary information until we see what the final shakeout looks like. With that, right now, Vallecito, again, the inmate population continues to struggle, but we are staffing 4 crews at least, sometimes 5 when we have the numbers, and then potential for 2 fire crews out of that Stockton Delta Center as well.
Yeah, and that's very encouraging, to hear the availability of some Vallecito and perhaps the 3Cs. Yeah, hopefully there'll be good support from the governor and the legislature on that. And again, if I think Supervisor Half mentioned it, if we can assist, perhaps a letter or something to encourage, support of those, please reach out to us and we will.
Thank you. And just one more clarifying point, as a unit with 2 conservation camps up until recently, we've had the benefit of just being able to say this is Tuolumne County's camp to do the work, and this is Calaveras County's camp to do the work, and then we would go out and be successful. And so with the situation that we've been dealt, the change in thought becomes then we look more collectively as one unit, as both counties, so that it's even throughout. So there was contact to sponsors the inmate fire crews, the amount of work they do for community service outside of fires is exponential, and a lot of it goes unseen. But we still want to be able to maintain and contribute towards that work, and so we're just trying to maximize what we have in order to do that. But it is definitely less than what we had, but we're looking forward to trying to get back to where we were possible.
Most appreciated. Thank you.
All right, yeah, well, thanks very much for your presentation. Obviously, it's always a pleasure to have our chiefs here. Yeah, and this is going to be a very significant year in terms of guiding what our community wants to see in terms of fire safety. It's not lost. I mean, I know without needing to be told, but constituents never seem to miss the opportunity to tell me that they are very concerned about fire safety in our county, and I'm sure they don't miss an opportunity with any of us. And so it's not lost on anybody that's probably the number one thing that people mention. And so it's going to take a lot of coordination. And the successes that we have seen, I think, in our county, successes and near misses, let's call them, have been a result of planning and the fact that we recognized that there were dangers that existed, and we took steps before there was a fire to help mitigate those risks. Supervisor Half mentioned having a countywide fuels reduction plan and and I think that's a fantastic idea. We need to start looking at that. And when more is being asked of fire resources in our county fire, more needs to be, you need to turn around and ask for more as well. And any kind of improvements we make, it's going to require more resources and allocating resources in different areas that we may not be used to. And so it takes buy-in from the community, and I'm hoping that over the course of this next year we can really have a frank discussion about what is needed and understand that it's going to take changes. It's going to change the status quo that we've been operating under for a long time, and that's not always an easy thing to do, but it's a discussion that we need to have. And I think that we have the right team to do it in CAL FIRE and in the brave guys that are out there fighting the fires and who we have here today. So can't say enough about you in terms of what you've done for our county. I'm a big fire fuels reduction guy, as you know, and so I think that we're a model for the state for what can be done on a shoestring budget, frankly. So keep up the good work, and please, when you talk to your crews, tell them how much the work that they're doing is appreciated. All right, thanks very much. I'm going to check real quick to see if we have any public comment. And we don't have any public comment at this time. So I'm going to go ahead and break for lunch. So we will return at 1 o'clock. Supervisor Kirk, are you with us?
I am here.
Awesome. Okay. So we're returning from our break for the meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. This is a special board meeting for a new supervisors orientation. We have the Department of Probation here with us, but before we get to them, I'm going to look to Heather. Could you please read the public participation phone number instructions?
If any member of the public would like to comment or submit questions on any of the topics presented today, they can call 209-533-6581 for verbal public comment.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Is this on? Or? Oh, you've got control. You are the chair. So, good afternoon, Chair Campbell and members of the board. I am your Chief Probation Officer, Dan Hawks. Pleasure to be here today to give you an opportunity to ask us questions and hear more about our department. We love to share. Also with me today, I have our Juvenile Hall Superintendent and Division Manager, Annie Hockett. And I have our business manager, Amy Arndt, and they will both be sharing as well. Not with us today is Joelle Kewish. She's our adult division manager. She had an engagement she couldn't postpone, so I will be presenting some of the adult information as we go here. Just wanted to let you know our mission is to serve the court, protect the community, restore victims, and change lives. And you know, as we have there, the serve the court, I think is something that's worth pointing out. We are a unique department in that traditionally the chief probation officer is appointed and removed and answers to the superior court. And we still do that. We work very closely with the court, but I'm actually have a board-appointed chief. I'm the first board-appointed chief in this county. The Office of Chief Probation Officer was established in 1905 in our county. I'm the 13th person to hold this position, and I'm the first one to be board-appointed. And pleasure to be here, and I'm happy to serve. I also want to congratulate you in your taking your board positions, and thank you as well for the service you guys provide. You know, these are challenging times for our county, and it's not an easy task, and for each of you that are willing to step up and, you know, do this, it takes a great deal of courage, and I want to thank you guys, especially the new members. Look forward to working with you. Not that I'm slighting our existing members or experienced members. We have our mission statement up there, and it's to promote community health and safety through prevention, intervention, treatment, and detention services. We enhance judicial decision-making through juvenile and adult offender risk and needs assessments. One of our primary mandates is to provide written recommendations to the court, and so I think we provide quality reports and recommendations that are unbiased. We are also enforcing the court's orders and sanctions. When individuals are granted probation or ordered to do various things, we are the ones that carry out that function for the court. We provide the enforcement end. Without accountability, there's no reason. You can make all the orders you want, but without having that accountability piece in place, you know, it means nothing, and so that's what probation tries to do. So we also cherish the opportunity to engage in prevention, intervention, and treatment, and we work collaboratively with many agencies. But having that opportunity to work with clients that are justice involved, people that are at risk of committing future crimes or potentially the ones that are committing many of the crimes within our county, we have the opportunity to work directly with those individuals and try to change lives and prevent future crime. So we're also striving to move supervised individuals towards lawful behavior and self-sufficiency within the community by connecting them to jobs and services and working with other service providers to help support those efforts. We also serve victims, and many of our reports, we are required and we always strive to make sure the victim has a voice so that the court understands the victim's perspective, and, you know, also any sort of monetary damages or court orders associated with being a victim of crime. So what have we been up to lately? I've been on the job for 259 days, but who's counting? And since then, well, we have launched a fully operational pretrial program. We use validated risk assessment tools, one of the best out there, really. It provides a validated score to judges on a person's likelihood to commit a future crime or to remain crime-free and to make all of their court appearances. But anytime anyone is booked in the county jail on an offense that they'd be held in, our pretrial program we immediately works to provide that information and other necessary information regarding a person's eligibility to be released on pretrial. Then we also supervise those people. And when we have individuals that are at a higher risk, we also supervise them using GPS and other tools at our disposal. So what else have we been up to? Probably our biggest accomplishment this year so far has been the ability to increase revenue to support our juvenile facility, the Mother Lode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility. I'm pleased to talk more about that, and Annie will, or actually Amy and Annie will both be talking about where we stand with that. Amy will provide an overview of where we stand with the budget, and our revenue picture looks much better than it's ever looked with that facility, and that we are moving and striving towards a more regional facility, and I think we're accomplishing that. We've also established a social media presence. We have Facebook and Instagram. I'm not a social media person, but I know some of you are, and I think it's been a great opportunity for us. A lot of what we do is confidential, so it's a little bit of a challenge. We can't necessarily get out there to the extent and talk about the specifics that we do, but we've been using our social media platform to acknowledge the great work that our department does, and whenever we can, we post, and we do that with a variety of different staff that volunteer to do that. So we're pleased to have that out there. So now we'll turn it over to Annie Hockett, and she'll talk a little bit about our juvenile division and Mother Lode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility.
All right, well, good afternoon. We'll jump right in. So this slide that you see up here is our juvenile team. I would say we're small yet mighty. We have 4 full-time deputy probation officers, 1 part-time deputy probation officer whose position is grant-funded and is serving in the role of a school resource officer. We have a behavioral health clinician as part of our team, Heather Albertson. She shares her time equally between working with youth detained at the facility and then out of custody youth. So we are so grateful to have her. But probably our most popular member of the team is Gus. Gus is our canine officer who joined the team in November. Him and his handler, Aaron, came over and has just been an incredible asset. We have a lot of kids that do struggle with issues of addiction. And so Gus is trained in the detection of all major categories of narcotics. So he's been a huge support to our field operations. He's also trained in the detection of firearms. So we're really happy to have him and Aaron. So the juvenile division provides a wide array of services, and I'll talk in detail about some of these components as we progress through the presentation. But I want to start by just pointing out that we do strive really as best we can to try to divert youth from entering the system altogether through prevention and early intervention. So we participate on a number of community groups and initiatives aimed at identifying youth at risk early and trying to link them to supportive services. Some youth do require the need for a secure detention to really ensure their safety and the safety of the community. When a youth does rise to that level, we work closely with our juvenile court and all those key partners to conduct thorough risk assessments and safety assessments and ultimately make the best recommendation we can about how to support that youth and really prime them for successful transition to adulthood. We work with youth on formal probation. During that, our juvenile officers are obviously very involved, monitoring their progress and services. And given the complexity of the cases we deal with, we do respond to a lot of crisis. So our officers are often called by school or family or the individual youth needing some support in kind of a heated moment. And while it is somewhat rare in the probation department, we do at times have to place children into foster care if that's the only safe option to ensure their safety. What guides all of our work really is the belief that kids can make behavioral changes, and such changes can really drastically, put them on the right trajectory to be successful adults. We don't ascribe to the belief that they're just kind of quote-unquote bad kids, and that kids wake up and say, I wonder what I can do this morning to get in trouble. We don't believe that. We instead recognize that the kids we serve, we have to look at them through that trauma-informed lens, and recognize oftentimes they've developed some really maladaptive coping skills given the situations they've lived through. So there's a lot going on in this slide. I'll try to simplify it as best I can. But the system can be quite complex with a lot of nuances and intricacies. But essentially our process starts when we receive a report from law enforcement. So those reports can come from kind of local jurisdictions, your sheriff's office, SPD, but we also get reports from, state and federal agencies, CAL FIRE, Department of Fish and Game, National Park Service, CHP. So those reports can really come in from anywhere, and they can range from really minor traffic violations or citations to serious felonies. Certain offenses necessitate an automatic referral to the district attorney's office, while we have discretion with others. And again, if there's any type of ability to kind of divert that kid from the system, we try to do that. Most often during that diversion process, we're really linking kids to primarily mental health and substance abuse services. We can provide informal services, so if we feel that we can link kids to appropriate services in the community, but they need a little bit more oversight, we can't offer that, where a probation officer would be assigned, they'd be checking in with them, monitoring their progress. That is a voluntary program though, so some kids say thanks, but no thanks. If the situation does warrant a referral to the district attorney's office, we staff that matter with them. Their office ultimately makes that decision whether or not they want to pursue that matter through court. We have a great relationship with our DA's office, and I think they do really value our input and kind of our knowledge of some of these families, so we make a great team. If the district attorney's office does decide to file a petition or charges, that elevates it to the juvenile court. If there's an admission or a finding of truth, the matter is kind of referred back to the probation offices for preparation of a social report, and ultimately a recommendation on kind of where we should go from here. So our social reports are quite extensive. We attempt to gather as much information as we can about the youth and their overall functioning. So we're talking to schools, we're looking at grades, we're looking at disciplinary referrals. Does that child have any sort of special education needs that we need to consider? We're interviewing the youth, getting their perspective on what happened, talking to the family, obtaining information about how they're functioning kind of within that family unit. Certainly assessing for mental health concerns, drug and alcohol concerns. Dan mentioned that we also have a victim restitution component, so we will be reaching out to anybody impacted by that offense potentially, getting their perspective, and then providing recommendation to the court about possible victim restitution matters. And so overall, we kind of take all that information and then we write a report outlining what we think needs to happen in terms of services and possible recommendations. And that could include, commitments to the juvenile hall, foster care placement, a number of things depending on our assessment. So this chart kind of gives you a sense of kind of our current case distribution. You can see the majority of our cases are what we call wardship probation. So those are the cases that require the highest level of supervision to ensure the youth safety and the safety of the community. Case trends is something we certainly monitor, and they seem to kind of change over time. We, might have a period of time where we're seeing a lot of thefts, for example. We had a period of time where we were receiving a lot of reports involving battery on peace officers. We had an episode of time where we were seeing a lot of reports with kids making threats of carrying out school violence on campus. So we see these kind of trends, we try to evaluate them and respond accordingly. Currently, the trends we're seeing is a high percentage of kids with sexual offenses. So that's kind of what the trend we're seeing currently. Chief Hawks mentioned that our cases are confidential. So you don't often see the juvenile on the front page of the Democrat, which is probably a good thing, right? But I think that sometimes can color the community's perception of the type of cases we see. We certainly do see very complicated, very serious crimes and offenses. And so I think that's important to point out. So I remember Supervisor Campbell, you once said to be a good probation officer, you have to be part law enforcement and part social worker. And you're so right. We don't get high-risk youth to comply with services by flashing our badge and saying, you need to do X, Y, and Z. We have to engage with them. We have to work with the family. We have to show them that there can be a different way of operating this world. And so we take that task really serious. While doing that, we have to factor in that we're talking about an adolescent brain, and that's different than an adult, and so we have to adapt. And we certainly approach, again, all our cases kind of through that trauma lens. And I think if you look at that list up there, you can kind of see that balance of law enforcement, social work. So a couple of data charts. The first one on the left is just really a general kind of workload snapshot over the last 5 years. I would say for the vast majority, those categories haven't changed drastically with maybe one exception. You will notice that the amount of court hearings attended has really skyrocketed. That, in my view, and in looking at the data, is supported. We're having a lot more severe cases. Those cases take a lot longer to go through court. And then those cases often result in a juvenile hall commitment if the severity is that high. And those cases are generally reviewed in court fairly often of how they're doing in placement. The graph on the upper right, this is data prior to the juvenile hall being operational. And what this shows is the amount of group home placement days that probation youth were accessing kind of prior to the hall. And I bring this up because we're really proud of the fact that since the hall has been open, we have not placed a youth in a group home setting. We've been able to provide those really high level of services locally. The last graph on the lower right, this is a graph that depicts youth that have been in our facility with what we would call DJJ eligible offenses, Division of Juvenile Justice, or sometimes known 707B offenses. These are your most, severe: murder, attempted murder, rape, assault. So you can see that, and again, I mentioned this, we're seeing the more severe cases, we're seeing kind of those kids stay longer, and I think that makes sense when you look at those numbers. Chief Hawks is going to talk a little bit about some changes with DJJ, but I think we're in a really good position to adapt to some of those because we've been providing those services already. And we have not placed a youth at DJJ since the hall has opened. Okay, so I'm starting to talk about the hall a lot. Let's go there. Regardless of how one may feel about the decision to pursue this project, I don't think you can dispute kind of how far we have come in a relatively short amount of time. And we've really been able to do incredible things with this program. We went from this kind of patch of dirt to a program that's recognized across the state as providing kind of the best services you can get. It was a project that took many, many years, had a lot of people working on it. State funds were used to build this, as I'm sure you know, and we've received a lot of community support along the way, and so we're really thankful for that, and we're really proud of the program we provide. So this is our juvenile hall staff, and I'll brag about them a little bit later, but that will just give you kind of an idea of who we have working over there. I think all the points on here are pretty straightforward and probably a lot known, but we've been operational since 2017. From date of our first booking till December 30th, 2020, we processed 322 bookings. We have regional partnerships with Calaveras, Amador, Mariposa, and Inyo counties, and we will talk about kind of that utilization rate with those counties in a minute. We are a 30-bed facility. However, our staffing ratios, we cap at 16. So I think that's important to know. We talked about our staff. I talked about our behavioral health clinician. We also have a nurse on site. We see kids that come in with a lot of health issues, and we have to address that kind of right away. So we're really thankful for that partnership. We have a WASC-accredited school on site, and that's the Gold Ridge Education Center that provides just really top-notch education. That picture actually on the far right-hand corner is Judge Segerstrom speaking at one of our high school graduations. We're known for our programming. We're going to talk a little bit more about that. And all the pictures up here really kind of represent just our ability to kind of partner with some community agencies, volunteers. We have a group of women who make quilts for all the kids. That picture is up there kind of in the right middle-ish. Strong partnership with 4-H. So we've been able to create some really great connections for our kids. Just kind of some general stats: total bookings, average daily population, that highest point in time population. So looking at what when we hit kind of the top we've ever hit. So you can see all of those are essentially kind of increasing with bookings. We have seen kind of a reduced booking number because of COVID. I think that's pretty consistent across the state. People are reporting that. But despite less bookings, you can see that our ADP is still continuing to grow, our point-in-time population is continuing to grow, and our average length of stay, again, speaking to some of those more kind of complex cases that we're managing. We are a co-ed facility, so there's the gender breakdown. A little bit more of a dive into our regional partnerships. And you can see, pretty clearly how our utilization rate has increased. And I don't know if Chief Hawks is going to talk more about that, but I think this kind of stands on its own. And our partners are really, really happy with the services that we provide. So when youth enter our facility, we do lots and lots of screening and assessment. And this is a glimpse of what we see. These are all self-reported measures, so you can anticipate probably in reality these percentages are a lot higher. Kids aren't always completely truthful that first time that they come and work with us. And we see kids with just tons of needs, significant addiction issues, mental health issues, patterns of generational poverty and trauma, kids that are majorly credit deficient that haven't gone to school in a long, long time. I mentioned a lot of special education needs, and kids that have just kind of lost hope. They haven't been able to kind of see any other way of coping, and so again, they've maybe used some of those maladaptive coping strategies, and it's gotten them into trouble. So we work really hard to identify those needs quickly, wrap services around them, and support them as they kind of do that healing. So I think the board is kind of familiar with ACEs. I know Supervisor Kirk, I've heard him talk about it quite a bit lately. And this is something that we've been, I think, ahead of the game on. We've been doing universal ACE screenings for all bookings since 2019. And for those of you who are familiar with the ACEs research, you know that there's some kind of thresholds that are very scary. Folks with ACE score of 4 or more, you can see up there, higher risk of developing some health issues, 5 or more, 8 times more likely to develop alcoholism, 6 or more on average, 20 years lower life expectancy. And so those percentage you see under those thresholds are the percentage of youth that screened into that category in the last year. The ACEs experts, they have this term that they coin, what's predictable is preventable. So we really, hold on to that, and we know that we know our kids are at much higher risk of developing some of these kind of poor outcomes. And if we know that, we can adjust and, again, wrap services around right away. Here's a list of our programming that we provide. As I mentioned, we're really kind of known for providing high-level programming to all youth, not just youth that are there on commitments or, ordered by the court. Kids that are just waiting to find out kind of what may happen with them in their court process. So every kid gets all of the services we have. The CAMP program, so this is a program that this board oversaw the process of getting approved. We call it the Steps to Success program. We had our first camp commitment in September, and you can see that those commitments rapidly increase, I think. We only have 5 beds dedicated, but by October we were at 3, November we were at 4, and we continue to have 4 camp commitments in that program currently. Camp commitments are intended to be for kids with more complex needs. Typically they're on a longer commitment. We have them participate in bi-weekly MDT or multidisciplinary team meetings. You can see a picture of one of those meetings where we, have the youth come and participate and say, this is what's working, this is what I need help with, here's what we need to adjust, and the staff are right there with them to kind of support them. We also have them participate in our food service program, our work program where they help with kind of some maintenance, mowing the lawn, that kind of stuff around the facility. And we currently have several youth in the camp program where we're really focusing on that transitional planning. Where are you going from here? What do we need to make that support good and make that a good kind of transition? So this is our staff, or a couple photos of our staff. We know that the single biggest kind of prevention or protective factor, I guess I would say, for trauma is relationships. And our staff do an incredible job of developing relationships with these kids. We'll have kids that will just stop by. Hey, is my favorite JCO there? Guess what? I just got a job. I want to tell them about it. We'll have kids call there in crisis. Hey, I'm struggling right now. Can I talk to someone? So our staff are amazing. Very, very grateful for who we have over there. And I'll end with this. So back, I think it was June, obviously there was some discussion of closing the hall down. That really sent a ripple effect with staff, with our community partners, and certainly with the youth and families that we serve. And so the youth at that time wrote letters to the sitting board, and this is just one excerpt that I pulled from one of those letters, and I'll just read it. This juvenile hall has probably saved my life. I believe I would probably be dead by now from my substance abuse if this place wasn't to my access. This place, compared to other juvenile halls, is one of the only ones that actually rehabilitate the youth that come through here. The staff here have helped me in numerous ways, starting with my substance abuse and alcohol problems, and they have also helped me with my family issues and how to positively cope without drugs and alcohol. This place has benefited hundreds of kids that are in similar situations as mine. So I'll end with that and toss it over to Dan.
Thank you, Annie. A lot of good information there. And that quote, I mean, just to share a little bit with you, that was written at the youth in the facility when they were listening to the potential, possible closing of the facility. Obviously, there was a great deal of strain and concern, not just with staff, but with the youth as well. And we allowed them, they asked to write letters to the board, and it turned out to be a very, helpful experience for them to do that, just to get their opinions out there. But anyways, moving on. Adult division. This is our adult unit. It's made up of 19 individuals. 13 of those individuals are peace officers. We also have one full-time behavioral health clinician, which we are very happy to have, Sheila Redowdy. This is the supervision unit within the adult division. It's headed by our supervising probation officer, Shauna Kurzich. We also have senior probation officer, Anthony Johnson. He was the first armed probation officer in our county, and he's now working as a field training officer, sharing his knowledge. He's been part of our high-risk supervision team since its inception. And these are a great bunch of folks here, and they've worked very hard, especially through this COVID-19 experience. I don't know if the board is aware, but we pretty much had about a whole year's worth of early prison releases to our supervision, and it came within like 2 months period of time. And those guys have done a wonderful job in stepping up to the challenge and dealing with this unexpected onslaught of workload. So, services that are provided by our supervision unit. They supervise all of the mandatory supervision, our PRCS, high-risk felony probationers. Like I mentioned before, a big part of that is to make sure that we're providing checks and monitoring on individuals who aren't doing what they should be doing, and trying to get people into programming. We're very I don't want to say reactive. We're proactive, but we also do not tolerate non-compliance when individuals are first released. Our goal is to follow up and respond to that quickly, because we know that works best to get them plugged back into services. We want to give them every opportunity to succeed, but we also, especially with our higher risk individuals, work hard to make sure that they are in compliance. Now, so on December, I think one of the probably key things here that I'd like to touch on is that December 1st snapshot, we had 1,071 individuals, offenders, that were supervised by those 6 probation officers. So it's a lot to ask of a small number of people. We do it by being risk-based and focusing most of our attention on those that pose the greatest risk, and that's that. We have a clip here from our high-risk team, just to let you see who these people are and let them introduce themselves.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Anthony Johnson. I'm a senior probation officer assigned to the high-risk supervision team, comprised of probation officers and members from the sheriff's department. Here are my partners here I'd like to introduce to you.
I'm Officer Pedro with Tuolumne County Probation. Been with the adult unit for about 2 years now, and I'm currently in the middle of finishing field training to join this team.
And I am Officer Kurzich. I am the supervisor of the Adult Supervision Unit.
My name is Deputy O'Brien. Been with Tuolumne County Sheriff's Department for almost 5 years. A little over 5 years. I've been with the probation high-risk team for almost a year.
And so our team was established in October of 2011 with the passage of AB 109. And we've had several teams during that period over the years assigned to our team. And what our primary responsibilities are is supervising offenders that are released on probation, mandatory supervision, and post-release community supervision. And what we do when they're assigned to us is we complete a risk assessment, which places the offenders in a low, moderate, or high supervision level so that we can supervise them appropriately. Some of the things we do also is, once they're assigned to us, we conduct home residency checks. We do compliance checks to assure that they're following the terms of their supervision. And they're also, a lot of them are assigned to the Day Reporting Center program for cognitive behavioral therapy, which is an evidence-based program to help reintegrate them back into the community, and is one of our primary forms of rehabilitation for our offenders.
And we have attached some photos in the slide presentation for you to see what it is we come across on a daily basis: stolen property, drug sales, weapons, ammunition. So that will be available to you to see.
And there's just a little sampling of the stuff they do and they recovered. In addition to that high-risk supervision team, we also have a great number, we have a few officers that are also supervising all of the domestic violence offenders in the county by mandate. We have also a drug court program that we have an officer assigned to, and we also handle drug diversion caseload supervision and make sure that those individuals are getting into the programming that they're supposed to and adhering to the court's orders. So it's a lot of work for a small unit, but they do a great job and they're very efficient. So pleased to have them. So in addition to our supervision unit, we have our court unit. And these guys are equally awesome, we'll say. Back in the day, when the chief mandates that were surrounding adult probation services within the county level were primarily report-oriented, and the services provided to the court, over time with AB 109 and other things, responsibilities have evolved to also require that we provide proactive supervision. So, but this is one of the chief things that's always been a responsibility for the probation officer in the county, and I think we do an awesome job. You want to go to the next one? So, like I mentioned before, they provide unbiased investigation analysis to the court. And, a part of that includes the mandatory sentencing factors that the court must consider. And that also includes, in our case, we also include risk assessment information. Not just assessments about risk, but also about needs and, target areas that we need to focus on to help prevent recidivism. We also provide recommendations for rehabilitative services, but also orders relating to victims, as I mentioned earlier. One thing to note there is those 4 court officers, they completed a total of 667 detailed reports in fiscal year 1920. That's not abnormal. They sometimes are more than that. They also are in court almost every day. One of them is assigned to be court officer, and so just about every day. Sometimes we'll have two hearings that are scheduled at the same time. So sometimes we have 2 of our court officers in court, but in addition to being in court and representing the department and our recommendations, they're also completing an awesome number of reports for the court, and they're high-quality reports. We do a good, I've read other counties' work, and I'm very proud of the work we do. It's top-notch. So in addition to our mandates, we also provide a number of other services. You can't just address crime with punishment alone or incarceration alone. That would wouldn't be cost effective, wouldn't make sense. We deal with a lot of offenders and a lot of types of offenders. So we need to have lots of alternatives available for sentencing. And some of those this is our alternatives to custody unit, which also includes our pretrial services. We have our work release program tied to that, but we also have a little clip with our supervising officer, Kevin Parr, talk about that.
Hi, my name is Kevin Parr. I'm a supervising probation officer with Tuolumne County Probation Department, and I supervise the alternatives to detention programs. That includes the work release program, community service program, electronic monitoring, and most recently the pretrial release program. The first two programs, work release and community service, are basically programs that allow individuals to remain in the community rather than being detained in jail for an offense. They can stay in the community and they can give back to their community by helping probation department and facilities and other county agencies and nonprofits with work that they need done. One of the other parts of the alternatives to detention program is electronic monitoring. And I've got a couple of the devices here. We have two different alcohol monitors that we use on clients. One that is a secure, continuous, remote alcohol monitoring device which straps onto their ankle. And it actually, if the client consumes alcohol, it actually reads the alcohol that exudes from their skin. And then for clients that can't wear a bracelet on their ankle for whatever reason, we do have a handheld device that they can blow into, and they're required to blow into it at least 3 times a day, and depending on the client, we may require more samples from them, but it sends them a text alert telling them that it's time to submit a sample. They'll go get their device, turn it on, blow into it, and then it'll transmit the reading to us. And when they do that, when they blow into it, the device actually takes a picture of them while they're blowing and confirms that with a picture that we have on file here at the office of them, just to make sure that it's the same person. And then we also have the electronic monitoring GPS devices. This device also fits on the client's ankle. We use it for just generally monitoring certain clients, like our PRCS clients who have recently been released from prison. We'll monitor with GPS for 30 to 90 days just to kind of see what they're doing here in the community, where they're going. It's a great program because it allows a lot of our clients the opportunity to stay in the community and maintain their jobs, take care of their children, take care of elderly members of their family, continue working so that they can stay in their home. It's really a really good tool, and we've had a lot of success with it. The other program for alternatives to detention is the pretrial release. We've had a program going for a couple of years, but this year we began a program that was part of a statewide grant. We were one of, I believe, 14 counties in the state that got money for this program. And it allowed us to adopt a nationally recognized assessment tool so that we can assess people that are booked into the jail. We can assess their potential to successfully return to court if they're released, and their potential to successfully stay offense-free while they're out in the community. And so the assessment tool, it's a public safety assessment tool, looks at static factors like prior criminal history, prior history of violent offenses, prior pretrial failures to appear. And based on the person's history, when you score out the assessment tool, it'll kind of give you a score. The lower score meaning that they're more likely to do well in the community if we release them and return to court if we let them go. And then on the higher end of the score would be individuals with pretty significant criminal histories and a significant history of failure to appear. And those individuals at that end of the score are less likely to return. And so for those people, we would provide additional services to kind of help them, help make sure they get back to court and help make sure they're successful. And one of those tools we would use is the GPS monitoring, so we can keep track of them if they fail to appear in court. And then we provide them all with reminders of their next court hearing. So every time they've got it, the day before they have a court hearing, they'll get a telephone call that will, they'll have to answer, they'll have to confirm that it's them, and they'll have to confirm that they've received the call. You know, basically tell them you have court on this date at this time in this department. It's a really great tool. We really think that it's going to help make sure that a lot of our clients get back to court in a timely fashion. So that is the alternatives to detention programs.
Okay, and it might have been a little too quiet for some folks watching at home to hear that. Will this presentation be in the, so I think this will be included on the agenda items, so if people want to watch that video, they can go on to the county webpage where the board agendas live and watch it there. So.
The public can also contact the board clerk for any materials that they saw in a presentation but don't see online, and we'll be happy to provide.
Great. Well, that was good information, though, for those of us that could hear it. Oh, no problem.
And when we actually, put it up here before the board, it seemed like a nice to have our supervisor tell about his programs. He does a great job, and he's very proud of what they do. We could also answer any questions if anybody has any questions about that. If they want to call in during the call-in portion, we can certainly answer anything that they have about that. You just want to move on to the next one there. I mean, we covered all that stuff pretty well, I think. So adult probation challenges. As I mentioned before, we had an influx of early releases that amounted to 48 CDCR inmates that were early releases primarily for COVID-19. They had advanced release dates. They did 30 days, then 60 days, then 180 days. They also shaved off 12 weeks of programming, or gave them all 12 weeks of programming credits for programming that wasn't available during COVID. And what it amounted to was a large number of inmates being released to us in a very short period of time. We dealt with that. Our staff did a great job. We continue to work with those individuals. We also have right now a shortage of space in our county jail. Once the new facilities open, that solve that issue, but half of our jail population, approximately half of our jail population right now, are just individuals sentenced to prison, awaiting the opportunity to be delivered to prison, and also some others that are waiting to be delivered to the state mental health hospital that are waiting for an opportunity to go there. The intakes have been shut down since March, so and what it amounts to is that right now we have half the population of the jail is, approximately half the population of the jail is pretrial individuals waiting to be heard on a criminal case. Then the other half is pretty much your people waiting to be delivered to state prison, which doesn't leave any space, or very few spaces right now, for individuals that are serving local terms or local punishments. And that's not the typical, and it's just a result of COVID. But where are those people that would be there? They're out in the community, and we are supervising them, and we are doing our best. And we have a number of them on pretrial supervision while they're awaiting trial, and then we also have a good number that we supervise actively with our probation officer. So I got to give a shout out to the work they've done this past year. It's been awesome. So issues that we are challenged with, long term. And these are new. We have a high percentage of our offenders also have mental illness and substance abuse issues. We added in a behavioral health clinician, and she's made great strides in working with that population. And, she doesn't necessarily treat all of them, but she's able to work with them initially and channel them in the right direction and get them plugged into the right services. Make sure if it's medication management that we can get them plugged into the right personnel to make sure that that is available for them, all of those issues. And that program's working well. We have a good number of individuals that do not have a high school diploma, have not graduated from high school. The jail, and we work closely with the jail on a lot of the programming, and they do a great job. They had started a program to offer the high school equivalency test, but a lot of that stuff has been suspended due to COVID. We'll continue to address that challenge. We were actually approved to be a testing center for the high school equivalency exam. So when they're work towards that and they're released on probation, if we have enough, we will proctor the high school examination test at the probation department, just to make sure that no one's missing out on that opportunity. But otherwise, they will be doing it in the county jail, and they have done some prior to COVID. And the one huge thing that is an obstacle and challenge for us every year is really all the pace of change and legislative changes that come down from Sacramento. It doesn't seem that a year has passed in the last at least 10 years where there is a major issue or challenge for us that really is kind of based on a legislative mandate coming from the state. Currently, we have some legislation that we're addressing now, that AB 1950, which has shortened many of felony probationers' terms to 2 years, a max of 2 years. And one issue that we're working to address is whether it wasn't supposed to be retroactive, but now it appears that that it will be applied retroactively. So we'll be working through that challenge, and also it will also pose other obstacles for our district attorney and our court, because in many cases we need a lot more than 2 years to help affect change. That's an ongoing process with the population we serve. It doesn't come easy, and we already do our best really to get them into programming and to respond to any non-compliance issues. But when you're shortened to only 2 years, the impetus from the court and the DA will be that they will move to impose sentence on offenders and let them serve their terms in custody rather than give them the opportunity to program on the outside. So that is something we're working through. We also have AB 1869 is another one that we're working through, and that was a well-intentioned piece of legislation that eliminates all criminal offender fees for adults. A similar measure had passed a couple years ago with juveniles. It's great that they don't have offender fees. They don't need additional challenges in their lives when they're trying to get their lives back together. However, those fees helped pay for a lot of services, including our electronic monitoring services, a lot of the programming that they have to do. Not a substantial amount. There's always been a fee waiver process in place for people that can't afford it to either get a reduced fee or not pay a fee. But by eliminating that, there's a substantial amount of revenue that our department will lose. There was some money set aside in a process to be developed that will supposedly pick up some of those shortages. So we'll have to work with other agencies to make sure that happens. We aren't the only ones that rely on offender fees. It also will affect jail booking fees and public defenders fees and things like that as well. So we'll work with our county agency partners to
make sure that we're getting whatever portion of those state dollars that were set aside that we need to help continue providing those programs. What we'd hate to see is, eliminating things like community service and, the work release program, which rely heavily on offender-supported fees. So, although it was well-intentioned, we'd hate to eliminate good alternative to custody programs that aren't necessarily mandated. Anyways. And I'm going to turn it over now to our business manager, Amy Arndt, and she'll tell you where we stand with our budget. Just a quick rundown.
Okay, yeah, I'm just going to give you a high-level overview of our department budget. I haven't broken it down between our two cost centers, the probation cost center and the juvenile facility cost center, because really we are one department, and before we had our own facility, the probation cost center bore the responsibility for paying for the care and custody of the youth that are now in their own cost center. So you'll see there just our overall budget expense numbers for fiscal year 2021 at the adopted budget. We have some relatively minor revisions coming out at mid-year, but that's essentially it. And our revenue is well over 50% offset by, our expenses are well over 50% offset by revenue from various sources. And so the pie chart down below will show you the percentage and the source of the revenue that we get that's not funded through the county general fund. So our state revenue makes up a lot of that. I'll talk about that more in the next slide. And then local is the next largest portion. When I talk about local revenue, I'm mainly talking about those fees that Dan just mentioned, and also revenue from out-of-county placements, which is growing significantly over the past couple years. And then finally, the yellow and green table looks at our total share of the general fund across our two cost centers. It is trending down from over 4% to just over 3% over the past years. So what this tells me is that as the general fund budget grows as a whole, probation's not growing with it because we're constantly striving to be efficient. We have sustained cuts. I've been with the county for 13 years, but with probation for the past 3 years, and we've sustained significant cuts each year in the tens to hundreds of thousands. So we're really not growing with that. And we're always looking for opportunities for revenue and to work as efficiently as possible. And so this sort of just drills down to the revenue by the sources. So the bulk of our revenue that's not from the general fund comes from the state of California, and it comes in the form of various allocations and grants. Most significantly, you'll see on the right towards the top, AB 109, which was mentioned, SB 678, which is also for a similar population to AB 109. And our most significant juvenile revenues come from the state via 2011 realignment programs for juvenile justice. And we also receive a significant amount of revenue through Prop 172, which we can use as needed for the county. It's not earmarked for either juvenile or adult programs. And so that's our kind of airplane view of the department budget. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you'd like. But just to show you the support services unit in our department, these individuals work so hard. They support our entire department across, the juvenile division, the facility, and the adult division. They are truly essential. They deal with high volume and direct public contact on a daily basis. We've been in the process of rebuilding since fall. It feels like rebuilding when you're missing a couple people in a small unit. It feels like a lot, but I'm really pleased that several new legal assistants are coming on board next Tuesday to provide some relief, and we have an admin assistant in background. But these people provide the data and clerical functions, the financial functions for our department, and we just think they're wonderful.
Working on currently right now, enhancing the public understanding of the probation department's valuable service by, increasing our presence on social media. We're trying to provide more training and alternative assignments for our staff. Really, that's geared at trying to retain our staff. And we have great officers. We believe in selecting the highest quality individuals, and we're very selective and have very high standards. And we want to keep all the people that we have. Very happy to have such a great unit. We want to improve our technology infrastructure, facilitate expanded remote reporting, monitoring, and online interactive treatment opportunities. We'll be looking at developing some functionality with OpenGov and all the other tools that are out there supplied by the county to increase that. We've already developed, because of COVID-19, a lot of our training is happening online, and meetings and things like that, stuff we were never doing before, we're doing now, and it seems to be working well, so it's great that we'll continue to do that. Of course, we're also trying to extend our regional detention partnerships, take advantage of state realignment opportunities, and provide additional sustaining revenue for our local youth detention needs. And by that, basically, one of the things that was brought before the board when we were looking at potential closure was the possibility of DJJ realignment. That did happen. It passed. We are poised to be in a very good position to, take advantage of that. We're working with our regional partners to, see what their needs are with the closure of DJJ. We find it's very similar to our needs, and so we're going to be working to expand those opportunities and take advantage of the fact that we're all going to be receiving additional revenues from the state to help fund that process. So our plan will be rolling out. It will be end of this year. We will be submitting a plan to the state, but we also are looking at potential grant opportunities to expand our services and make the changes we need to make programming-wise to be ahead of the game with that. I think we are already ahead of the game, but I think it's going to present a great opportunity for us to provide some of that sustaining revenue to keep us going. And so with that, obviously any questions we'll entertain, and then I also would like to invite you all to, if you haven't been there before, and I know most of you have, but we'd be glad to give you a tour of the facility and also our department if you would like to see and meet our staff. We'd be happy to welcome you there. And anyways, I'll turn it over to you guys. Thank you.
All right. Supervisor Brandon? And thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Dan, Amy, Annie, right? Want to make sure it wasn't Ann or Annie. Thank you all for presenting. I don't have too many questions. I think you did a really thorough job. Mike was a really great guy in the department, and it seems that you're doing an excellent job in filling in for that and presenting, and thank you for bringing us up to speed on this. I just wanted to say that, I appreciate the work that you do. In just under a year, it has been, I can only imagine, a whirlwind position to be in, and it's faced a lot of sometimes difficult situations, and I hope from this board, there's always difficult situations that will come up, but you'll always be treated with respect, and you will always be valued here because the work you do is so important for Tuolumne County. And this facility, I think, provides very clearly excellent service that is a model for the state, and how we're able to, I think, continue that and support that, I think is a conversation we're all going to be very interested in. So thank you very much. Really appreciate it. I think my only question was, how would potentially for some of the alternatives to detention. You mentioned community service. If there was any coordination with local projects, how those were chosen to potentially be able to partner up with maybe one of these nonprofit groups, or there's a group called One Pile at a Time. They're doing a cleanup, I think, tomorrow. If there's any opportunity to help get some of these kids who are, needing that opportunity as an alternative to detention to interact with other members of the facility or community and feel real good about those projects, how would one suggest
Absolutely.
those?
We do work with nonprofits, so if you could email me that information, we'll definitely plug them into the list that we provide and for referrals to people. Yeah, we'll add them to the list. Sounds good.
Awesome. Well, thank you, staff, and especially thank, one sec, if Michaela Grogan is watching, who is listed on the staff directory there as a volunteer, that is awesome. That is, such a cool thing to have somebody, working and committing their time to help other people. She looked like a high school student, I think.
She just completed high school, and she is actually, uncertain about which way to go with her future, and she asked if she could come and work for us as a volunteer. She's been absolutely phenomenal. She was just appointed to our Juvenile Justice Commission last night as a youth participant. And it's the first time we've had a youth participant mandated by statute. We previously, lacked that, but we actually had two youth that were appointed to our Juvenile Justice Commission last night, and she was one of them, and she's great.
My congratulations to her and to all of you for bringing somebody so young and apparently, energetic and interested in it on board. So great job.
And I just want to thank you, too, for acknowledging the work that our juvenile detention facility does. And, I think our staff needs to hear that, and I appreciate you conveying that message to them because there's still lingering anxiety with some of them, and I think it helps put them at ease, and to hear that, they're appreciated and acknowledged that way. I thank you for that very much.
All right, Supervisor Half.
Great presentation. Thank you so much. I'm very impressed with both your juvenile and adult programs. I learned a lot, in your presentation today. I do need a little bit of a few clarifying points that I'm not real sure on. First of all, when you were referring to DJJ, is that the old CYA, California Youth Authority?
Yes.
So that's really good news because I know that there is new legislation starting this year that any of those kids, young adults that are in that program are have to become the responsibility of the county again. And so we don't have any of those responsibilities out there. Is that correct?
Well, we still, there's still a population that needs to be served. And one thing I'll point out is that at the time that the time that the juvenile facility opened, the year before it opened, we had 3 youth committed to DJJ. Right. Since DJJ's been open, we haven't had any youth committed to DJJ, just like with our group home program. So in a lot of ways, we're providing the same level of service, that those youth typically would have needed, or and when Annie pointed out the types of commitments we have, you have to have a certain high level type of offense to be committed to DJJ. Mm-hmm. We have a lot of those youth already, and they're getting services in our juvenile facility. So by saying that, what I'm saying is we're poised to, take on that challenge. We're already doing it, and we will, we'll receive revenue directly from the state because we're doing that, but also our community partners will be receiving some revenue as well. And, we look forward to providing a higher level of service for them as well. And, making sure that, the cost for those services are matched by the revenue that comes in.
Okay, great. And then my next question or clarification is, I really didn't understand the difference between your camp program and your regular juvenile program. So if you can just,
Annie, take that one.
So, the camp program was something that we were really encouraged by kind of our state representatives to move forward with. And basically they said, hey, you guys are already providing such high level of services. You're providing camp level services anyway. You might as well kind of get the process and in place because there is revenue available. So by and large, the kids do receive kind of very, very similar services. The camp program is designated, though, however, for kids that are there a little bit longer. So there is like a minimum commitment that they have to be there. And we tend to kind of make those recommendations when they have higher treatment needs. So that might be a kid that maybe is a dual status, meaning that we share responsibilities with social services, and we know that finding appropriate placement for that kid is going to be really difficult. So we might make a camp commitment recommendation for that youth, knowing that we then can do a lot more teaming, a lot more case management, having that kid part of that decision making. There is components within the camp where a youth could leave the facility. For instance, if they needed to go be interviewed, for instance, for a placement, they could leave with their social worker, go participate in that interview, go participate in an ILP class, come back. There's obviously lots of structure in how that works and when they would be appropriate to look at those opportunities. So essentially it's more case management. It's dedicated for kids with kind of those higher level of needs, which is a lot. We probably could run a full camp program, quite honestly, but we're limited to the 5 beds. So I'm not sure if that gives you enough clarification.
Yeah, that's very helpful. Thank you.
And the revenue that we will receive for that it comes a whole year after it happens. So we won't be seeing anything this year or next year. It's going to be a whole nother, we'll see some revenue in the year after. I don't know exactly how it works. I know it's not right away. It's not something that happens the same year it happens. It's a year after the fact. But it's something that the state tracks. And they have a certain dedicated revenue for all the youth in the state that are receiving camp services. And then they break it up on a per bed basis for each individual youth, and they divide that money accordingly. So.
And I guess I might my one other point of clarification. Historically, when kids are just kind of detained and they're not in a camp commitment, they don't receive the services that we provide. So that again was reason why our state folks said, hey, you guys are already doing this. And so it is kind of an alternative model that compared to maybe those historic juvenile halls where you just go, you serve your time, you're not really involved in services. We don't take that philosophy. So that's why they're really similar. Whereas if you look at a camp program in another county, you might see drastic differences.
Okay, good. Thank you.
And I have been contacted by other chiefs that say, hey, can you just turn your facility into, the DJJ facility for all of us? And it's, no, we're not going to do that. That wasn't the goal of our, the people that built this place. And it's to serve, our needs and our regional partners' needs. And we're sticking with that. But I do think, there's definitely opportunities available for us to help, surrounding counties that don't have facilities, have youth that are similar to ours. And we'll be bringing back more information on that to the board. So it's not the last you're going to hear of that. We have to have a plan presented to the board and adopted by the board. And as we apply for grant monies that will be available, or the first due date for the grants are in March, I'm told. So we'll be back asking for permission to pursue those grant monies as part of our realignment.
Okay, I have 2 more questions, and they're related more to the adult side. The first one, that's actually more of a comment. Your high-risk supervision unit, incredible caseloads, almost 200, like 179 per.
Well, we try to. They all have less than 100 because we have over the numbers that we serve. Those that can be managed on a lower risk caseload, we have those other officers that will handle those caseloads, but they're supposed to handle the most extreme. I do think their numbers are too high. They're between 75 and 100. That's not ideal, we're working to reduce that. Actually, that's one possible positive of AB 1950 is that the numbers will be coming down, we think. And so it will allow our officers a little bit of better casework abilities, and they are very responsive and they do a great job given the numbers they have. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge that. Hopefully it doesn't lead to burnout because of their caseloads being so high. So I know that's the high wire you have to walk on.
And they do a great job. And this year has been particularly challenging with COVID-19.
Yeah.
So I wanted to make sure I mentioned.
Okay, and then the last comment, I'm concerned about some of these assembly bills, 1950 and 1869. Some of those state changes, it sounds to me like, from what's been described anyway, and correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds to me that the state is requiring us to provide more services and not providing the funding for it.
Well, you're absolutely right. There is funding, and it has yet to be defined on how we access that funding. And you know, it's going to be important that we work to make sure that we're, you know, getting what we're losing to provide those same services. Because, you know, really we're at risk of reducing the amount of service we supply if we don't get that offsetting revenue. So.
And it sounds like the work release program is at risk?
Yeah, any of our non-mandated services like work release and community service are the ones that are most at risk because they do rely on receiving a portion of those funds. They haven't been, you know, completely supported by those offender fees, but, you know, they do make up a substantial portion of our revenue. And, you know, it's, yeah, you're absolutely right.
Okay, well, let us know how this board can help you, if it means letters to the state or whatever you need. Come talk to us and make it well known. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Goldenberg.
Yes, thank you for the presentation, Dan, Andy, Amy. Appreciate it. I concur with Supervisor Brandon's comments. You know, we may not always agree, but we should have respect no matter what. It's very important, and I'm a firm believer of that personally. I did go on a tour of the facility been some time ago now. I was impressed with the facility. Staff was very open in answering my questions, volunteering information, and, you know, very, very nice facility, very well run, and unique, you know, and adding the camp program component, you know, was good. That, and I was aware that there was a delay in that funding coming, but it looks like when that starts coming in, it could be in the range of 6 to 8% of your budget, roughly. If I'm
we haven't really broken down exactly where it was. I mean, it would certainly make it worthwhile. I think we project that we're going to get about $146,000 annually if we have those 5 camp beds in place. So it all helps.
Yeah, definitely. Every bit. I mean, that's, you know, that's a pretty good chunk of money overall.
Yeah, it is.
The contracts, Amador, Calveras, Mariposa, and Inyo, when do they, I know we did some initial ones, when do they come up and have to be redone?
So those are all up for renegotiation this year, once again, and you know, one encouraging thing is that you know, our biggest partner has been Calaveras, and they requested to have a 3-year contract, but we knew that with DJJ realignment coming that we needed to just do 1-year contracts and take a look at you know, what was on the horizon. So that, yeah, we'll be working with those chiefs. We've already had some meetings to talk about DJJ realignment, but you know, they will be receiving some revenue from the state as well. And so it should help them, you know, be a little bit more, I don't know how to put it, but getting a price, paying the price that it actually costs to provide those services, get us closer to break even. I think we're getting there anyways, just based on, you know, good management and you know, the increased revenue we received. But this will allow them, I think, to commit to us for the long term. We'll be looking for multi-year contracts this go around, strengthening those partnerships.
Okay, so how many beds are filled now?
Today?
I know it goes up and down quickly.
Yeah,
you know,
any
you know.
day you ask me that
Sure,
question, it could be different. We have 10 in custody currently.
Okay, and of the ones that you've had filled, the kind of the balance between Tuolumne County youth and the ones from the other counties?
I'll let you go.
Yeah, again, that fluctuates. It's something we look at kind of on a weekly basis. It's an interesting thing we like to track. I think initially we were seeing much more Tuolumne County youth, and then we've had times where it's been kind of split. But again, it's kind of a moving target. But we're certainly, as you could see in some of those slides, we're seeing much more out-of-county kids access our services.
Well, it sounds like they're happy with the service they're getting, so that. That's
They absolutely
important.
are. And we knew that
Yeah.
if they, once they started utilizing the facility, to the extent that they have, that they would be pleased with the quality that we do. And no one disputes that, and they're very pleased.
And I guess the last thing is, now I have to meet Gus, and I got to meet Stuart and Ann. So, did they ever get together and visit at all? The three of them with the dogs from the
Gus
and Stuart and Ann.
No, we don't. No, we don't get. Yeah, we don't get.
They're kind of different personalities.
We have Gus
Yeah.
has been used by the sheriff's department because he is the only gun and ammunitions trained dog in the county right now. As far as I know, unless something's changed recently. But when we had some shooting incidents recently, and he actually helped out quite a bit. So yeah.
Thank you.
I'll check in with Supervisor Kirk.
Yeah. Can you hear me, Ryan?
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Dave and staff, for presenting. I'm kind of maybe a little bit more up to speed with the ongoings of the hall. And so, a few times it was brought up, there was some anxiety about people working there and issues with staff. I think across the board in Tuolumne County, especially with the budget, I think a lot of departments are feeling that. And, I've always voiced my opinion about the hall, and I've always been transparent with that. And I think hopefully you can appreciate that. But I think we had to have those hard conversations because we needed to have better fiscal responsibility. We needed to have these contracts in place. And so after the fact now, I thank you for getting on board with these other agencies and counties and getting some better fiscal management. I think, if we can't do a closure, if we can't do these things that, I was proposing, at least it shows the constituents, because there was also some community who really questioned that area. And so as a supervisor, it was really important for me to be transparent and to push for really good fiscal management. So I just promise you I'll always be upfront and transparent, but also do my very best to always do it in a humble and transparent way. That way, we can solve these issues and have a good organization. So I won't go into too much detail, I won't go into any questions about budget or anything. I think we'll have those discussions in the future. But I do appreciate you and your staff. And, my first job was a probation officer, and I loved it because I loved being with the kids, and I loved all the aspects that it brought. So it is near and dear to me, but running it as an organization is top priority for fiscal fiduciary responsibility. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Supervisor Kirk. And I'm not trying to single anyone out. I do think that the challenge that was posed to us this year really helped us get a better foothold on where we're at, and I think we're in better shape as a result of that. Thank you.
So did we get everyone? Did you have any other comments? Okay. Yeah, I just, I've said it many times that, we often in society look at offenders, whether juvenile or adult offenders. They're criminals. They're the bad people. Why don't we just put them away for good, get them out of sight, out of mind? But the thing is, the vast majority of people who commit a crime and are convicted are going to serve their time and be outside, living next door to you or to me or any one of us at some point. So what do we want to see as a county and as a society? Do we want to see those offenders leaving incarceration or leaving juvenile detention with the tools to succeed? Or do we want to just keep them pinned up, punish them, and then let them out? Good luck, do the best you can, but you're not a problem anymore. It's better for all of us that we do not look at these people, particularly juveniles. We can't throw them away. That is not an option. And so what do we do at that point? And I think that you have found the right path, that it's really had a positive impact on our county. I mean, I hear it. I hear from people who've had relatives or connections with people who have gone through that system who are now succeeding. And so, and this is in a very short period of time, a couple of years. We already have success stories in our community from it. So I really applaud you for that work. And I'm not just talking about juvenile, adult services as well. Giving people the tools and that kind of tracking sounds like you're not following people around or anything, but you're providing that extra bit of guidance for people who have offended and are now out, but still need that oversight so that they don't recidivize. I had a couple of questions just to and you kind of went over these things a little way, but I'm going to kind of condense it down a little bit. So how many contracts do we have with outside agencies with respect to the JDF?
We have Mariposa, we have Calaveras, Amador, and Inyo are the ones that we all contract with right now.
Okay.
And one of the main features with that is that they pay for dedicated bed space. So if the bed is full or not, they're paying for it. And they get a reduced rate for that. And then if they overutilize their dedicated beds, they pay a higher rate for that as well. And so we're seeing utilization of both rates by those partner counties, which is great because it just provides more revenue. But that was kind of the missing piece is that it's great to have them there, and they did use our facility from time to time. But when their kids weren't there, we couldn't rely on that revenue being there. It was too unpredictable. We have to maintain the facility, we have to maintain the staff regardless. So having those dedicated beds really kind of has turned the corner for us.
Yeah. And so I don't quite know how I would phrase this. You probably won't have this answer right now because it would probably be a little more complex. But if you combine the utilized beds and the unutilized beds with MOU agencies, are we subsidizing inmates from, or students, inmates from out of county?
Not to dodge the question, but it's very hard because it fluctuates with the population. But I think we're getting pretty close. I know that our, one thing we did do is also we kind of capped the number that we were comfortable with COVID. It was, creating some challenges. But we also told those counties that had the dedicated beds that we would not deprive them of their beds even with COVID. And that was, one of their main concerns is being able to find available space with reduced capacity across the state to provide for safe measures in juvenile detention facilities. So I think we have to get through the year and then we can look at that. But it is a factor that we look at when we are negotiating the rate with our county partners. So it is something we can come up with and will come up with because it's important to know what is that amount. Obviously, the more of us participating and having dedicated beds, it also limits our ability to use it to some extent.
Yeah.
So we have to be careful about that. But I think that there's still some room there for expansion.
Yeah. I really like the feature that they are paying for a bed one way or the other. That way, when they're using it, if we're not entirely making up for the cost of the utilization of that bed, we're making it up in those periods of time, in those down times, when they're not utilizing the bed, but they're still paying a fee. So that I think is a very important component, and it's something that's new, and I really applaud you for working those agreements out. Last
Supervisor
question.
Campbell, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I just want to bring one other thing that should be considered when we're deciding how much are we supplementing others, or what is the the profit, so to speak, for running this facility. But as Annie and Dan spoke to, we don't have those 1,200 days that we've been paying for some of the youth to be outside the county. So when we do that, we need to look at what we're not paying to other counties and other areas as a result of having this facility, not just the utilized beds. So there's more than one factor when we look at the net impact, both positive and or negative, for having this facility in our county. And I think that's a very important fact to keep in mind.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. That is a huge factor too. I mean, especially when you look at the cost of your group home, your STRTP placements, which we were utilizing heavily before the facility was available. We could not sustain that same usage level
And, the cost is very high. The outcomes with those youth that go there are not good. So I think we've got it's a very important piece. Thank you for that.
And then the last question I had is, if you take those contracts and subtract that out, what would you say, do you have a rough idea of what the general fund allocation would be for the current fiscal year?
Well, we do receive some state funding as well. I know.
Right. So if you subtract out the state, federal, and then contracts, and then any other sources of revenue, what then is left over coming from the
Well, and
general
if you're
fund?
trying to compare that in terms of, we would still have to pay other counties to provide for our youth, in the
Right.
old model. So anyways,
Setting that aside.
yeah, right. If Amy Art could probably provide you with a response much better than I
And I'm
could.
putting you on the spot, so if you need to come
Yeah.
back later with that, that's fine.
So in general, I'll just tell you, our adopted budget expense for the juvenile facility was just over 1.6 million. And our projected revenue was 435,000. So that puts you just under 1.2 million in county general fund cost. We are going to be receiving, just going through mid-year budget, we're going to be receiving, and that's the part where, don't quote me on that because I just worked those up and submitted them, but we're going to be receiving about 22% more revenue than we thought at adopted budget. So it'll be more than that. It was probably in the neighborhood of 1 to 1.1 million, I would say, in county costs for that. But with that, just like Tracy was saying, the cost, it wouldn't be free, if the county bears the responsibility for providing for the care and the custody of juvenile wards, whether they're here or whether they're somewhere else. Before the facility opened, that cost was in the probation cost center, and we kind of worked through that last May and can provide updated figures, as we work through the next budget. But that's kind of where we're at. Like if we're looking at the general fund cost of the facility, it's in the neighborhood of 1 to 1.1 million. We're thinking for this year.
Yeah, and that fact is not lost on me, and that's kind of where I was going with these questions. Is that we were spending $800,000 to $900,000 a year to provide essentially the same services for fewer kids, right? I mean, it wasn't quite as, or let's say the same amount in going back up to 2018 or 2017. And now, first of all, we're a few years down the road, so the cost would have increased anyway. But we have the facility, we have these contracts with other neighboring counties, and the total cost increase over that previous is, $200,000, which is a lot of money. But if you look at all these other things that we have now, because we have the facility, I think it's really a net gain for our county. I mean, just when you break down the dollars and cents of it.
Dollars and cents wise, especially when you add in the additional camp revenues that'll be coming on. So, I mean, it'll pretty much almost be, a zero.
Yeah, and it gives us a lot more room to grow and
absolutely
have other resources out of that facility and, help our kids in as many ways as possible.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
And more importantly, I like to look at the money side of it, because that's a big part of what the board has to do. Is we have to be responsible with taxpayer money. But we are serving our kids better than we were before.
Absolutely.
And I think that's worth at least the difference of what the cost previously was to the cost now. And so really thank you. This has been less than a year that you've really kind of made these improvements. And it's where we sit now versus where we sat last year, total improvement, and I really applaud you for your leadership, Dan, and you have a wonderful staff working for you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
Any other questions from the board? I don't see, I'll call and see if we have any public comment. Let me pull that 1 second, make sure. Okay, we don't have any public comment, so have a great day, and please convey our deepest thanks to all your staff and all the hardworking people over there.
And just send me an email if you'd like to take a tour, and we'll definitely facilitate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene at 2:42. So we'll reconvene the meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. And I'll let our esteemed public defender take it away from there.
Thank you. If you cannot afford an attorney,
Oh, we're going to have you turn your mic on first. You got it?
got it? If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you. That's when I go to work. My name is Scott Gross. I'm your public defender. To the chair and the board, I want to thank you for the opportunity to report to you. It's interesting to note the Public Defender's Office is the only office that's mandated by our United States Constitution. And I firmly believe no matter what has happened, my office can make the situation better. My office works in conjunction with all of our justice partners. That's the court, district attorney, probation, behavioral health, sheriff, Sonora PD, CHP, and our prison authorities. Every day we touch all of those offices. We are all working together to get through COVID-19. It's meant a lot of changes in the courtroom. We're getting by. We're getting the job done. I wish to report to the board we have an excellent working relationship with our justice partners. And I just want to give you a quick example. Our sheriff's office. Lots of times I'll be given an offer by our district attorney's office, but I got to get over to our detention facility to convey that offer if someone's in custody. I can do that in this county because of our sheriff's office. I can do that in 4 minutes. I'll place a phone call. They'll come right on, answer the phone call. They knew our office. They know we need to get in there. They get us in there within 4 minutes. I can convey that offer. Half of the time, we've got a case resolved. So fast access can lead to case resolution. And I do want to thank our sheriff's office for doing that. It's been very consistent. It helps my office so much to do what we need to do. Now, if you look at our mission statement, it indicates to provide superior legal representation to court-appointed clients by safeguarding fundamental individual rights and ensuring access to the guaranteed protections afforded by the United States and California constitutions. What does that mean? And what it means is due process. We need to get our day in court. It could be a trial, can be a hearing, or we could be reaching a resolution. Most individuals want their side to be heard, and that's what due process is all about. Now, in our county, we must be court appointed. A lot of time individuals will contact us by letter or phone indicating a legal issue, and they want us to take it over. And we can't do it. It's due to our insurance. We have to go through the courts. It's protocol. The judge has to appoint us first. The district attorney earlier on today in their reporting to the board mentioned that there's been some changes, especially in murder convictions. And that's true. And so now we're getting letters from individuals in state prison. Their cases were years ago here, and the law has changed, and it may make a difference. They may be able to get out or may significantly reduce their sentence. So we're now dealing with that. So I wanted the board to know about it. If you look at our organizational chart, I'll try to blow that up a little bit. We have our support staff, and that's April and Jessica. They do a wonderful job for us. The administration, they mainly do it for our office. I'm too busy in the courtroom, so they've come to the rescue. I can't appreciate them enough. I have my staff attorneys, that's Hallie, Dana, and Mark, our investigator, Bill, and over in our conflicts divisions, we have Carolyn and Ashley. Carolyn just got her support staff, Linda, so we want to welcome her. And I'm understanding that Ashley is now going to be able to get her support staff in place. These people do a wonderful job. The coverage we provide to our county is we handle all your felony cases where court appointment is necessary, misdemeanors, our juvenile calendars, our conservatorships, and our family law. What family law is in there for is for family law contempts. They're entitled to an attorney on contempts, and we get in there and we do it. When looking, we see that 80% of our clients, they happen to end up in the courts. It's due to drug and alcohol addiction. We also see mental illness. This is where the cases are coming from. It's a challenging situation to work with someone who is addicted. So my office, we have our hands full. I did want to report to the board that, based on my experience as public defender, rehabilitation we promote that. We strongly believe that rehabilitation will put us in the better situation where we want to be. And rehabilitation, what that is we have to change the person's mindset. If we don't change their mindset, their behavior is going to continue. If we can change their mind, we can get a better result. And so when we do have these programs through probation, we support them wholeheartedly. Now, taking a look at our numbers, let me try to see if I can blow this up for you. Last year, we did about 2,000 cases. So this is just the public defender's office. That's 4 attorneys doing 2,000 cases. It's quite a load. However, we seem to be holding our own. I currently have 3 attorneys assigned to felony cases. I have 1 attorney assigned to misdemeanors. We did have 2. We had some CARES funding, so we had 2, but new year, we lost the CARES funding, so we're back down to 1 attorney on misdemeanors. And I've got 2 attorneys assigned to juveniles. Going on to, this kind of gives you just a little bit of a diagram how the cases work out. We got about, pie chart, we got about 37% are felonies, about 58% are misdemeanors, and we have our family law and our juvenile matters. You can just kind of see this is where we are. Now, if we compare my departments with our justice partners, our sheriff, our probation, district attorney, and public defender, we are I call us the low man on the totem pole. But we are often the underdog in court. It's not a position that we are unaccustomed to. That's just part of being in the public defender's office. Now, I have had to get creative to make up some of the differences. If you look at our probation department, they've got 32 employees. Our district attorney has 16. I know they have more from grant-appointed positions, but we only have 7 people, and I've got to get creative. What do? Well, before COVID-19 struck, I brought in interns. I had 3 interns working in our office. It made a huge difference in my view. And after COVID-19, after we get our vaccines, I'm going to go back to that and see if we can get our interns up and running again. It can make a difference. Working as an intern in our office, they'll probably get 3 years of experience in 1 year. We're that busy. It's fast-paced. Now, I did want to let you know that our jobs in my office are valuable. So valuable, I did have one employee who was working in our conflicts division. She lived in San Jose. So 4 days a week, she was commuting to Tuolumne County. That's how badly she wanted a position. So, it's possible. A lot of people want to work in the legal profession. I wholeheartedly encourage them, but this is what can happen. Now, I wanted to end on a very high note. About 9 months ago, I got a phone call from my counterpart in Yolo County. Yolo County Public Defender Tracy Olson called me and indicated that the state was going to give additional funding to Public Defender's Office. She sits on the executive committee. Our county was selected to get some of that some of the money, if we wanted it. So I immediately got on the phone. Can I get some authorization to go to Yolo County? And yes, I was told, yes, we can go. We want the additional funding. So it turns out our percentage of additional funding is a one-time fee for the Public Defender's Office. It looks like we're going to get $274,000. I can't thank Tracy Olson enough in Yolo County. She reached out to me. She's asked me to come to the board, Public Defender board retreats. The public defenders meet once a week, and I've been invited to meet with all other 58 county public defenders. So I just want to thank her for reaching out. It looks like we're going to be moving my office. We currently rent. We've got some space in another county-owned building. They're going to, more than likely, probably the second or third quarter of this year, will be moved. And what's going to happen is that's going to save the county money. Over a 10-year period of time, that could save $500,000. So I just want to report, I think that's fantastic. Our revenues are up in my office. A lot of our cases, we can submit for reimbursement to the state of California. We now have a dedicated person doing that for my office. And because of her efforts, we've seen a 30% increase in our revenues. And that's just fantastic. It appears, I just had met with my team yesterday on the budget, and it looks like we're going to come in under budget this year. So that's fantastic. I do want to report to the board, you have a very solid public defender's office. I cannot tell you how many times I've come down on Sunday and I found one of my attorneys in the office. Every one of them. Hallie, Dana, Mark, Carolyn, Ashley. It's just, I can't ask them to do that. They do it because they want to. And I do wish to thank my entire staff. We have a solid office. If you ever want to come down to my office, spend a day with us, you're more than welcome, and I'll take any questions you may have.
All right, great information. Thanks very much. Do we have questions from the board?
Supervisor Campbell, I'm sorry, there's a couple things I think Scott left out that I think our new board member should know. And we'll maybe it's because he's not tooting his horn, but I think that we should do that a little bit. So a while back, we did not have a conflict counsel division. What we actually did was the courts would appoint individuals, and that cost was going up incredibly every single year. So when we brought Scott on board, we immediately started looking at, is it more economical and efficient to bring on our own attorneys where we would get all of their time for the entire year, or to continue doing contract services? And the division was created. Scott has been managing that. There is an ethical wall there, so we have the conflict division 1 and 2. I'm looking at Scott to make sure I say this right. And then they do still appoint conflict level 3, right?
That is absolutely correct. Most of the time, though, conflicts 1 and 2 will cover it.
Yes.
So that's 99% of the time.
So the cost has been greatly reduced. We also are working on an MOU with the courts where we will ensure through Scott's oversight. We've had some issues with billing, which he and his staff have brought under control. In the past, they were hardly billing at all. And now, like he said, no, there's a 30% increase, but she's on it. Anytime, for example, we just had, and Hector is working on this, but she tracks whenever an invoice comes in from the courts. We only have 6 months to get reimbursed if it's for state prison related services. She is on it. She'll send those to me saying, this is 6 months late. Had this been a prison case, or if it was, we immediately work with Hector. And so he is shoring up places that we had never even worked on in the past. So I just want to make sure that your board is aware of a lot of areas that he has made better. He continues to work on that, and we continue to partner with the courts. We actually are in the middle of scheduling an appointment with Judge Siebert, the new presiding judge. So we'll be working with him and Hector very closely as we continue through the process of getting his conflict division up and being everything he would like it to be. So that's it.
Actually, the conflicts division has performed admirably. It's been beyond my dreams of how well they've got up to speed, and we're going full bore on it.
Okay, great. I think I'll start. Did you have questions or comments, Supervisor Goldenberg?
I'm good. Nice to meet you.
Very nice meeting you, Supervisor.
Presentation and yeah.
Supervisor Brandon.
Scott, thank you for presenting. I really appreciate that, and all the work you're managing to do with, it seems like very tight resources, and being able to not only do that, but save the county money to get these grant funds, to make some statewide relationships. That's really fantastic. I'd love to take you up in your opportunity, come meet everybody down there and say hello. And at some future date, I know personally, I'd be very interested on your perspective in what we could do in Tuolumne County to be able to support, I think along the lines of some of the questions we had for Acting District Attorney Hovater, diversionary programs, being able to support, rehabilitation and community service, working with probation and, programs like that.
We have all those programs. When applicable, we put them to work. We have a very good relationship with both probation and the district attorney.
Fantastic. That's great to hear, and I think we'd always be interested in seeing how the board, and at least myself, can be able to help support you in your role and be able to do even more. So thank you for presenting. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Yeah, I don't have any questions. I just want to thank you and your staff, and it sounds like you're bringing the level of professionalism up several notches in all the different various things that you do, including keeping the books and getting repaid for some of the things that we previously weren't, and I just want you to know that's much appreciated.
I have a very experienced professional staff. I can't say enough about them, but they do a very good job for our county.
Thank you.
Supervisor Kirk.
I won't say too much other than I don't get any complaints about the public defender's office, so it's nice not to. It's one of those things where it's out of sight, out of mind. So I appreciate that. I don't get complaints, and that you guys handle your business, and I appreciate your staff. And it sounds like what Tracy was saying. You've been able to come in and revamp some programs and get paid for some services we're providing. So thank you for doing that and just bringing some different perspective to the office this year. So thank you, Scott.
Thank you, Supervisor Kirk.
All right, well, I have to disagree with you there, Supervisor Kirk. I get a lot of complaints about the public defender's office. Mostly comes from one constituent of mine. But no,
I'll leave that between you and your lady.
Yeah, I'll just share a story with you. So when I was new to the county, and So you'll find, just to preface this, a lot of the stories I'm going to tell over the next several years are going to be rooted in my background in journalism. And so I was a cops and courts reporter, and I had to cover some trial I can't remember at this time. And so the public defender in court that day was Carolyn Woodall, who I think is now conflict counsel, right?
That's correct.
And so I got there early in the morning, right as court starts, and as we proceeded through the day, the judge would hear each case, and Carolyn would get a file, and that'd be a new case for that day. And then another case would come up, and she would get another file. And by the end, by not even the end of the day, by lunchtime, she had a stack of cases taller than she was sitting on her desk. And just to give you an idea of the kind of workload that public defenders get, on a daily, even weekly, even daily basis. So very hardworking and dedicated people choose to go in that profession, and I really, and the office itself, our county is really well managed. I think you've done a lot of great things over the past year and a half to 2 years since you've been there.
Thank you, Chairman Ryan.
So, yeah, please convey thanks to the board and keep up the good work, and yeah, make sure you keep tabs on all those staffers you got there. Okay. Some of them can be, some of them you got to keep an eye on.
Thank you.
All right, let's take we'll take a 10-minute break, reconvene at 3:14. More time. Welcome back to the meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. This is our special meeting. It's a special meeting for the orientation for the new board members. And we have our duly elected Tuolumne County Sheriff and Undersheriff before us today. Good afternoon, Sheriff.
Afternoon. Thank you for having us. Board, Chairman Campbell, new board members, welcome. It's a big task you guys are taking on. We're really happy that you're stepping up to the cause. So, as Chairman Campbell said, I'm Bill Pooley. I have the pleasure of serving as the sheriff for this wonderful county, and I've been asked to present you a high-level overview of the sheriff's office. But before I get started with that, I think you should know a little bit about me personally, my beliefs. Number one, I believe that the sheriff's office exists for no other reason than to protect and serve this community. I think most people understand what it means to protect. They see cops and robbers on TV, that type of a thing. But what is it to serve? For me, that's our ability or our need to go above and beyond every opportunity we can. Now, do we do it every day? No. Do we have the time to do it every day? No. And sometimes, to be quite honest, we're imperfect. But we really need to strive to do the extra things, be it if somebody calls into dispatch about an animal control problem, really that doesn't belong to the sheriff's office, but we should give them the proper phone number, the right person to talk to, and guide them through their interaction with the county. I believe those are the things that we should be doing. We need to strive to be good servants. Second of all, the first time you meet us should not be when you're in crisis. You should meet us through any number of things we do in the community, be it shop with a cop, coffee with a cop, lunch with a cop. All these things that we typically do, we're not doing this year as much with COVID, but we're still trying to get out in the community, and we believe that if you can meet us when you're not in crisis, you will and you build trust with us, you will trust us to do what's right when you are in crisis, and I think that's very, very important. Lastly, we must be the most professional agency in this state. I'm sorry, my glasses keep fogging up. I'm going to have a problem with that as we go. But when we talk about being professional, it's how the undersheriff and I treat each other. It's how the records division or the jail treat each other. It's how we treat Sonora Police Department, animal control, the public defender's office. It's how we treat those agencies, and of course, it's how we treat the public. And I believe that if we can do those three things, you know, right now the sheriff's office, we enjoy great support from the community. But I believe if we continue to do those three things, we can only build off of that support. And so that's just a little bit about me. I do want to introduce you to my undersheriff, Neil Evans. He's also here to answer any questions. We do have a question slide at the end, but if you have a question, let me know. We'll be happy to answer it. I'd rather it be a little more interactive than just me speaking to you. So, what are we as the Sheriff's Office required to do? We have 291 legal mandates that dictate everything we have to do. 175 of those apply to our operations division, which is the patrol side of the house. The remaining 116 apply to the custody division, and they dictate every aspect from patrol operations, property and evidence, dispatch, emergency response and evacuations. All these things listed here are mandated by law for our office to do. But where these mandates dictate how and what we are to do, they really don't dictate our workload. It's the community's calls for service that dictate our workload. It's the community's need to be safe and secure, which drives what we do every day. In addition to those mandates, we have a number of quality of life issues. For those of you who are new to the board, if you haven't gotten them already, you're going to get a number of phone calls for the next 4 years about these topics. You know, from homeless, burglaries, graffiti, special events really aren't highlighted this year because of COVID, but illegal trash dumps have been been talked about a lot in the community. And the community expects us as the Sheriff's Office to solve these problems in addition to our mandates. So we at the Sheriff's Office have developed several goals for long-term success. These goals really, they really match our management philosophy. We need to be looking every day, how can we enhance how we deliver services to the community, how we enhance our organizational efficiency, and how can we enhance staffing. The question is, how do we maintain public safety and meet all the demands of the public and still be good stewards of the taxpayers' dollars? Our office needs to be running absolutely as efficiently as possible. In today's day and age, every dollar, every minute counts. And we need to always be looking, how can we be more efficient? So if you look at the next slide, all three areas that I just spoke about, they kind of overlap. So as I talk about them, they will be in different areas. We'll talk about them in different areas. Excuse me. I do believe in all my heart, our command staff knows and tries on a consistent basis to improve in these three areas. Everything they do, all the decisions they make should be focused on how do we improve these areas. So when we talk about the enhancing a delivery of services, this is something we need to do, like I said, constantly. How can we be more efficient in the way we deliver law enforcement services to the community? And that's looking externally towards the customers or the community. Why is this so important? Why is this a goal? It's because the county and the sheriff's office only have a finite amount of resources, and we have to capitalize on what we have. So let's talk about what we do at the sheriff's office and what our workload is. In this past year, 2020, the sheriff's office handled 94,945 calls or incidents for services. And they include a number of different things, and I won't read them all off to you, but suspicious vehicles, arrests, domestic violence, those types of things. Each call, we're averaging 51 minutes and 39 seconds per call. And over the last couple of years, several years really, we are seeing a larger amount of those calls are requiring multiple units, meaning more than one deputy has to respond because of the type of call. If we look at our dispatch center handled 135,000 calls for service, or calls, just phone calls coming into dispatch center, and almost 25,000 of those were 911 calls. We have implemented our emergency medical dispatch system, and since the implementation, we've saved 7 lives, and that to me is an amazing number. What those ladies and gentlemen do in that dispatch center is amazing. They are giving life-saving direction to people throughout the community who are calling for help. If your loved one is having a heart attack, they walk you through how to give CPR and those types of things. Our average response time for an emergency call is 13 minutes and 34 seconds. It's up about a minute from last year. And we're at about 42 minutes for non-emergency calls. And if I can take a moment just to brag on my dispatch center, we are now the state pilot program for the next generation 911. And what this means is our entire system is going to go to fiber optics. It allows the calls to be counted more efficiently. It allows them to come in faster. And the really cool thing is it gives a GPS location for every call. I don't know how they do it. I'm not a techie person. But you can imagine how in our rural county, if you get a 911 call and the person is lost in the woods, them going through the process of trying to explain where they're at, calling out search and rescue and those types of things, we can go directly to that location and find them. It should reduce our response times. Next, I want to talk about how we fill our shifts or our beats. We have 4 shifts to cover the week. We have day shift graveyard on the front side of the week, and day shift and graveyard, we work 12-hour shifts to cover the back side of the week. First and foremost, we fill the beats for community safety and officer safety. We have a minimum staffing. I want to make this very clear. We have 1 sergeant and 3 deputies as our minimum staffing. So if we go below that, we call somebody in on overtime, and that goes to officer safety and community safety. The highest level of call volume, those beats are filled first. So if you look at the slide, Jamestown is has our highest call volume. It's filled first, and then so on and so forth down as we go. The problem is we only average 4 deputies per shift. So over the past 3 years, we've started counting how many deputies we actually fill per shift. And in 18, we did 3.8. In 19, it was 4.02. And this year, we're at 4.26. So we're making some very modest gains there. But still, we're really only filling 4 beats per shift on average. And that means we fill Jamestown, Columbia, Twain Harte and East Sonora, Tuolumne and East Sonora, and then Twain Harte. What you will know is missing is the Groveland area and that area above Twain Harte, Pinecrest, and on up. As you know, or you've probably heard recently, there's been a large outcry for more coverage along the 120-108 corridor. We're really starting to hear that more and more, and I want to make you aware of that. I wanted to say that just because we don't fill those beats, we still go to calls there, but we may go an entire shift never having somebody in those beats if we don't have the staffing. So I think I can easily argue that if we don't have deputies in specific areas, you start to lose the quality of life, and I think crime will start to creep into that area.
Sheriff Pooley?
Yes, sir.
On the previous 2 slides, could you explain just the number with the beats? Is that the number of beats in that area, number of deputies in that area? Is that a ranking?
So if we go back, so they're all, the top one is our busiest beat, if you will, and it goes down from there. The numbering system where it says 1 beat, 3 beat, that's just our internal, it's how we identify that beat. Excuse me.
Okay, so it's 1 beat, but that's just the number for it.
Right, yeah.
Okay, I wasn't sure what the order of those numbers were.
Right, the 3 beat is our second busiest beat, but over the years it became the 3 beat, and that's just what it is, and it's what we're always going to call it. So,
great, thank you for clarifying.
So this slide is one of my favorite slides. It's a great visual. It goes back to 1997 and shows basically our call volume over the years. The graph bars going up as they continually increase up are year by year the incidents or calls for service, and the yellow line is our staffing levels. So if you look, that has pretty much stayed stagnant and has even gone down recently. Over the past 20 years, we've seen a 182% increase in call volume. And the anomaly, of course, is this year with COVID. Early on in COVID, a lot of people stayed home, and our call volume's down about 2,000 calls this year. Actually, when I presented this to the board last year, I actually wagered a bet that they would go up this year. Somebody should have taken me up on that. But I want to stress that as call volumes go up and we stay right where we're at, we're going to increase overtime. Our response times are going to go down, and we're going to have a harder time meeting the public safety needs of this community. So we've got to catch up there somehow. In our custody division, there is a typo. Our average daily population was actually 110 inmates. I apologize for that. I missed it. I messed that up. But we served over 120,000 meals. We did 2,000 laundry exchanges. And I want to direct your attention to the 3 graduates from high school, where that's a great number. We're usually averaging about 13. But because of COVID, we've really had to close down on the amount of people that come in and out of the jail for obviously exposure reasons. But we hope that as soon as we get past COVID, we can get those folks back into an educational program and move them along. So when we talk about enhancing delivery of services, I want to talk about what we've done or what we're going to do. You know, the new jail obviously makes us more efficient, from the way we transport people, moving inmates from one location to another. We now no longer have to take them up 3 flights of stairs. We push a button and they get to go into the next room. It's just much, much more efficient for us. This last year, obviously with COVID, we haven't been able to get out in the community as much as we want. I'm really a big fan of neighborhood watch programs and things like that. We've really missed out on a lot of that, but we're still partnering with other agencies. We're trying to find opportunities to train together, reduce our costs in that manner, find regional resources, those types of things. So I think when you look at building stronger partnerships with the community and allied agencies, those are the types of things that we're looking for. I know that we're a better agency. We solve more crime when we have the community on our side, our eyes and ears in the neighborhoods. So if we look at training on additional county and community resources, Quincy brought to my attention the other day that she calls me up and says, hey, we need to have a little training on our office, where your deputies are sending people, because we had deputies sending people to Kim's office when they should have been going to Quincy's. And it just creates a backlog and workload and more people coming in and out of our office. It would be nice for us to have a little training. The undersheriff is going to arrange that. But those are the types of things that we can do to streamline not only our office, but other folks' office. I talked a little bit about EMD earlier. Obviously, we talked about the life-saving aspects that it brings, but it also reduces the need for resources. So when we rank these types of calls, we can say, hey, this time we don't need fire's assistance, or we can do a code 2 response or code 1 response as opposed to a code 3. It's designed to allocate resources better as well. I've talked about next gen 911. I would like to talk about online reporting. We've had a number of community members say, hey, look, why can't I just make this report online? Somebody gets something stolen, they call their insurance company, they say, hey, you need a police report. They wait 42 minutes for a deputy to get there. They're probably a little agitated because they had to wait 42 minutes when they could have just gone online and done something like that. So that's something we need to look at as we move forward that I think would make us and the community more efficient, because if a deputy doesn't have to go take that call, they can be available for more critical calls. Dictation. I'm a big proponent of dictation, probably because right now our deputies type their reports, and if they type like I do, they're probably very slow. And I think that if we could find the right transcription company, it will save us money and it'll save time for the deputies. The other thing it will do is what I've seen in the past, because I come from an agency that used to dictate, you put more information in the report. It's more detailed, which then helps the public defender and the DA's office. So when we talk about enhancing organizational efficiency, we're looking internally into our own office, how we operate, how can we be more efficient, how can we save time and money, and why is this so important? I picked 2 cases that we did this last year that our detectives did. So we assisted the Sonora Police Department in the homicide of Eric Aguilar. He was fatally shot over at the Sonora High School parking lot. We took that case over for them. We served 55 search warrants, and we authored and served those warrants. It's an amazing amount of time. We spent 564 regular hours on that case and 513 and a half overtime hours. Now, I'm happy to say we have a grant which paid for the overtime in that case, which was really excellent for us. But there's still more to come. We haven't gone to court. There's still follow-up to do and those types of things. And I guess I just really want to express to you, when you do these types of cases, it takes a massive amount of resources. I mean, those hours don't even include the 2 Sonora Police Department officers that were assigned to assist us. It doesn't include Stanislaus County serving a search warrant for us. It doesn't include the folks back in Utah serving the search warrant for us. It's just so massive. And to do it right, you have to spend the resources and the hours to get it right. If you look at the attempted homicide down at Tuttletown, we served 9 search warrants on that. It takes hours to author them. We got to go to the judge. We got to get them served. Then you got to turn in all the returns and things like that. It's a massive, massive amount of work. And this type of work, when these incidents come up, it pushes everything else off. All the rapes, crimes against children, missing persons cases. We have to drop those cases to go work this one. Once we get that one kind of balanced out, if you will, we go back and try to hit them. What we found was our cold cases were getting pushed further and further back. And so, knowing this, Lieutenant Craig Davis came to us with the idea of a cold case unit. Knowing that we didn't have the staff to investigate cold cases, nor the resources to pay another deputy, he solicited the help of a retired detective who agreed to volunteer his time and investigate these types of cases. We primarily focused on 4 cases and really focused our resources just on those 4 cases. With those 4 cases, we served 45 search warrants. We have conducted 40 new interviews. We've collected dozens of items out of those search warrants, obviously, and we've also gone back into our evidence that we already have and resubmitted it. The technology's gotten better, so we are resubmitting a lot of things for DNA and those types of things. Our detectives have traveled to Texas, Nevada, and they'll soon be going to Oregon and Colorado to do more of the same. All this work is being done by a wonderful volunteer, Joe Romeo. Some of you may know him. He's a retired detective from our office. He has volunteered 669 hours of work to this office, and I would want to thank him and Lieutenant Davis for this wonderful project. We are finally making some headway on these cases. When we talk about another area which probably isn't very glamorous within our office, it's never seen on TV like all the great cop shows, it's our records clerks. Their workload every year continues to go up. Again, the anomaly is this year where we're down a little bit, but if you look at over the past 6 years, our civil processes have gone up 3%, our warrant processes have gone up 113%, and the number of cases they processed has gone up 17%. So what have we done, or what are we going to do to enhance our organizational efficiency? We're developing a standardized defensible training program that includes online training so that people don't have to go away to training, don't have to pay for room, travel, those types of things. We're trying to develop a succession plan, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later. The records clerks now have streamlined the reporting, request, and tracking processes. They've made it much easier. We can get the information out to the community faster. We need to update RIMS to accommodate online reporting. RIMS is our database system that everything we do is entered into RIMS. All of our calls, all of our suspects, et cetera, are all entered into our RIMS program. Over the last 2 years, we've really streamlined our budgeting and purchasing process. When I came here in 2013, I spent most of my day, it seemed like, not most of my day, but a good chunk of my day, signing purchase requests, which had already been approved through the budget. So we've streamlined that. We've made that a lot faster. We're saving times there. We're constantly reevaluating what cases remain with patrol for follow-up on the patrol level versus what goes to investigations. We're cross-training our clerical staff. And then also I want to brag on our clerical staff. So when we talk about processing warrants, the courts will process all the warrants, and at the end of the day, they bring them over. Sometimes it's 20 or 30, and it's easy to do. Sometimes it's 90, and it causes overtime for the clerks because they have to be entered that day. So what the clerks have taken upon themselves to do is take a trip over the hill, grab a big batch out of the morning, start entering those, and they've been able to reduce our overtime in that manner. Staffing. Staffing is probably what you hear me stress about the most. It's probably what's given me all my gray hair since I've been here. But how do we recruit and retain quality people? We did a study in 2013 that when a deputy leaves, it costs about $172,000 to get that deputy, get that position filled, and get that individual up to a solo beat deputy. And that goes to academy costs, testing, recruitment, medical evaluations, psychological evaluations, the field training program, all the salaries and benefits and things that go along with that. And it takes about 10 months before we can actually use that resource, because really they're in training for that entire time, and we're not getting a return on our money because they're just not able to do the job by themselves. Just a brief overview of our staffing history over the years. I always start with 2013 because that's when I came here, and I have a knowledge of what that year did. So in 2013, we lost 2 patrol deputies. In 2016, there was some change to the retirement laws, and we lost 12 part-time positions. That really hurt our office. We had 12 part-timers that were doing a variety of assignments, from search and rescue to clerical things, backgrounds and those types of things. That really, really hurt us. The following year, we lost a deputy and a community service officer. In 19, we lost a clerk. 3 deputies were frozen until mid-year. And where we got those deputies back, we talk about taking 10 months to get somebody on the streets. Now you wait another 6 months on top of that because we weren't allowed to hire. Don't get me wrong, I'm very grateful we got those back. And then this last year, we lost a CSO, we lost 2 sheriff's clerks, and we changed a sheriff's lieutenant to a dispatch supervisor. So we downgraded that to a civil position. We lost a jail sergeant's position. And through the court's trust fund, we added 3 court deputy positions in preparation for the new courthouse, which is opening. We added, like I said, the dispatch supervisor, 4 jail technicians. We froze 1 of those positions, and then 7 jail deputy positions, 5 of which are frozen for this year. Every time we lose somebody, it reduces our ability to provide law enforcement services to this community, as you know. The other thing that really hurts us is the vacancies on top of that, and I'll talk a little bit more about that on the next slide. I do want to note that we have been very diligent. My undersheriff is a fantastic grant writer. He's been very successful. He got us a grant for a school resource deputy. It was a 3-year grant. And then he also got us an $80,000 grant for special events, overtime, narcotics, those type of things. And we were able to use that money to offset the homicide costs that we talked about earlier. So, as I sit here as the sheriff, I don't feel it's right for me to get up here and complain, hey, look, we're understaffed. If I can't demonstrate to you that I'm doing everything I can to fill my vacancies. And so I wanted to go over the past 2 years of what we've done in recruitment. So over the past 2 years, we've hired 19 people. That was a result of 22 recruitments. We processed 1,600 applications and actually only had 514 people come out and test. That's a very disturbing number because it's so low. Recently, I read an article which said that law enforcement recruitment is down 60% nationally, and that 90% of current officers would not recommend a young person to get into our line of work. And that's basically because of what's going on in our nation at this time. And it's a really sad thing. We still have wonderful people coming into our profession, and God bless them for doing it. However, during that same 24 months, we lost 32 positions. The number I want to kind of direct you to is we lost 2 to other agencies. Typically, we've always been a training ground. People come and they go to other agencies. We've really curbed that, but now we're having an increase in number of folks who just quit the profession. I think that is because the younger kids nowadays just simply, they're not afraid to go quit and go try something else. It's exciting to them. Hey, I'm going to go do this. Nope, now I'm going to go do this. And it's not thought of as a career. It's more of a job. And so we're struggling in that area. If we look at the 19 people we've hired, we have about 11 we hope to hire in this next week. We're doing their backgrounds, and we're getting very, very close. So that's pretty exciting. So if you take that number of vacancies down at the bottom of that 13 vacancies, if we can hire 10 to 11, we might be down to 3 or 4 vacancies within our entire office. And that is fantastic news for us. Fantastic. Oh, I would like to remind you, in addition to these vacancies, I'm currently working with the State Department of Finance for the opening of the new jail. We are requesting 6 new positions to be paid for by the state, and those will include patrol deputies, and jail techs. So how have we tried to improve our staffing? We developed an Explorer program, which unfortunately with COVID, we're not allowing those folks to come out and train with us. It's a bit in limbo at this time. And I do want to remind you that our CSU, our Community Service Unit, our citizen volunteers, we've closed that program down for most of the year as well. Those folks, we miss them dearly. They're out serving subpoenas for us. They're doing paperwork. They're answering questions for the community. They come out typically and help us direct traffic and those types of things. We've lost that service for the year, but we hope very soon that they'll get their vaccines and we can get them back to work. So we know that if we can develop staff and make them feel valued by giving them a variety of work, kind of keep things fresh and exciting, they're less likely to leave for something else. And that's what we're talking about in the bullet points where we're addressing development plans. We're talking about ongoing leadership programs for line staff. We're talking about creation of new assignments and collateral duties, fun things, exciting things for them to do. Talking about leadership programs for our supervisors. Those are the things that we really need to develop to keep folks here. I can tell you that when I talk about how we're getting rid of our vacancies, we're drawing that number down, that has really been the result of the creation of our Professional Standards Division. Historically, throughout the Sheriff's Office, the background investigators, the recruitment team, they just kind of floated throughout the agency. Sometimes they're in detectives, sometimes they're in admin. There was no, and they were also filled by retired annuitants. They were filled by part-timers who at any moment decide they can go, hey, I'm going to go on vacation this week, and everything's put on hold. So we have invested in staff to staff this division in the form of a lieutenant, a sergeant, and a deputy. Now they are also overseeing all of our policies and procedures, internal affairs, and those types of things. But their real focus is recruitment and backgrounds. Get our ranks filled as soon as possible. We're only going to be a better agency if we can do that. So, in summary, if we talk about our goals, enhancing delivery of services, organizational efficiency, and staffing. If we keep those three things at the forefront as we manage and make our decisions for the sheriff's office, we're going to be more streamlined, more efficient. We're going to be able to save taxpayers money. We're going to reduce liability. The challenges with that, though, we've lost a lot of essential personnel, and we need to build those ranks back up. We have an ever-increasing workload. It's continually going up. And information and technology, where it is our friend, it comes very slow, and it's expensive. So when we talk about, and I'm throwing funding out because that's obviously one of our challenges for the entire county. Those are the three things that we really need to focus on. So if we can keep those goals in mind, overcome these challenges, the rewards are we can reduce our operating costs, we can reduce liability, we can build public trust, and we can have a safer community. I'm confident in that. So having said that, I guess what I want you to take away from that is that we at the sheriff's office are doing absolutely everything we can, and we really try to focus on being more efficient, being good stewards of the taxpayers' dollars, and it's about service to the community, and we're focused on that. So, open for any questions.
All right, thank you, Sheriff, and thanks very much for your patience. And I'll look to Supervisor Half. Do you have any questions, comments for the Sheriff?
Well, you're right. You're very succinct. And a good presentation. Thank you. First thing I'd like to do is hear from the undersheriff. I know some of the things that an undersheriff does. Sheriff Pooley, you were an undersheriff before taking position. But I'd like to hear from our undersheriff what a typical day is for you.
Oh, no.
I'd like everybody to hear it. I kind of know, but I know it's varied.
Yeah, yes. Specifically, I run the day-to-day operations of the Sheriff's Office over every single division. We have 4 lieutenants that are over each division, and I coordinate with them and making sure the day-to-day operations are going smoothly. Obviously, we still all work together to support the sheriff and all the things that the sheriff has to go. Hence the reason we are all deputy sheriffs.
All right, thank you. I promise I don't have too many questions, but I do have a couple. So you said that there were 291, get my glasses on, legal mandates, and those are all from the state, is that correct?
State, yes, and federal.
Oh, and federal, okay. So percentage-wise, roughly, how many of those are paid and how many of those are not?
Oh, that is a great question. I would have to get back to you. Do you know, Neil, off the top of your head?
Just a rough idea. Is it 50-50? Are there more unpaid mandates? You know,
I would say there's probably more unpaid mandates than there are mandates that they supply funding. Looking at the state, typically they don't fund us dollar for dollar. It's usually pennies on the dollar where, okay, we're going to mandate you do this, but we're only going to give you 50 cents on the dollar what it really costs to do that. And I think that's the point you're trying to get to.
Right.
Is throughout this county, there's a number of mandates from both state and federal agencies that say we have to do things, but they don't supply us the money to do that. And if they do supply us the money, it's just simply not enough.
And diminishing every year.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You had mentioned delivery of services and community partnerships, and I was just wondering what you do tell people who call in about illegal dumps. I had a call just this morning about trash lining their road all the way to the waste management site. So what do you tell, or what does your dispatch tell when you've got those calls coming in?
So it depends on if it's on public or private property. If it's on public property, what we typically would try to do a couple of times a year is get our inmate work crews go out and clean those things up. We also do that for private property if it's kind of on the border or strewed between public and private. You know, a lot of what we're finding is people will park a car and just fill it full of junk. We have a vehicle abatement officer that comes out and will take those off of your private property. And in some cases, if you have too many and the neighbors are complaining, he will arrange for those things to be towed off and actually have the property owner pay for this. But that is all paid for through a grant through, is it DMV?
Yes.
Yes, DMV.
So, a follow-up question. So when we get those kind of calls, should we be communicating with your office and letting you know?
Yeah, an email will be suffice, yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
To add to that, if they have information that is, relates that trash back to an individual, such as a piece of mail or something like that, or they caught a license plate of somebody dumping, then we'd want to know that so that we could follow up and potentially prosecute.
Great. And you had mentioned enhancing efficiencies, and then you talked about looking for a dictation company. I'm just wondering if you've also, or you will be also exploring dictation software.
Yeah, so there's a couple of them. We've tried them. They're not quite where we want them as of yet. They're getting very, very close. Is it Dragon? Yeah, there's a software, Dragon, Dragon Speak. It's pretty close. And if we could use something like that, man, that would be fantastic.
Okay, I think that's about all the questions I had. Thank you.
Supervisor Goldberg.
Thank you for the presentation. A lot of information there. The call volume, compared to number of deputies, that's always. You're right. Your one slide that you presented, over a 10-year period, I think, showing the volume went up roughly 160%, and staffing remained fairly flat. That's of concern, and it doesn't matter, if you increase efficiencies in many ways, that can help a department, it can help save some money, just like Supervisor Half was talking about dictation and whether, money could be saved. But so, yeah, that needs to be looked at. I had a couple of questions here. On a case like with Sonora City, the Aguilar, does the city give you any reimbursement when you take over a case like that, or?
So we are in the process of, and I think the signatures have been signed, going over an MOU for reimbursement for those types of things, yes.
Right. I mean, I know similar to like fire service, which was, of course, my background, a lot of times you're doing things to help each other all the time on a daily basis, but something like this gets pretty involved. So,
I think it's very difficult, and please, I don't mean by any stretch of the imagination, I'm not disparaging Sonora Police Department, but they're smaller, they have limited resources. I think when you look at when a young individual dies within our county or is killed within our county, I don't care where you reside, I'm going to help bring that person to justice. And so when we talk about assisting, we're going to assist. And the fact that we can get a MOU in line for the future, that's going to be fantastic for us. If you look at those hours, what was it, 500 and something regular hours and 500 overtime hours, a year is 200 or 2,080 hours. That's half a year's worth of work, obviously compressed within a very short period of time. But it's just massive.
I concur with you entirely. I mean, and just like you say, some departments, smaller departments, they just don't have the resources, to deal.
And regardless of where it happened, they're still members of our community, and we're obligated to help.
Sure. Okay. Your response times. I've never seen your response times before, so I don't. How do they compare with like neighboring counties? Are they similar? Ranges. Or?
I did that a few years ago. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but that's something I could go back and get for you.
Yeah, it's
Just to add to that, it's really hard to compare because of the geography.
Right.
Take Amador County, who's much smaller. If they were compared to ours, it would just be unreasonable to try to compare that due to geography.
And it's also how, in our county you have 120, 108, and they split into two separate corridors, so you really have to go out and around where Calaveras doesn't have that. So it's very difficult. We were higher than most.
Yeah,
if I recall correctly.
It's a long ways around, and and I understand that. You know, so my background in the fire service and also managing a dispatch center, I had the flavor from both sides, and you show up on scene, and you could be there in 2 minutes, and they were saying, what took you so long?
Right.
So it's, you know, it's difficult.
We're
It's always
finding,
difficult.
if I'm being really frank here, we're finding that people are becoming more and more agitated at our response times. When someone's broken into your home and you have to wait 42 minutes for us to show up, they're typically pretty peeved of where the heck have you been? And our deputies are taking a little more of the brunt of that recently.
I imagine so. You know, a byproduct of COVID
Yes.
that nobody wants, but is occurring. You know, the only other question I had was, you know, and I know some departments do it. You know, I've heard of police departments doing it, fire departments do it. You know, you set your MQs, your minimum qualifications, when you advertise the position to, you know, maybe include post-certified or other things. And I don't know what we're doing or not. I'd kind of just like a feel for.
It's pretty standard throughout the industry. Most agencies, unless you go down south, some of the larger agencies, most agencies are high school graduate. We encourage our folks to get their degrees. Obviously, we have several incentives. If you get a degree, you get pay incentives through our office. But we've never reduced our standards regardless of how many vacancies we have. I think once you start doing that, you're going to start seeing problems down the road. You're going to have more internal affairs. You're going to have more problems as you go.
I wasn't suggesting reducing standards by any means.
No, I
I'm
weren't.
sorry.
I know you weren't. I just wanted to state that for a fact.
Now, I mean, you know, if where's the academy located? That they're.
We typically send everyone to the Stanislaus County one. It is a bit of an accelerated. It's 5 months instead of the standard 6+. That say the Delta. We use Delta sometimes. We've used Monterey. We'll take them from anywhere.
Yeah, I know we had some success, you know, MQs again. You know, if you want to apply, you got to be an EMT or maybe even a paramedic in some cases if they're trying to. I think it's worth something exploring to look at. You know, the ramp-up costs, the training costs are tremendously expensive, you know, because you're not only you're paying fees for that training, but you're paying the person, you know, whatever pay rate scale they're getting.
So we do have what is called a recruit position. So as you're going through the academy, you're a recruit. The day you graduate, you are now a deputy sheriff, and there's a pay bump associated.
Sure.
So we do pay a bit less for the recruit positions. There are some agencies that, how do I explain this, that will send a recruit through essentially as almost like a reserve. They're not receiving benefits and those types of things.
Right.
We find it very difficult when we hire a young individual who has a family or something like that for them to go without benefits, especially healthcare, dental, those types of things, for the 6 months that they're going through the academy. So what we're also finding is the agencies that go to our academy all pay that, and they could easily steal our people. So out of the academy, so we want to just be as competitive as we can.
And I hear you, and that is true. I mean, it would, you know, we were having people stolen a lot and paid a lot of money to train somebody and then have another department take them. So it is a persistent problem. So, okay, I just wanted to get a feel for, thank you.
Well, thank you both for being here. I know you do a ton of stuff, 291 mandates, as echoing Supervisor Half. It was a very concise presentation, and you've also been, as she said, extremely patient. I know you've been here, I think, pretty much all day with us.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's been a long but a really good day. So thank you for what you do for our community. I just had a few questions. One of them, there's been a lot of discussion, I think, just in the country and the community of policies and procedures. And one thing with departments, as many of them do have internal policies that I can only say personally, I think would be great to release to the public and be able to have more transparency on. I want to ask specifically for the sheriffs, are there policies which are technically public, and are they accessible to the public if they want to review?
So it is a
Yeah.
state law that we post all of our policies and procedures online, and they are posted on our website this time. So anyone can see our policies at any time.
Great, thank you.
Just to add to that, we subscribe to a company called Lexipol, which is up and down the state of California. Now they're reaching out all the way across America, and they stay on top of all the state and federal guidelines and laws that change. So we are very much so up to date. Every 6 months, our policies are up to date. So as far as staying within the regulations of what the new laws that are coming out, we're completely up to date with our policies and procedures. It's been a really good program for us since about 2007. So,
thank you. I think that's really great to know. You know, to me, transparency is just going to be a huge motivating factor in every decision. I really appreciate that those are online and available and updated too. So great. I wanted to ask too, you know, in particular, you mentioned the amount of overtime hours in some of these investigations. Understand, you know, overtime, you're paying time and a half. It can get pretty expensive. And I wanted to just get your opinion on what the effect of having a system that kind of relies on a significant amount of overtime versus the ability to have much less of that and hire new staff. Certainly I'm not a hiring expert on that, but what the effects have been.
So I will turn most of this over to the undersheriff. He's got, at this moment, a pile of all of our overtime, how it's broken out. He can explain that a little bit. Unfortunately, we don't control when things happen. You know, in our business, you could have an assault or some critical incident a half hour before shift change. You still got to handle the call. The people that are there are going to go handle that. They're going to be on overtime because when the next shift comes in, now they're handling the regular calls for the day. We have been looking at what is the point where we should be hiring people versus paying overtime. I don't know that we've come to a complete conclusion. Neil's been working on that. You want to add?
as the sheriff stated, in this business, there's no way to eliminate overtime completely due to the nature of it, especially, you know, things like fire, major emergencies, not just homicides and things like that, but a major emergency. You're just all hands on deck, and we just don't have the resources to handle such a major emergency like that. So we will always have some form of it. There are other things that legal mandates that would make us generate overtime. If I have somebody who's working a 12-hour shift and in hour 11 they have a felony arrest, they have to put that person in jail and have to write a report before they go home. So those types of things are going to cause somebody. That's not something that you could just hand off to a partner, since they're the ones who did the complete investigation and things like that. As well as evidence, the booking of evidence, we can't just take it home with us and turn it back in the next day. There's all sorts of issues like that. Yes, we look very seriously at the overtime. We're constantly looking at it. And to have more people would absolutely lessen overtime on many different reasons. And I'll give you a perfect example, and this is probably the perfect storm this year with the COVID issues. Generally, we will run a sergeant and 5 deputies per shift right now. But because of the COVID issues, because of mandated training, because of regular vacations, regular sick time, let alone COVID, plus furloughs and things like that on top of it, it's taken all the slack out of our shifts. So that's one of the reasons why we're running at minimums to start a day. So now anything that happens beyond all the stuff I just mentioned is going to create overtime. And that's just the way it is. So the only way to alleviate that this year would be to have extra people, which obviously we don't have, and obviously cost a lot of money. So it's a tricky situation for sure.
I appreciate that. And I guess a follow-up question on that. You mentioned in the staffing changes, I forget the year that was presented, but the 13 part-time deputies that were laid off. Was that something that was used previously to try and reduce overtime hours and is no longer an option?
Absolutely.
What happened with that law? And if you remember what law it was, maybe I can look it up.
I think Ms. Carrillo will be able to answer that more better.
We can get to it later.
Yeah, it's not a short answer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah, I'd just be interested in reading more on that, but I'll Google it tonight.
Yeah. So just
overtime.
for reference, it's because of the retirement system. So when you have somebody retire and come back and work for an agency that they're already getting retirement for, now they can only work for 2 years, whereas before it was unlimited how many years they could work for us. So we had a tremendous amount of people here working, and then obviously they couldn't anymore. So it was a very big loss to us right away, because losing 13 people who can work 960 hours a year is a big loss. And so now we've had to sort of build up to try and, all those jobs still have to be done. And they're still getting done. It's just getting done by everybody else. So a lot of our deputies are taking on more work, and it's also created overtime. So, yeah, it's a huge loss for us as far as resources go.
Understandable. One thing that's come up in some of the previous discussions has been with fleet services that I believe it was Sheriff's Office and Fire in particular were the two that don't really use Tuolumne County Fleet Services. I was curious if that is something that's been looked at, which I'm sure it must have been, and if that's something that's possible to explore for the future for cost savings.
Absolutely, we can go back and explore it again. We did do a pretty extensive study on it, and we found that we could go to a local body shop. It would cost us less money. We got the vehicles back sooner, so it's less time, it's less money. If you can demonstrate to me that our fleet system can do those same things, absolutely, love to do that. But it didn't ferret out.
Okay, so it was just a matter of cost, not needing
Absolutely.
equipment investments or anything like that to deal with.
As the board, you give me my money that I'm allowed to spend per year, and I got to be as wise as I can for it. And it was a substantial increase to go to fleet.
Okay, thank you. And I think in closing, there was just a couple of things that, for the future, we are in a tight budget situation. One thing we've brought up on the board in other discussions has been what opportunities are there for cost recovery. You mentioned for the vehicle abatement, if they have a lot of cars in the yard. What other opportunities might there be for that? And a second part would be, we have what you mentioned, great CSU units that are helping out normally, not right now during COVID. And of course, we have very highly trained, peace officers, capable of a lot of different situations. If there's any opportunity to have something somewhere in the middle where it is a paid person, Sheriff Williams, we've discussed, the desire to have, I think, an enforcement presence in a lot of the main streets, being able to be proactive in that, and the cost of that, or potentially, as we've seen with the dumping and trash problem in some areas, if there's any way to mitigate the risk to some of those folks that is potentially part of that position, but providing a lower cost employee alternative for some of these things that maybe do not require the full skill set and allow some of the officers to go to some other situations that more match their skills.
So you just described a community service officer.
Mm-hmm.
It's between a volunteer and a deputy. They can go out, they can take cold burglaries where there's no suspects involved. They can found bicycles, they can write citations, all those things. We've lost those over the years. We really, we use one to do all of our fleet work. He unfortunately is up against the 2-year mark, and he's going to have to go. And so we're going to have, and it's a part-timer we're using now, so we are going to have to at some point come back to you and talk to you about, hey, we're going to need a CSO to fill this void. But exactly what you're talking about, we tried to build those into the budget some years ago, and unfortunately we've lost them throughout the recession and hard budget times. I would love to get those, because they free up the deputy to go to critical incidents and more, I don't want to say more important things, but more critical things that, maybe contact with the suspect, those types of things. So yes, absolutely, we would love that.
I see. Thank you very much. Really
We'll
appreciate it.
hold you to that, Supervisor.
Great.
Supervisor Kirk, anything to add? Any questions, comments for the sheriff?
Well, I mean, just some of the efficiencies that Pulley was talking about, I think he knows his organization better than any one of us, but with the low staffage, if there's things that you guys can do, obviously, to improve. I used to dictate back in the day, and I would never dictate just because I can write a report so much faster than I can dictate one, but maybe you got some old school sheriff on the policy there. But anything you guys can do to do efficiencies, I know you're looking at. You guys have always come to the table and always gone, I feel like, above and beyond with trying to balance the budget. I would say pretty, the number one thing that government's supposed to do is provide safety and security for its citizens. And I've been saying that since day one. And I think fire and I think sheriffs should be the absolute number one priority. And it's disturbing when we look at numbers from the 90s and we're not keeping up with them. And so we just had TOT pass. We had 2 developments pass at the 120 corridor. Eventually, when we get out of COVID, we're going to have more money streams coming in. And I just hope that our board, or maybe it will be a future board, I don't know, I hope we look at those revenues seriously and see if we can address these 2, which I feel like our constituents are the highest priorities, fire and deputies. If we could get another deputy up the 120 corridor and the 108 corridor, that would be a dream of mine. So you'll hear me talk more about that in the future. But thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Neil. Thank you and your staff for all you do. I appreciate it. So you guys have a great night. Hopefully we can get you out here so you can go home.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Yeah, and I agree with that last comment. I didn't want to belabor the point. I think I have a great deal of respect for you. And for those watching at home, you're a department head, but you're also elected in your own right, and you have your own. You answer directly to the county voters, to the citizens of this county, and that's a very important distinction to remember, I think, and it's something that I think about a lot. And for you to come here and present to the board and explain about your operations for board orientation, I think is really important, and I'm really grateful for that. Having that, having the law enforcement and the board working together, I think serves both of our the citizens that you and the board answer to. I think it serves them well when we work together. And I think I've said this before, Bill, you're one of the best sheriffs this county's ever had. I really appreciate you and the professionalism that you brought to the department. It's different than it used to be, and in the best way possible.
Thank you, Supervisor.
And I think when you come to the table with professionalism and an idea that you have, you answer to the citizens and the board answers to the citizens, and we both have our own responsibilities. I think you've come to the table with that kind of an attitude, and I think we've done a lot of good with that.
I believe that is the only way this county will be successful, if we work together.
And I did want to clarify something that I said the other day, that I was talking about the different departments of the county and how they interact with the public, and I have made some statement that, well, maybe the sheriff's office interacts with people more often than any other department, but maybe they don't necessarily want that. What I meant when I said that was that if someone is in the act of committing a crime, they may not necessarily want to have an interaction with a deputy.
I appreciate that.
But
I knew exactly what you meant. And yes, we have customers, if you will, that really don't want to deal with us. Yeah. Unfortunately, we have to, and that's the way it goes.
With that one exception, I think everyone else in the county is really happy to see the activities of law enforcement and that they're there. We don't have the response times that we would like, and it's the nature of our funding and our geography. And those are issues that we can work on and we can tackle them. But I think that there's an overwhelming support for law enforcement in this county. We're not a rich county, but we have a really high standard of living here, really good quality of life in Tuolumne County. And a big part of that is the fact that it's a safe place to live. And our sheriff's office is a big part of the reason why that is. So keep up the good work, and yeah, I'm really grateful for the partnership that we have with the sheriff's office and you, and I hope you'll thank all of our, really brave deputies and sheriff's staff that, I mean, it's a cliche now, you hear it so often, but they literally put their lives on the line to protect us. So, and I hope that's not forgotten.
Yes, the deputies do put their lives on the line every day, but we've got professional staff that work so hard behind the scenes to make sure those deputies can get their job done. We've got dispatchers, we've got volunteers. I am blessed to have such a fantastic staff, from Neil all the way down. It's almost, I hate to say it, it's a pleasure to be the sheriff when you have these wonderful people around you that make you look so good. They are not just my deputies, they are this community. They are the community's deputies. We are part of the community, and that's what we want to be. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your time. I'll check one more time to see if we have any public comment. Any other comments from board members? Okay. Give me one moment. Okay, and looks like we have no more public comments. So thank you very much, and I think that concludes our presentations for the day. Am I correct, CAO Riggs? Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you to all the department heads. Thank you, CAO Riggs, Assistant CAO Earhart, for putting this together. I think it's been informative. I don't know, any other final comments or thoughts from the board? Has this been useful?
Yeah, it's a novel way of doing orientation for the board, and I really appreciate that it's an efficient use of all staff time, and they don't need to be redundant, and that we all get the same message at the same time. I think it's an improvement, and I would recommend that even if you just had one or two supervisors in the future, this is the way to go, because it really informs the public, if they choose to tune in, to what we actually do. So it's a benefit all the way around. Thank you.
All right. You look like you're moving toward the button, so I'm going to let you go.
Just a little bit. I just wanted to reiterate on that. I think it's extremely important for the public to be able to see not only, I think, what gets shared always on social media and stuff. Sheriff, you do a great job of sharing some good stuff, and I think for a lot of other things, people hear about when things go wrong. I think it's important to be able to have the opportunity to see the discussion in government, to see all of the hardworking people and the pride that they take in their work. This is an incredibly important opportunity, not just for us to kind of get, I think, beyond what we hear on campaigns and that, to get the full detailed presentation of the facts and all the policies you have to follow, all the bills and rules that sometimes I think can, to a lot of people, not make sense that government has to specifically follow. But it's a great opportunity to ask questions and participate in that process. So, Tracy, Eric, thank you for organizing this. It's a really great idea. I hope this is continued in future years.
All right. Well,
I concur.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks everyone very much, and have a great rest of your evening. We'll close the board meeting.